You are listening to Dreamer, Book 8 of the Breathless Georgia series by Savannah Cade. Published by Griffin Inc. All rights reserved. Please subscribe to this channel so you'll know when new books come out. It also lets me know that people are listening so I can keep getting you more great audiobooks. Remember to like and comment on the videos too. This helps the channel keep bringing you more great content.
1.
Belles often move away from town, following their husbands' jobs. Anywhere is fine, as long as there's a junior league.
That's good, Stella. Jane held her hand out to catch her young daughter before she fell on her head. You don't have to spot me, Mom. Jane didn't answer that, and Stella was probably right, but they were in the front yard. It wasn't like they were in the gym with mats. So instead she said, try to keep your hands closer together. Her daughter executed a very nice back walkover, following in Mom's footsteps. Jane asked, can you do a slow one? Stella demonstrated, then stood up, hands up in the air. How's my split, Mom? Referring to her shape in the middle of the back walkover. It's good. Keep your toes pointed. Keep your eyes on your front foot. You can watch to see you pointed your toes, Jane was instructing as she caught movement from the corner of her eye. Luckily she was close. With a lightning-fast hand, she reached out to spot her youngest attempting to do what her older sister was doing. With her chubby little legs and arms not yet made for gymnastics, Claire tilted farther and farther back until she landed awkwardly. Damn, Jane thought. Her youngest had gotten herself into a back bend and she hadn't conked her head. Maybe it was genetic. Giving Claire a little push, she watched as her toddler flipped over to her feet and stood up, hands in the air like her sister. Look. She pointed, instantly distracted from her own celebration of success. Following her little outstretched finger, Jane saw. At the end of the drive, alone, a man was walking along the smooth paved surface toward her house. He wore a black leather jacket and held a motorcycle helmet loosely in one hand. Jane frowned. This was a lovely suburban neighborhood, big houses, classic designs, well kept. Because her house was one of 3 on a well-rounded cul-de-sac, she had a reasonably long drive compared to some of her neighbors. Though it was normal to see kids playing in the street, even setting up soccer goals or playing hoops, a lone man walking around was an unusual sight. Her muscles tensed. Who was he? Her 2 oldest kids were in the backyard. Dylan was going to make an amazing chemist one day, if he didn't burn the house down first. Tyler, her oldest, was still in the climb everything, run everywhere phase. She hoped that at 9, he was going to burn it out relatively soon. Keeping her gaze on the man, she assessed him. He looked fit, tall and lean. Blonde hair brushed at his shoulders, but the scowl on his face was not welcoming. It was just her here to protect her 4 kids. Tyler was still barely of any age to be a man about the house. Though he appeared languid in his movements, the man was already halfway up the drive. He was moving faster than she expected. Jane stood sharply upright, though her full height barely topped 5 feet. She called out, "Can I help you?" Her tone clearly conveyed that she wasn't prepared for a visit, and it wasn't welcome. She hated being on alert, but too much time in the ER let her know exactly what could happen. He motioned down the street behind him. "I'm sorry, I just had a complete moment of stupid and ran my bike out of gas." She nodded at him oddly, as if that were any kind of reasonable explanation for him walking up her driveway. She couldn't see his bike. He must have come all the way up the short street, but he had passed a dozen houses getting to hers. When he didn't say anything more but kept coming closer, she frowned harder at him. Would he ask to use her phone to go inside? He didn't do either. Instead, he did something worse. He turned to the girls and offered a devastating smile. Damn, he was good-looking, and she watched as even the toddler reacted. Both girls instantly smiled back at him as her own hackles went up. Then he said, "You must be Stella and Claire and you're Jane." He turned the wattage of that smile onto her, though Jane's alarm grew with each accurate name. "I'm sorry." He took a step back, clearly realizing her distress. The one hand without the helmet came up in a soft stop sign as if to tell her to back down, but she wouldn't. What the hell was he doing? "I'm Charlie."
2. Oh no. I'm so sorry. She stumbled, her clear concern deflating with the sound of his name. "I didn't recognize you." "Why would you?" he asked. Then Charlie figured it was kinder to put her at ease. He hadn't meant to be concerning to anyone, but his attention was for shit these days. It was better to just spit out an explanation. "I dug out a few photos from your brother's wedding, so I would recognize you. Though I have to confess, I thought you were the babysitter at first." She blinked. He watched as it took a moment for her to put it all back together. He was good friends with her younger brother, Alex, or he had been a better friend before all of this. When Jane and her family had moved to Breathless for her husband's job, Alex had told him. Charlie had recommended she get in touch with his sister Carlisle, also still in Breathless and also a nurse. Jane and Carlisle had already met at work, and the two women had rapidly become best friends. He'd even photographed her in the family pictures at Alex and Jessica's wedding. But now Jane was shaking her head, her caramel-colored ponytail moving back and forth rapidly. "Oh God, I was pregnant at the wedding." Everything felt different now. They'd not really met each other before. The Copelands had moved to Breathless before Alex started middle school. Being 8 years older than her brother, Jane was already out of the house and hadn't grown up here. So he'd only crossed paths with her briefly, and on a day when all her attention had been taken up with her younger brother's wedding. Hopefully it was enough, though he hoped, that and the recommendation from his sister would make Jane willing to rent him the apartment space over her garage. She took a deep breath. "I thought you were coming tomorrow." "Oh." He pulled back. Had he gotten the day wrong? "I can come back." She waved her hand at him. "It was probably me. Days off with the kids get me a little turned around. Do you need more time?" It felt right to offer to just try again tomorrow, though he sincerely hoped she didn't need another day. Hell, part of the reason he'd come on his bike was so he didn't have to ask to borrow their dad's truck and just show up with everything in it. He reminded himself he needed to see the space first. He needed to meet Jane. He needed to be sure this worked. But he was desperate to get out of his parents' house. "It's as ready as it's going to be. Do you want to see it?" she asked. It was the whole reason he'd come, but he tried to be gracious and accommodating. "If you don't mind." He waited while she gave instructions to the two girls, telling Stella, the older one, not to let Claire try any walkovers until she returned. Carlisle had briefed him on all the kids' names and ages. She'd asked him if he would be okay with being around kids. Then, before he even answered, promptly informed him that it would likely be really good for him. Sometimes she thought she knew everything. Sometimes she saw things no one else did. She was his sister and his twin, and sometimes she laser-focused and understood things he didn't want her to. While he disagreed with her, he didn't argue. He didn't like it, but it probably would be good for him. "1 second, Jane told him. Then the woman, who had clearly been disturbed by him just walking up the driveway, turned and headed into the house, leaving him standing there with her 2 young daughters not very far away. Carlisle's recommendation must carry a lot of weight with her. He had no doubt Jane Copeland had an eye on him. His own mother would have. His cousin, Bailey Ann, was expecting her first, and the fierceness she'd already obtained would put actual mama bears to shame. Jane emerged a moment later with a set of keys in her hand, and motioned him toward the detached 3-car garage. Only then did he notice the staircase and the black wrought iron railing that went up the side and matched the black shutters on the tasteful white house. "It's a decent size," she said, "but it's a studio." Her tone told him that she thought this might be a deal-breaker. It wasn't. If there was even just a bed, it would be better than many places he'd slept. Opening the door, she motioned him in ahead of her. He brushed past, noting the soft scent of whatever soap she used. Then he noted that he'd smelled anything. And he'd thought it smelled good. It was all he could do not to turn and look at her wide-eyed, as if to ask, what had she done? But she was talking, and he tried to pay attention. "The front area is tiled. The kitchen isn't large, but it should have everything you need." She ran down the list: a small 4-burner stove, a small dishwasher, a double sink, full fridge and oven. He didn't need any of those. He could pass with a tin can and a fork. The flooring clearly marked the front third of the place out for entry, cooking and eating. Then the gray tile transitioned into a silvery gray carpet that looked plush and clean enough to be new. A queen-sized bed was pressed against the far wall, making space for the small couch and an empty table that held a mid-sized TV in between. Windows lined the front side of the unit, letting the light pour in. Charlie wondered what she would say if he hung blackout curtains. Jane seemed to think that he would be worried about space or creature comforts. He was worried about how much he would be allowed to turn it into a cave, if he could curl up and disappear into nothing.
3.
Abel is always gracious, but she might not always be humble.
I'm told I have you to thank for this, the woman said by way of greeting. Her dark curls were far too nice to go with the green scrubs that all the nurses wore in the ER. Jane must have had a bewildered expression on her face because the woman smiled and said, "Lacey Washoe," holding out her hand. "I'm told you were the one who got them to do part-time NP shifts in the ER. "Oh," Jane said, hoping to hell that this woman wanted a part-time job and hadn't been shoved out of a full-time position because of Jane's request to reduce her time. It took her a moment to catch on, and she held out her own hand. Jane Copeland. She had a brief sizzle and flash of being glad that she had kept her maiden name when she got married. By the time she and Joe had tied the knot, she'd done enough with her own name on it that the thought of changing it everywhere was more than she could handle. Now, with the divorce over, and the endless issues that seemed to roll downhill from co-parenting with an ex like Joe, she was grateful that she hadn't had to add changing her name back to the never-ending list. "I don't know if they told you." Lacey hooked a thumb over her shoulder. "But I'm shadowing you today." "Of course," Jane said as she closed her locker, turning the combination dial. "What's your experience level?" Jane figured if she asked now it wouldn't be rude, but if she asked later it might become abrupt. It might even become tactless. "I worked in Atlanta for 3 years. I did 2 years in walk-in clinics, but that was insane?" Jane asked. Lots of nurse practitioners ended up there. Between the paperwork, rotating locations, and too many extra shifts, it wasn't for her. "Exactly. I have 2 kids and we could use the income. I do want to stay home with them, but only part-time," Lacey said with a laugh. "Not quite ready for the full-time minivan brigade?" "Oh God, no," Lacey replied. "I love my kids, but I'm better if I can have adult conversations in between. And honestly, I figure once they're both in school, I can work more shifts, maybe even full-time. I don't want to let my skills slide." "Good point," Jane said. "Are in Atlanta, though? Emory? Piedmont? Grady?" "Grady. You know it well?" Lacey asked. "Well enough." Jane wasn't quite sure how to say this. "This is not going to be the same pace that you were used to there. Small town or outside of the big city, it can be very different." "I'm counting on it." Lacey offered a small smile. "Some nights I felt like a cog in a machine and I love the work, but—" "I hear you. I went to Emory myself," Jane said. "Did more than a little work in the wards and such. But when I came here, I started doing and I loved it." She'd also met her best friend in the ER unit here, courtesy of an introduction via email through her brother. Carlisle had left the job abruptly after a serious accident last year, and the simply hadn't felt the same, even though they didn't always work the same shifts or in the same places. Was it wrong to pin some hopes on this new Lacey person? Could she be Jane's new work buddy? At least she was counting on the change of pace. Jane showed her around. It's not like the big hospitals. 3 of the bays only have curtains. There's 2 rooms in the back. That's it. "Just the 5? Lacey asked. "If we need cardiac, we're calling an ambulance or even a medevac and transferring them. We've delivered our share of babies, but for the most part, people are trying to get into the city to see any specialty OB-GYNs. We can handle the complications, but it's smaller." "Is it more personal?" Lacey asked. "There's definitely a lot more people that you know," Jane said, hoping she put it the right way. "The anonymity of a place like Grady does not happen here. So you will definitely see emergencies with your kids' friends or your husband's coworkers." "Interesting," Lacey murmured, trailing Jane down the hallway. It's not hard to keep my mouth shut at home when I don't even know who the people are, but at least I don't know anybody here right now. You don't, but you'll meet a good handful of them tonight, Jane promised with a smile. It may be their worst day ever, but then you might see them in the grocery store tomorrow or next week. I hope I see them in the grocery store tomorrow or next week, Lacey said. That would mean we did our jobs. Good point. Jane paused and turned around. Damn, she didn't want to do this, but she had to. She was responsible for the newbie. And Lacey should have known better. Can I make a comment about your hair? Oh. No worries. Lacey exclaimed. She held up her wrist with a ponytail holder on it and expertly pulled her hair back into a bun that wouldn't get in anybody's way. Jane frowned. That looks far too nice for slapping it together the way you just did. Years of practice, Lacey replied. That sounded more in line with the experience she'd talked about. Jane grinned. Ready to go out and see some small-town work? I'm just going to follow you around and learn everything I can, Lacey said with a smile. Jane headed out to the front desk, Lacey trailing behind her as she pulled charts and checked to see who was in a room and who hadn't been triaged yet. She looked out through the heavy plexiglass windows into the waiting room. Marlene sat at reception, and Jane was pointing out the various people to Lacey, naming the other workers, talking about the doctors. Which doctors are the better ones? Lacey asked. I don't even want to tell you. You might like different ones than I do. But to be fair, my expression will probably give it away. Jane shrugged. She couldn't help what her face said. Lacey hung back as a man walked up to the front desk and cautiously checked himself in. He then turned and headed back to one of the plastic waiting room seats, but Jane caught sight of something that chilled her blood. She leaned over the seat at intake. Marlene, what's he in for? Didn't really want to say. The younger woman just shook her head and turned back to her screen to get him logged in. Put him in Bay 3 now, Jane commanded. Marlene didn't even ask. She just hopped up, headed into the waiting room and gently pulled the man along with her. He picked up the small cooler as he followed her back. We're grabbing Dr. Green, Jane said with a quick tug at the side of Lacey's scrubs. Shouldn't we assess first? Jane shook her head as she moved. Fast. Not a nurse practitioner scope. He brought a cooler. He brought a cooler? Lacey asked cautiously. Yeah, that's the problem. When Lacey didn't say anything else, Jane added, What did he look like? Flannel overalls, one hand tucked in his pocket. There's a reasonable guess that what's in that cooler is at least a finger and maybe his whole other hand. What? Lacey gasped. Jane moved along. She had to find Dr. Green. Lacey could keep up or not. They were likely looking at doing their best here and getting him prepped for transfer to Atlanta for a reattachment surgery. ASAP. As she tracked down the hallway, moving fast but not quite running, she wondered how the kids were doing with the babysitter. She thought of Charlie and Carlisle getting him moved into the little apartment over her garage. She needed the rent check and had no idea how long he would last or how this little experiment would turn out. But she had 4 kids to raise, a part-time nursing job here, and a new business to run, one that was exploding and eating so much of her time if not quite paying for itself yet. So she turned to Lacey and said to the new nurse the same thing Carlisle had said on her first night, Watch and learn, city girl.
4. Charlie sat on the edge of the bed, bouncing slightly. It was a good quality mattress. Jane could have just as easily put in something cheap, but he wasn't surprised that she hadn't. She didn't seem the type to skimp, or to believe that anything less than the best she could afford would do. He hadn't quite been willing to sit on the bed and test it when he checked the place out the other day. He figured if it was bad, it wasn't a deal-breaker. Like he'd told Jane, he'd slept in far worse places before. He would have thought the army would have come a long way since his grandfather's day. But he had literally dug his own foxholes and curled up, just him and his equipment, waiting for the right time to move. A cheap mattress wouldn't have broken him. Maybe it didn't matter, because he was already broken, but at least the mattress was nice, some kind of firm spring thing with a memory foam pillow top. It almost felt wrong to sit on it, to lay down and curl up into a restful dreamless sleep when others couldn't, though he hadn't had restful and dreamless sleep since. Carlyle had moved him in and asked if he was good. Then, when he said yes, she crossed her arms and stood with one hip cocked out. "I know when you're lying." She hadn't said anything more, though. Hadn't told him to be better or tell the truth. She'd simply turned around and taken him to the grocery store. Then she'd paid the bill, saying, "This is my housewarming present." Getting something and wrapping it would be far too much. She'd said it in an offhand manner, but he understood. She knew that he wouldn't want anything more, nothing fancy. His mother had insisted she buy him a very high-end coffee maker. She might be mad if she knew he didn't use the milk foamer. He didn't fill the wells that took shots of things like chocolate, hazelnut, and vanilla. He'd taken his coffee straight black for some time now, feeling like the bitterness was due punishment. Not something to be looked forward to. Rather, it was just an unpleasant way to dose himself with some caffeine to stay awake during the day, until he could pretend that he was going to sleep that night. Charlie had waited until his sister finally left, and then pulled all the curtains shut again, to see how dark he could get the place. Anyone else would probably call it good, but light seeped in a little bit around the edges, and it was too much. He stayed where he was, perched on the edge of the bed, looking out into the room. He hadn't done as Jane had suggested, and bought a divider of any kind. He could see straight to the door that sat at the top of the outside staircase with the beautiful black wrought iron handrail. Though she hadn't fully decorated the studio, the quality of the bed, the frame, the dishwasher, and the high-end refrigerator made him think Jane Copeland was something of a suburban soccer mom. The house was white with black shutters. Then again, so was every house in the neighborhood. But who picked a neighborhood that looked like this, unless it was the way they liked things? Once upon a time he'd liked color, but right now the plush beige cream carpet and beige cream walls with unstriking white trim seemed to be all he could take. He looked around, trying to memorize which cabinet Carlyle had put each kind of groceries into. She'd put 1 pot and 2 pans in the low far left cabinet. But how had she organized the fridge before she'd abruptly hugged him goodbye and left? It was as wild to be out of his parents' house as it had been overwhelming to move into it. He'd come home straight off of the plane, being told he was no longer fit to stay with his unit. He'd even done 2 nights in the international hospital in Germany before they flew him back. That had been stupid, he thought. He wasn't really part of the unit. How was the army allowed to discharge him when he wasn't in the army in the first place? He still hadn't made sense of it, and he sure wasn't the worst of what he'd seen. In fact, he'd walked away basically unscathed and knew full well it wasn't fair. He'd been embedded with the unit, rarely by himself. Then in the hospital. Then on the crowded plane, and getting picked up by his parents. His mother had hovered over him for several weeks now, as if she could fix him with soap operas and homemade soups. Sitting in this room at the end of the bed was the first time he'd been alone in God knew how long. He kicked off his shoes slowly, one at a time, leaving them where they fell, and pulled his feet up. It only took a moment to feel too exposed at the edge, so he simply scooted until his back was against the headboard. There was a wall behind him, and he breathed a sigh of relief at that. It was a garage, probably cinder block, though why he had to calculate that he didn't know. He was, after all, in Breathless, Georgia, not a Middle Eastern desert. No one was coming for him. He let that sink in. No one was coming for him. No one was bringing him dinner. No one was buying him groceries. No one was kicking him out of a job he loved and excelled at. No one was holding him in a hospital in Germany, telling him he needed a break. Even though the light that seeped in through the tiniest of gaps in the shades and curtains was only very faint, it was still a bit much. He pulled his knees up, wrapped his arms around his legs, and tried not to get swept up in the knowledge that he didn't deserve to be here.
5. Jane kept one hand on the steering wheel, her shoulders slumped. She wanted to run her other hand through her hair, but Charlie might see her. Surely he wasn't paying attention. But when she pulled to the stoplight, his bike revved as he came up right behind her. The day had been weird. Even Carlyle commented on it. Charlie had joined them as they packed up orders, double-checked the mailing labels, and did all the behind-the-scenes things that Jane had never quite banked on. The work had gotten too big for them, and having his extra set of hands was a godsend. When Carlisle had her accident last year, she'd swerved and wound up in the lake. Her seatbelt had locked, and without a cutting tool to free herself, she'd been stuck underwater for almost 15 minutes. Jane was grateful because Carlisle had survived by two things: her own sheer wits and ever Halifax. Carlisle had been on her way to her niece's party. She'd had bottles of fruit punch in the back, which she'd smartly emptied out and then relidded with the air trapped in them. She'd used that air for the 15 minutes she was underwater, before Ever was able to swim down to the sunken car and cut her free. It had been harrowing, and Carlisle was still dealing with the ramifications of almost dying. But somewhere in their talks, she and Jane had dreamed up Carlisle's kit, a car safety kit with instructions to make sure the things you needed were close enough to get to when you needed them. They even created collapsible airbags that would survive underwater pressure. Though Jane hated to admit it, it was Carlisle's harrowing story that sold the kit. Her friend had relived her worst day over and over, as they'd gone to interviews talking about the kit and getting the website out to the public for orders. But one thing Jane could say for certain was that she had no issues with being in this particular business. She wasn't taking advantage of anyone. She was selling a product that saved lives. In fact, they'd already had a handful of people write in and say they'd had the unfortunate chance to use it. That was what it was for, and those emails made her feel that all the hours were worth it. What she hadn't counted on was that it would take months and months to figure out how to develop it, to choose a font for the writing on the top of the kit, to research which label maker worked best, and so on. Or how much of Carlisle's garage would have to be dedicated to their mailing station, and how much of her own would be dedicated to storage. The work was not what she had trained for and not what she expected. She was printing labels, calculating shipping weights and rates. She was counting kits and matching them to orders on a screen. When Charlie volunteered to help, the friends had been grateful for the extra pair of hands, but realized very quickly that they needed to be paying him. Between all the early startup costs and the time it took for the money to come in, they still weren't operating in the black. The months were profitable for sure, but it wasn't showing up in her own bank account yet. So she was still having to work part-time, and she'd needed the money from a renter. She knew most people liked to stay anonymous when they rented their homes, and she was beginning to understand why. It would be impossible for her to do since the man was not only her best friend's brother, but living over her garage. And now he was working for her business. They weren't paying him anywhere near what he was worth. But like them, he was building boxes and taping them, hauling out trash and checking labels, and now he was following Jane from his sister's house to hers. It was odd. She couldn't quite let her exhaustion show. Could she? Charlie would see. Jane had to admit she was a bit confused about the man. Carlisle acted like he was the walking wounded, but every time Jane had seen him he'd been, well, maybe not happy but certainly pleasant, certainly animated enough. He was intelligent, polite, and hard-working, just like his family had made him out to be. As she turned into her own neighborhood, she pushed her thoughts forward. She had to start working through what was waiting in front of her: 4 kids at home with a babysitter. Missy, the sitter, was fantastic. The kids had probably already been given a good, healthy snack. But there was still dinner to make, 4 mouths to feed, 2 kids with homework, 2 who had bedtime routines that still involved nightly baths that had to be monitored, reading, and more. It was strange how much work she thought it would be becoming a single mom, and yet it hadn't been that different. Instead, it was eye-opening just how much Joe hadn't been doing. He was supposed to be picking up the kids tomorrow for the weekend, but he would likely be late. She couldn't remember if he'd always been chronically late, or if it was just a new thing that he seemed to be doing just to shaft her. She wasn't sure what she was going to do about it either. She didn't want to poison the kids against their father, but she struggled. She wasn't going to lie and tell them that everything was okay, or that their parents had gotten divorced for no reason. But she couldn't be seen as turning the kids against Joe, even if he was an asshole. Not if custody came up again. Joe wanted to take the children to their old church on Sunday mornings. Jane had left after their pastor had counseled her to try to put the marriage back together. She'd stood up and simply walked out. By that point, she'd discovered at least 2 girlfriends that her ex had maintained for some time. She'd found receipts for hookers in China when he'd been there on a business trip. And the pastor had counseled her to forgive and forget, but hadn't even suggested that Joe apologize. Walking out had been the better part of valor. She'd wanted to burn the place down and wondered what crap was still getting fed to her children. But it was out of her hands now. Then Joe had announced he wanted a divorce, because he was in love with his secretary. She still couldn't believe that one. Even now she found her teeth clenched at just the thought of it. Too many times in the past year, she'd wondered if she'd been living through her marriage with blinders on, or simply sleepwalking through the whole thing. Had it always been that way? How had she missed so much? Luckily, there wasn't enough time in the day to berate herself more. She pulled into the driveway next to Missy's car because nothing fit into the garage anymore. The bike revved behind her. As Charlie cut the engine, he put one black-booted foot onto the ground and lifted the helmet. He looked like a damn shampoo commercial, blonde hair falling to his shoulders as he shook it out. He moved off the bike with grace and ease, indicating that whatever he'd suffered overseas likely wasn't physical. Jane didn't have the details, and she had to admit to being beyond curious, but she also knew it simply wasn't her place to ask. She headed to the side door, entering through the little mudroom to the kitchen. She almost never used the front door, it was easier just to walk in this way. Even as she did, 4 little kids spilled out yelling before she got the door fully open. "Mommy, Mommy?" Stella nearly screamed. Mom, the kitchen's broken," Tyler announced. Jane felt her eyes go wide, but she'd learned kids tended to over-exaggerate, so the kitchen probably wasn't actually broken. "There's water everywhere," Dylan said with a bright smile. Okay, that was more concerning. She turned to offer a brief wave to Charlie, even as Dylan grabbed her hand to haul her inside. "You've got to see it, Mom, it's on the ceiling." She was blinking as she entered the kitchen. A soaked Missy stood over the sink, as Claire danced happily in the water that rained down on her.
6. Charlie stood in the doorway to the mudroom, not sure if he should enter the house. He could see straight into the kitchen, and watched as Jane bolted into motion. Ducking under the sink, she immediately began removing wet boxes of freezer bags, aluminum foil, and such. She crawled headfirst into the cabinet, reaching for something, until at last only her butt showed. Then the water stopped. Charlie was pretty sure he wasn't supposed to be here, but one of the boys, Dylan maybe, had grabbed his hand and said, "You've got to see this." He wasn't quite sure how to say no. Watching as Jane slowly backed out from under the sink, Charlie took stock. The water had finally stopped spraying like full sprinkler system. The woman knew where her shut-off valve was, though apparently the babysitter hadn't. The floor was soaked, and several towels littered the space. He was pretty sure the one at his feet had a frog head on it. Kids, he thought. What a foreign life. In that moment, he realized he was looking at what his mother wanted for him and his sister, Carlisle. While he was getting a little further away from it, Carlisle might be moving closer with Simon. Either way, he would have to defer to his sister and their older brother, Christian, and his fiancée, Riley, to take care of providing grandkids for his mother. He blinked for a moment as he realized the kitchen was a bright robin's egg blue, with pale cream cabinets and chunky dark metal modern hardware. Though it dripped with water, he was pleased to see it was not the black and white soccer mom neutrals he'd expected, but something more. It was pretty. It was bold. "Told you," Dylan said. Charlie wasn't quite sure what the kid had told him. "No," the littlest one wailed, holding her hands up as if to summon another water park inside her home. She was soaked, and her chubby little feet splashed in the water that still puddled. Jane sat back on her knees, her jeans and shoes now soaked. Her t-shirt was covered in wet splotches. Her hair even had a bit of water in it, though he couldn't quite figure out how that had happened. "Can I help?" he asked. Her shoulders slumped, and her head dropped back. "It's the faucet. I've been meaning to replace it. It dripped for years. I guess it finally really broke. I fixed the washer in it." She frowned and looked at her fingers, then to the kids as though they were a counting system. A year ago. Something in her expression told him there was a story there, too. She sighed. The previous owners did a bunch of quick, cheap upgrades before they sold the house to us. I'm confident this faucet was one of them. Honestly, it lasted pretty long. Somehow, though she was talking to him, she'd orchestrated all 4 kids into motion. Stella, take Claire upstairs and get both of you dry. This is going to count as your evening bath. He bit his lips so he didn't smile. The littlest one was soaked, and what did he know? Tyler, Dylan, walk through here carefully. Don't slip. But go into the hall closet and get some more towels. The 2 boys dashed off. As unruly as they sometimes seemed, it appeared she had them in line like soldiers when she needed them to be. And Missy, she turned to the younger woman who seemed to be the babysitter. Can I get you some dry clothes to go home in and some hazard pay? Dry clothes would be great. Missy looked herself up and down. She was as wet as Jane. Hazard pay is unnecessary. Things happen. Jane waved her hand around, and Charlie watched as one of the cabinets once again dripped onto the countertop. It wasn't just things he expected. He probably shouldn't have been surprised when the older boy handed him a towel and suggested he start cleaning. The 2 boys threw their towels immediately onto the ground, stepped onto them, and began doing some concerning version of ice-capades. Charlie decided to go for the upper cabinet. He was the tallest in the room. Jane was barely adult-sized herself. Excuse me. He wiped at the drips, and then made the mistake of opening one of the cabinets to realize the water had made it inside. He reached up with the towel to blot it, only to hear Jane over his shoulder. Oh damn. It got everywhere. He could feel her breath along his neck, and once again marveled that he could feel anything. He'd have counted himself only halfway alive during the day out with his sister. He'd managed to argue about the best way to tape the boxes, though she'd won by insisting that she owned the business and he'd better tape them the way she damn well said. That at least was fair. She and Jane were paying him more than minimum wage, but hell, he didn't even know how to work an hourly job. He didn't think he ever had. He'd left high school with his camera in his hand and 2 national awards already. He tried college for a few years, but didn't finish. The job offers kept coming in. For a kid from the middle of a small town in Georgia, he'd gotten his name out pretty quickly. It probably hadn't hurt that he'd been a bit of an adrenaline junkie when that was still new. Until recently. Though he'd barely felt alive, an improvement over his new normal while hanging out with his sister and her best friend, somehow right now he was fully here. Opening cabinets and seeing that the dinnerware had splashes of the same blue and bits of soft yellow on it surprised him. He wasn't shocked by the colorful plastic bowls and small cups with lids and sippy tops. Jax's girls had much of the same thing. Charlie had been prepared for kid stuff, but there was fine china with bold blue edges and fine gold looping. It seemed a little out of the norm for the woman who turned to look at him, a sad smile on her pretty face, as she said, I'm going to take Melissa upstairs and get both of us changed into dry clothes. Charlie nodded before realizing he was left alone in a dripping kitchen with 4 small children, as the 2 girls hadn't gone upstairs yet. He was pretty sure even the older boys were under the age of 10. They all turned and looked at him as if to say, now what? 7. Charlie froze for a moment. 4 pairs of blue eyes that looked a lot like Jane's stared back at him. The 2 girls had somehow gotten more towels in their hands, but they were tiny enough that they probably weren't going to be able to accomplish much. The 2 boys, who could have done something more, kept doing their best ice skating impression. At least it was getting the water up. Weren't you supposed to go get your sister clean? He asked the older girl, remembering that Jane had sent them down the hallway once already. She nodded, took her sister's hand, and headed off, supposedly to their rooms. Had they simply walked away to do the task, and then somehow wandered back without even completing it? Maybe. What did he know about kids? With just the 2 boys left, Charlie looked at them, still bewildered. He, at least, had at one point been a 10-year-old, or a 6-year-old. Though Carlisle had told him all the kids' ages, he didn't remember, but these 2 looked to be in that range. He had brief memories of things his parents or babysitters had done, and so he figured his best bet was to make it a game. Since he didn't know any games, and he'd been in the army, though really just with the army for a while, he channeled the only person he figured was good for the job, Laurie. Laurie had been his favorite drill sergeant, which was funny because his father had always joked about Charlie never going into the military. He simply didn't follow orders well enough. He wouldn't like a life that was that regimented. Luckily, he hadn't had one. He'd been independent, embedded with the team there, but he'd lived in their barracks, ate at their cafeteria, and was awoken in the morning to the sound of Laurie running drills. Until he finally decided he was awake anyway and needed to make some friends, so he got up and joined them. Laurie took exactly zero shit and coddled no one, but made it very clear that if you ever needed anyone, she was there for you. Charlie wasn't sure he could pull off the last part, but he figured he could at least match her tone. "Okay boys, get these towels. Your first job is to get the counters dry," he said. "Okay," the oldest one said, to which Charlie saluted and replied, "Aye aye, Captain." The little one giggled. "What am I?" "Sergeant." Charlie declared it. "And you?" "I'm the general." "I have 5 stars," Charlie told them, making things up as he went along. "You get the counters. I'm getting the cabinets." Without another word, he turned and got to work, expecting the two of them to follow along. To say they followed orders and did a good job would be too much, but they started something. They did manage to get most of the big puddles off the counter, though they left streaks of wet splotches behind. When they reached the end of one space, he told them it was time for inspection. Channeling Laurie again, he did what she'd mentioned once was her strategy with new recruits: tell them something they did good. Then tell them something they need to do again. "Very nice work with the towels, boys. Let's turn them over to the dry side and give it one more swipe," he said. "Aye, Captain," the older one said. "No, he's the sergeant," the younger boy corrected. Laughing at their confusion but not correcting them, Charlie opened the next cabinet. This one was full of nice dinnerware, bowls with the same splashes of yellow, and this time only hints of the robin's egg blue. He didn't know why it caught his vision, why it seemed like a splash of color in a world that had been black and white for so long. He could pinpoint the exact moment when everything had exploded, when it seemed like the noise had damaged his vision, altered his taste buds, and even changed the way his fingertips reacted to touch. He ground his teeth together, forcing the thought away. The doctors in Germany had not been concerned with healing him as much as with getting him to the next stage. That had been about not waking up screaming in the middle of the night, which his sister had told him was something she had started doing after her own accident. Charlie had been taught to push the intrusive memories back. They told him to play Tetris and number-linking games. He'd played for hours on end. It was how he got to sleep at night now, even if he knew the sleep wouldn't be rewarding. Opening another cabinet, he found baking dishes. A perfect set of silver mixing bowls, nestled next to a plastic set of colorful mixing bowls. Who needed that many mixing bowls, he wondered. 3 different kinds of measuring cups were nestled inside. He knew because one of the bowls clearly had water in it, and he'd wiped it out. 2 different cheese graters sat beside it. He was surprised as he looked beyond them to discover the shelf paper was purple and white striped. Who was Jane Copeland? And why did she somehow possess all the remaining color in the universe? He pushed his thoughts back to the present. Turning to the boys, he praised their efforts and set them on the other counter. Then he worked. Delving more into Jane's kitchen seemed an invasion of some kind of privacy, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Since it wasn't as if she didn't know he was here doing this, Charlie figured his best course of action was to keep going. He worked until the boys finished the second counter. "What do we do with these towels?" they asked. How was he supposed to know? Instead of asking a stupid question, he asked a less stupid one. "How wet are they?" "They still got dry spots," one said. "Find the dry spots. Use the dry spots to get any water off the floor," he told the littlest one and turned to the other, the older boy. "Use your dry spots to see if any of the water went into the lower cabinets." "Aye, General," the boy said, offering a pretty terrible salute. At least he got the title right this time. Charlie saluted back. That was one thing he learned to do correctly. Lori had laughed at him the first time he mimicked the move. Then she'd molded his hand, just like she did when she was at basic training. "It's okay," she told him. "No one does it right the first time." He wondered now if Jane would come down, look at him, and think, no one does it right the first time. Of course, he realized after he set the youngest to using the towel on the floor, that maybe he shouldn't have told him to use a decent-looking towel for that. But what was done was done. He heard noises from the stairs and turned, poking his head out into the hallway as the two women came down. He meant to update them, but instead he got caught up in the smiles. "I am so sorry, Missy." Jane was putting her hand over her mouth and trying not to laugh. "It's fine," Missy was saying, but each time she took a step, the sweatpants seemed to creep higher and higher. "They're too short. It's all just too short." Jane waved her hands both toward the woman's calves and up toward her waist. "And oh my God, this shirt." Missy didn't fit into any of it, even though she'd been provided with what was a reasonably sized sweatshirt on Jane's small frame. "It's fine. All I'm doing is driving home," Missy said. "Do you need me to carry a blanket as a shield to get you to your car, so the neighbors don't see you?" Jane asked, amusement in her voice. Missy laughed and returned with, "No, I'm good." "Well, then get out of here before anything more happens." Had she already paid the babysitter? Charlie wondered. Did she pay the babysitter? As Jane turned the corner and caught sight of him, she headed toward the kitchen. He tried to warn her ahead of time. "I sent the two girls back down the hall to change." "Thank you. Sometimes it takes a few tries." She shrugged, but then she moved into the long kitchen, looking at the boys and seeing them at work. "Oh wow. You boys did an amazing job." She turned to Charlie as Missy passed by, pushing out the mudroom door and escaping the scene before him. Jane was small and she looked up at him, gratitude on her face, an expression he could get lost in, he thought, as she mouthed the words, "Thank you." He was still standing there, just watching her, as she turned to the children. "Okay, we're going to put something in the crock pot, and then we're going to go to the store." "You're going to the store?" Charlie asked. "Got to get a new faucet," she said. And he found himself, without any conscious input, asking, "Do you need a hand?"
8. Did she need a hand? Jane almost laughed hysterically in response. She always needed a hand. She had 4 children. Though her husband hadn't been much help, he did know all their names and could make them listen at least some of the time. Now, she was entirely on her own as a parent. Well, until Joe took the children, then she was entirely on her own. There was nothing in between. "I have to go to the store and buy a new faucet," she pointed out, clarifying what Charlie was actually offering. To her surprise, he responded, "I know how to buy a faucet." "What's that ticking noise?" Tyler asked. Jane found herself leaning down to get out the crockpot from the lower cabinets, hoping it wasn't wet, and finding that it was damp. Because someone had wiped it off already. Charlie, surely not the boys. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Hold on, I keep hearing it." Tyler looked like he was listening for something. But Jane didn't hear it. She looked around for something to put into the dish. It couldn't be something that had to cook all day, just while they were at the store, however long that might be. At this point, she would take anything. This had not been the plan for dinner, but spaghetti would always be a hit, and she could make the pasta as soon as she got home. Jane opened jars of sauce and dumped it in, added some Greek yogurt for protein, and then threw in meatballs. The kids seemed to think that a small addition of Alfredo sauce made it 1,000 times better. So she made a big show of drizzling in some of the cheese sauce on top. They could do frozen vegetables, she told herself. Frozen was just as healthy as a lot of other options, and every vegetable her children ate was better than one they didn't. She turned back to Charlie, not having paid attention to how much she put into the crockpot, because she didn't have the headspace to think that far ahead. "We're going to the home store," she added, as if to reiterate that he really didn't want to go. But she didn't want to be mean either. "I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to come faucet shopping with me, I would be thrilled to have a second opinion." What was she even doing? This young single bachelor lived in the apartment above her garage, rode his motorcycle, and helped build shipping boxes. He was also an internationally acclaimed photographer of everything from weddings to wildlife to war, and he was going to help her pick out a faucet. Then again, he wasn't photographing much of anything these days. Carlyle had commented that the camera had come home with him, but she'd not seen him pick it up once since he returned, concerning for a man who had lived with it in his hand for years. Neither of the two women was sure if Charlie had brought his beloved equipment with him to the studio apartment. So maybe buying a faucet would be something simply normal enough for him to do these days. "All right, kids, let's do this." The ticking, Mom. Tyler seemed frustrated. Only then did she hear it. Oh no. The electric starter on her gas stovetop was trying to start itself. Over and over and over. Thank God you heard that, Tyler. But what was she supposed to do about it? She couldn't leave the house with the stove trying to turn itself on. She reached down and pushed her way through the pots and pans to unplug it. She could deal with it in the morning. When she stood up, she found Charlie looking at her oddly. "What?" "Your hair." He reached up and pulled a still wet strand from where it had plastered itself to her cheek. It was a sweet gesture, but she had to remind herself that this night would eventually have to end. Things couldn't go wrong forever. Then Charlie said, "The stove should dry out by tomorrow." "I always heard 24 hours. "What are you talking about?" It was her turn to look at him oddly. "It was self-starting because it got wet. That's a thing that happens." She was still confused, so he continued. "You unplug it for 24 hours to dry, then it should be fine." Okay, maybe he was the right person to bring along to buy a faucet. It took her 10 minutes to get the kids ready to get into the car, and another 5 to actually get them into the car. Luckily, none of them were allowed to sit in the front seat. Tyler still wasn't quite old enough or heavy enough. But that meant that she had a grown-up seat available for Charlie. The SUV was full with the 2 boys way in the back row, and the 2 little girls in their car seats in the middle. Charlie had hung back at loose ends, not familiar with the absolute amount of effort it took to get young children in and out of cars. But he was a good sport, asking if he could lend a hand here too. He couldn't. Before she realized it, they'd arrived at the store, and she'd loaded all the kids onto one of the flatbed carts, making them promise to keep their hands tucked in. Charlie had taken over, pushing them through the store to squeals of delight. What the hell was even going on? She thought of all the songs that sang about how fast a person's life could change. For some reason, this felt like one of those moments when things were coming. But that was stupid. She was at the home store and her hair was still wet. This wouldn't be anything life-changing. Having Charlie here was handy. Maybe it was just about having another adult, she thought. But he afforded her enough peace to figure out what faucet she needed, until he finally came up to stand next to her. "What did you pick?" he asked. She pointed out 2. "I'm torn between these. I don't know anything about faucets, but this looks a lot like the one my mom has. She loves it because she can push the lever with the back of her hand. She doesn't have to use dirty fingers if she's cooking something she doesn't want to get spread around." Jane smiled. "I'll be honest, any recommendation from Westerly Weaver is a recommendation I'll take." Charlie laughed, a hearty sound that did not match the things his sister had told Jane about her twin brother. Something wasn't lining up here, but Lord knew Jane had too many things on her plate tonight to put much attention to that. After paying for the faucet and wincing at the hit to her bank account, she reminded herself that 1, she had budgeted for emergencies, and this certainly counted. And 2, they weren't eating dinner out tonight, which at least didn't add to the costs. Then she handed the faucet to the 2 oldest boys to hold onto, watched the little girls to make sure they still had their fingers clasped together where they couldn't get caught in anything or push them through the grating or touch the wheels. Jane checked to be sure everyone's shoelaces were tied because, God forbid, a shoelace got caught. There were 1,000 checks every time a child was in her care. Then she let Charlie push the pallet cart out into the parking lot, where she unloaded the kids and the single box with the new faucet she had purchased. Back home, she told the kids dinner would be late, set out small bowls of carrots and broccoli for them to eat, along with some veggie chips, and thought maybe that could be their vegetable tonight. Then she spent an hour with Charlie Weaver installing a new faucet. When at last she stood up and pushed the lever, the water flowed freely. It was well past 8:30 at night, but Jane grinned excitedly. Watching as he smiled with her, she announced, "We made a faucet." He laughed. "We made a faucet." She wondered if a wildlife photographer of his caliber had ever actually installed a faucet before. Then again, maybe his dad had made him work around the house as a kid because he'd known about the stovetop too. They stood there proud of their small achievement in the kitchen, smiling at each other until the moment grew awkward, and Jane filled it with a proper Southern invitation. "Do you want to stay for dinner?"
9. He'd said yes before he even took a moment to think about it. Most of the evening had tumbled by, with him just going along for the ride. Shouldn't he have been more of an active participant in his own life? Shouldn't he have made a decision about whether he wanted to have dinner with this mother and her 4 young children? What was he even doing? But he'd said yes, and now it was too late to change his mind. He did what he was trained to do as a good Southern boy. He asked, "How can I help?" "It's nothing fancy," she told him, almost as if giving him a chance to back out. For a brief moment, he considered taking it. But home was upstairs above her garage, and what was he really going back to? Anything he could fix to eat would be far less fancy than this. And then it slipped out, "I think on my own I'd be having cereal." He'd meant to make it seem as though her apology for the lack of meal preparation didn't bother him. Instead, he made himself sound exactly like what Carlyle seemed to think he was, a guy who didn't seem to care much about anything. How much had his sister told Jane Copeland? He didn't know. He wasn't even sure how much he'd told Carlyle. She'd always been the easiest one to talk to in his family. She was always the one who understood. They had shared everything as kids, and now he knew she was worried. But by the same token, he'd heard about her own accident. Maybe it was a twin thing to break down at the same time, but he hadn't wanted to burden her with what he'd seen. He wasn't sure how she would take it, and he wasn't willing to test anything, just in case it didn't go well. Luckily, Jane didn't seem too put off by his mention of cereal. "If I didn't have kids, I'd probably be having cereal myself tonight," she commented, as if to make his culinary decisions seem reasonable. Still, she took him up on his offer of help and handed him placemats, counting out 6. She pointed to the table. "Dylan, can you show Charlie where the settings go? Dylan, why don't you get the silverware too?" Jane hoped the instructions were good enough for her second, and then set Tyler to getting out drinks for everyone. She asked Charlie what he wanted, and it all seemed so strangely normal for such an odd evening. She was listing Coke, Diet Coke, Southern sweet tea, ice water, and even milk when she blurted, "I have a Chianti," as if Chianti was something she hadn't considered before. He shrugged. It was a red sauce, Chianti would be the right choice. He dined with diplomats and presidents, he'd certainly photographed them. He now knew his Merlot from his Malbec. Had his tastes outgrown Breathless, Georgia? Maybe they had, but he still knew that a Chianti went with red sauce. It seemed she didn't quite know what to say, or maybe he hadn't answered fast enough, so she added, "I am having a glass of the Chianti, and if you'd like, I'll get you one too." He didn't know if he should be drinking. But no doctor had told him not to. He managed half a smile and half a shrug before managing to actually speak. "Sure." With a breath of relief, she turned back into the kitchen, and he watched as the 2 little girls folded napkins and placed them haphazardly at each seat, often on top of the silverware. But Jane didn't comment, so they continued on. Charlie had eaten with his cousin's girls often enough to know that this was what it was like. He wasn't going to say anything. With the placemats set out and no other task given to him, he turned to the cabinet at the end of the table and looked through what was in there. He saw glassware she'd collected, small flared antique pieces with colored rims. They looked like ones his grandmother had. He believed they were originally for serving ice cream, maybe cordials. Jane's collection was interlaced with modern pieces with square edges and clean curves. Small bottles of liqueur sat in between, clearly planned in a design that showed her taste. Across the bottom shelf there were 2 small karate white belts and 2 pairs of tiny ballet slippers, small enough to be from each kid's first class. It wasn't just a liquor cabinet, but a showcase for her and her children. At the top, a small stand sported a number of championship rings. "Holy shit!" Charlie blurted out. He'd seen the initials SEC NCAA. The rings were chunky and inlaid with jewels, probably worth money at a pawn shop, if not for their own value. "Did he leave these?" Charlie asked, his brain churning. "Who would leave that? You got his championship rings in the divorce." Jane stood in the doorway, the first plate of spaghetti served and ready in her hands. She'd frozen where she stood and looked at him, face blank, until she told him, "We don't speak like that in this house." "Oh shit," Charlie said, realizing he'd sworn again as he slapped his hand over his mouth. The children giggled. "Oh hell. What now?" He'd done it again. He looked at Jane, and Jane stared back at him, giving no quarter.
10.
Y'all means all.
Jane watched as the man in front of her grew more frantic with each swear that fell from his mouth. She took a breath. She had to let him off the hook, but she was going to let him squirm for just a minute. "I am so sorry," he said, turning around to the small eyes staring at him. At least he apologized directly to the children. "I shouldn't have said those words." "We're allowed to say that word," Dylan told him earnestly, even as Jane moved toward the table and set down the plate in front of her oldest, motioning to him to take his seat. Turning around, she handed Dylan his glass of milk, and motioned to him to carry it with 2 hands. She scooped up the pasta and covered it with sauce and meatballs, following him out to the table and directing him to his seat, still not letting Charlie in on it. "Wait, what?" Charlie asked. "Do you want to come in and serve yourself so you'll get enough?" She motioned to the man still standing in the room, looking like he was about to face a firing squad. He was clearly confused, and she was more than willing to let him squirm just a few minutes longer. He shouldn't have said that. "I am so sorry," he said. "I did not mean." She handed him a plate and motioned to the pasta. "I'm not a very good hostess making you dish it up yourself." "But it's not the swears. The kids understand that swear words get said in certain circumstances and that some people swear. And that they are not allowed to swear, not in front of other adults or other kids, but only at certain times and in front of certain people." He looked at her oddly, but did manage to put the pasta and sauce onto his plate. "It's not the swear words I have trouble with," she told him. As she poured the Chianti into 2 glasses, she followed him to the table. Her own plate still not served yet, she motioned him to the far end, the seat where she used to sit. She had moved herself into the spot right in front of the cabinet, the one Joe had often occupied. But she liked it now, as if she were sitting for dinner in front of the display of all her own accomplishments. As Charlie sat down, still looking contrite, Jane set the Chianti in front of him and said, "The problem is that we don't say sexist things like that in this house." Charlie looked confused. She took a sip of her own Chianti. "Your assumption," she motioned toward the display with her glass. "Those are my championship rings," she told him before walking out of the room and back into the kitchen, feeling her teeth clenched together. Was it wrong that she was trying to hide a grin? Was it wrong that she enjoyed the look of surprise on Charlie's face as she told him those were hers? She stepped out of the kitchen with her own plate, prepared to sit down. Jane suddenly wished she had a skirt she could sweep out of the way to be a little more regal. Instead, though she hadn't heard him, she found Charlie standing behind where her seat was supposed to be, looking into the case again. "NCAA championship rings?" he asked, his eyes wide. "Gymnastics," she told him. "Georgia Gym Dogs." His mouth opened. "Are they team or individual?" "Some of each." His raised eyebrow almost demanded that she elaborate. "I was SEC champion on beam 1 year, and NCAA champion on beam 1 year," she went on. "She won on bars too," Tyler spouted. Jane grinned, proud of her kid. "Damn," Charlie replied as he turned around and looked at her with admiration in his eyes. And his eyes, those same eyes, flew wide and his mouth dropped open. "Am I allowed to say that?" He looked first to her and then to the kids. It was Dylan who said, "You can say that. It's appropriate. My mom's a pretty big deal." Jane tried to push her lips together and suppress the smile. It took her into a flashback to the early days when Tyler and Dylan were little, and she and Joe had made an agreement that whoever could keep a straight face had to be the active parent. Only it was just her now, and Charlie was grinning until his expression changed suddenly again. "Oh, I'm in your way. Please take your seat, Miss National Champion." He walked around to the other end of the table and seated himself, digging into the meatballs and pasta sauce. He drove a lot of the conversation that night, asking about her college days, and she flashed back again and again to the hard work, the 5 a.m. trainings, to meeting Joe, and being swept away. They'd gotten married right out of school, and she'd headed straight into grad school, on her way to becoming a nurse practitioner. She'd had to figure out what it was like to be a student and not part of a team, not traveling for meets. Things had changed over and over. Surely they would change again. The kids jumped in, Stella saying she was learning to do bars. Tyler asked if he could demonstrate a back tuck right there in the dining room, to which Jane very firmly said no. Mom said she had to lift weights and do burpees all the time. It wasn't quite accurate, but the man her kid was bragging to had volunteered to help fix her faucet. Then he'd stayed for spaghetti and meatballs. Surely he didn't want a rundown of college gymnastics training. She kept her mouth shut. They'd run out of info soon enough. When the meal was done in short time, she began cleaning up. It was just easier to do it herself, and it had been a long day. They could learn more tomorrow, so she sent the kids to get ready for bed. Charlie moved into the kitchen next to her. "I'm impressed. The kitchen was dripping with water, and you still made food and put it on the table. You don't order out?" he asked. "Oh, I do, but the rule I made for myself is only once per week with the kids, and this wasn't the night for it," Jane laughed. He looked at her like she was crazy. As if having water dripping from her cabinets wasn't enough to send her calling for a pizza. She didn't want him thinking she was crazy, even though she didn't know why. She shouldn't care what Charlie Weaver thought of her. You know what? This would have been a prime candidate, except last night we ate out because yesterday shit also happened. He grinned, seeming to catch that she'd used her own swear word. She'd made a conscious decision years ago that she didn't want to make swear words or many things taboo to the kids. Putting them out of reach or off limits made the rough things seductive. She had argued with Joe just to teach them how and when swear words were appropriate. But Charlie was asking another question. The faucet raining water on everything wasn't enough of an excuse to do a second night out in 1 week? "I really try not to cheat and do too. I'm afraid each time I do, it'll get easier and easier." Jane shrugged. "I think they eat a lot of pizza and burgers with Joe too. If they're going to eat home-cooked meals, even if it's just pasta sauce out of a crock pot, I think they're getting it here." He nodded, and she could see he didn't quite connect with the whole divorced parent vibe. "In fact, it was your future sister-in-law, Riley, who told me that the teachers at the school talk amongst themselves. They said that they can tell which kids come from families that have dinner at the table every night." Interesting, he thought. Riley taught the gifted class at the local elementary school. Most likely he'd heard plenty of tales of Christian working with some of the children, and sometimes things blew up. But it looked like Charlie hadn't heard that one before. He'd been gone for a while. Jane wondered if maybe she knew his family better than he did. But he helped get the dishwasher running, and he scrubbed out the crockpot so she didn't ask. Jane was grateful for the help, but she allowed Charlie to make himself scarce before it was time to put the kids to bed. Once he left through the mudroom door, she let herself breathe. What had she done? Inviting him to buy a faucet and stay for dinner? She had no good answers, so she went through the routines of each of the 4 children, not fully paying attention but doing her best. Some nights were like that, she'd learned. She still showed up, just like having dinner at the table even when it would be easier not to. These were things that changed how children functioned in the world. She'd asked Riley about it more than once. She'd talked to Christian about Stella and how she seemed to be incredibly bright. She'd asked both of them how was she supposed to nurture that. She talked to Carlisle about everything. And somehow here Charlie was too. She was employing the last of the Weavers at her business and inviting him for dinner. Once the kids were in bed and she waited long enough to be sure they would stay there, Jane suddenly realized she was exhausted. Maybe having dinner that late and so many carbs hadn't been the best decision. Maybe it would help the kids sleep through. By 10:30 she gave up and headed into her own room. When she fell into a deep sleep, she found herself dreaming of blue eyes grinning at her. She dreamed of soul-deep laughs and sunny days, until she shook herself awake and reminded herself that she was not that woman.
11. The sun was barely up as Charlie basically walked the bike up his sister's driveway. The mist on the road hadn't quite been fog, it was just that thick rolling air. It shocked him how much he remembered these gauzy Georgia mornings. The landscape came through in gray and shades of gray. The only colors he could see were the faintest hints of greens and blues along the road, as a few trees managed to break through. Still, none of it was bright. Just a different gray. It seemed a good metaphor for his life right now. He knew the color was still under there. It hadn't changed, only he had. In fact, Charlie thought, even he hadn't changed, but he'd been changed, and there was a difference in that. He wondered what his sister would think of that idea. When her car had gone underwater, and she'd believed she was going to die, it had changed the way she thought about life. He could tell that about her. But she'd struggled, and she'd won. Carlisle had been smart enough to keep herself alive until someone could rescue her. Her almost 15 minutes underwater had made national news. He, on the other hand, had his sanity quietly obliterated in a foreign land. In the middle of a foreign landscape and a foreign culture. He could still see Rima clearly, green eyes, dark curls, quick smile. In his mind, she had his camera in her hand, her eagerness to learn everything about it showing through. They traded information as she learned on her father's old film-based Yashica. He'd admired the antique and wished he could buy it from her, but he would never insult her by offering. He hadn't expected to find someone like Rima in the rural Middle East. Yet there she'd been. Charlie pushed the memory aside as he put down the kickstand on the bike and tapped the code into the garage keypad, then waited as the wide door rolled up. Carlisle had improved the security when she turned her garage into her business, but she hadn't spent the money to improve the rolling door itself. It clacked as the gears audibly pulled. Waiting, hands fidgety with nothing in them, he watched as the side door to the house opened. He didn't know why he'd expected to see his sister. Instead, it was Simon who half appeared in the doorway, sweatpants hanging low, bare chest, curls askew with one eye indicating he was barely awake. In his hand he corralled a small cat as he said, "Oh, it's you." "It's me," Charlie replied quietly. Simon merely nodded and closed the door. Charlie stepped into the space. The garage was unfinished, the work table a long plastic piece that was suitable for this kind of work. He and his sister had spent a day building a riser for it, because they'd found that working at a slightly higher table saved everyone the physical discomfort of bending over just a little too far for every box. Building something that helped all of them function better had been maybe the most rewarding thing he'd done since he returned. But it was built, and the job now was getting the orders out, even if he was incredibly early for his shift. Logging into the old laptop Carlisle kept out here for this part of the business, he pulled up the day's orders. Next, he counted out the boxes, then put them in piles of different sizes, 1 kit, 2 kits, 3 kits, and a single order for 10. He set to popping the flat cardboard open and taping it into a box shape. At least the work was better than sleeping. He couldn't remember getting more than 2 straight hours of sleep since. Pushing the rough thoughts aside again was harder than it should be. More than building boxes for his sister and printing labels, his job, his skill with his camera, depended on his inspiration. How could a photographer find the beauty in the world through a lens when he couldn't find it through his own eyes anymore? He flipped the boxes over. He wanted to tape them more thoroughly, just for something to do. The longer the job took, the more of his day was used. Counting the number of hours he could fill with something passable had become a hobby. One he didn't seem to be very good at. But Carlisle had pointed out he didn't need to overtape the boxes, and that she and Jane had paid for the good tape. At one point, he'd wondered if he could pack everything into the box before taping it at all, and just run a continuous loop around it, closing both sides of the piece at the same time. If there was a way to do it, he hadn't found it. Everything had simply fallen out. He'd been like a cat with an enrichment toy, and his sister and Jane had looked at him much the way they looked at Kitten when she lost her catnip mouse under the couch. This morning, alone in the garage, He worked his own assembly line. The work itself was much easier with him as the only one here, even though getting through the time was easier when Jane and Carlisle were talking. He had the boxes all taped and ready. He filled the solo orders, one Carlisle's kit per box. He'd cushioned the product and added the packing slips. He had them lined up and ready to seal shut when his sister came out, 2 mugs of coffee in her hands. She held one out to him. At least she was more dressed than her boyfriend had been. Charlie took the coffee and lied. "This is great." He could only taste the heat and the bitterness. He tried changing the subject. "Tell Simon I'm sorry I woke him." Carlisle just shrugged and changed the subject. "You're getting an early start." He didn't like the new subject, so Charlie ignored her. "I can't tell when Simon's staying over or not. There's not an extra car here." He made a motion with his hand to the driveway that only held her car and his bike. Again, Carlisle shrugged. Simon lived next door. She and her boyfriend didn't drive to each other's places. Charlie wasn't going to know if Simon was here until her boyfriend, neighbor, opened the door like that again. But Carlisle didn't seem bothered. Instead, she held her coffee cup oddly and looked at him as if he were missing something. "What?" he asked. "Nothing, I guess." She sounded irritated as she put the coffee down and moved to pack kits into the boxes he'd built for 2 pieces. Again, as she put the kits in, she moved her hands oddly, and he knew he was missing something. But wasn't he always missing something?
12. Jane opened the door of her SUV. Climbing out, she checked that the back of her car wasn't hanging out into the street. She was third back in line. Carlisle's car was not in the garage, as the business was there. It was in the first spot. Charlie's bike was in the second spot, and Jane shouldn't be surprised to see he'd beaten her here. But she was late, and she hated that. She also hated that she had 4 kids in tow when she wasn't supposed to. Opening the back door of the large car, she saw Carlisle waving from inside the garage. But Jane stuck her head in the back door to focus on unbuckling car seats. Setting Stella down on the driveway, she told her daughter to wait for her brothers. The car seats made it more difficult to move the seat forward to let the boys out of the back row, and yet Jane had figured it out. She always had to. "Grab the bag of toys," she told Tyler. "How long will we be here?" he asked. "You know what? Maybe text your dad and ask him." She turned her head before muttering, "Apparently I'm not in charge here." Jane moved around to the other side of the car and pulled out Claire, the baby. That was the problem. Stella was actually old enough to be trusted, at least within a reasonable space and most of the time. Claire was just now walking, so she wanted to get into everything. She couldn't be trusted for anything other than that she wanted it and would try to grab it. So with Claire still in her arms, Jane went to the trunk and pulled out the baby saucer she'd had to bring along. She tried to do all of it without her boiling anger showing. The kids didn't deserve that. Also, Carlisle didn't deserve her showing up angry. Charlie was already here. Only now did she connect that she'd heard his bike leaving early this morning. She headed into the open garage door. By now, Charlie and Carlisle had looked over and seen that she had a toddler on her hip and 3 other kids coming along behind her like baby ducks. Tyler even had the game bag in his hands. "I'm so sorry," she apologized. "Did Joe not show up?" Carlisle asked. "Not show up is an understatement. He was supposed to be here at 4 yesterday," she said. But Jane didn't mention that he texted at 6 and said he wouldn't make it and that he'd be there this morning. But she was supposed to have the weekend to herself, starting Friday at 4. Jane had plans. They had orders to fill. She could see in her friend's eyes that Carlisle understood this wasn't the first time. She wondered if Charlie had caught on last weekend when Joe had been late again. "You know you don't have to come pack boxes," Carlisle said, but Jane cut her off. "I'm supposed to be able to be here. I left him a note on the front door." She could have texted, she knew, but at this point she was mad enough to let him drive as far out of his way as he deserved. "I don't know what's going on," she said in reply to Carlisle's unasked question. She knew her friend wanted to know. So did she. The truth was that Jane had no idea if her ex-husband was such a shitty parent that he was afraid of being alone with his kids for the weekend, or just wanted to stick it to her. She hated to admit that it was a possibility. He was afraid, and just as much a possibility, that he would be a complete dick to his own kids just to be mean to her. When they were still together, he'd always seemed to think of her as the primary parent. While she'd worked to have him do as much as he could, they'd sometimes wound up fighting about it. But now, maybe he just didn't know how to be a father. The other option was worse: he didn't care. Or even that he actively didn't want to spend the weekends with his kids. But he'd fought for this custody arrangement. He'd fought for more time, and this had been the answer the judge had offered. Jane had been okay with it, but she wasn't okay with getting shafted weekend after weekend, and not knowing when she could or couldn't schedule anything. She wanted to drag his ass back to court, but that was time and money and a fight that her kids would be stuck in the middle of. Right now, she just wondered how she'd ever loved this man enough to have 4 children with him. How had she married him in the first place? How had she been so blind? Sure enough, Claire started screaming. Jane reached into the baby bag and pulled out a bottle. Claire shouldn't still be having a bottle, but she wasn't supposed to be here either. The older kids graciously played with the toys they had packed, and for that Jane was supremely grateful. None of them were supposed to have to put up with this bullshit. She turned to Carlisle to apologize again, when she caught sight of the rock on her friend's hand. What? She didn't ask. It was obvious. Simon had proposed and Carlisle had said yes. Grabbing her best friend by the fingers, she took another look before throwing her arms around her friend and squealing. That's amazing. It was. She was happy for Carlisle but still felt afraid. What if this was the rosy beginning, and Carlisle would end up like her? She and Joe had gotten married right out of college, but they'd waited until Jane was in her 30s before starting their family. Somewhere along the way, it had disintegrated. Or it never had been in the first place. Jane tried to keep her smile bright for her friend. But she truly was happy for her. Because Carlisle was happy. Her friend grinned. Charlie didn't even notice. Jane turned to look at him, only to find her friend's twin brother looking stunned. I saw that you were moving your hands oddly, but... Jane wanted to brush it off as typical man, but there was something about Charlie's reaction that made her think it was something more. It wasn't her place to bring it up, so she chatted animatedly with Carlisle about any plans or thoughts for a wedding while she tried to keep one eye on the kids. It was almost an hour later when she heard the engine coming up the drive and felt her entire body tense. Jane recognized even just the sound of Joe's new car by now. She wasn't surprised by the slam of the door. Really, Jane? In his fist, he held the paper note she'd taped to the front door with Carlisle's address on it. You couldn't have just waited? Jane wanted to lose it, but she wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of watching her blow up. Besides, she'd already lost it last night after she'd done the job of putting the kids to bed when they were already supposed to be with their father. She'd almost lost it again this morning, after she'd done the job of getting them breakfast. So now she gritted her teeth and stepped forward, her breath and her rage controlled. She pointed to the note. None of this would have happened if you had showed up when you were supposed to. I had the decency to text you and let you know. Without thinking, she slashed her hand through the air, letting him know it was time for him to damn well shut up. No. A text does not cover your responsibility, the responsibility that you fought me in court to have. He looked at her through narrowed eyes, and she waited until he started to open his mouth again before she spoke loudly. You will show up on time to pick up your kids, or I will hire a babysitter, and you will pay that babysitter from the moment she shows up. If she is there after 11 p.m. at night, you will pay her overtime. Gosh, Jane, when did you become such a bitch? His voice was a snarl, and she wanted to lash back. But she wasn't going to give him that. Do you understand? She asked Joe in her firmest voice. She hadn't quite registered when it happened, but now she was aware that the sound of pulling tape and peeling labels and the printer running had all stopped behind her. She didn't have to turn, she felt the heat as Carlisle and Charlie stepped up behind her, one on either side. She could only imagine Charlie crossing his arms and giving Joe a glare, and even that wouldn't be as bad as what Carlisle was doing. Her best friend knew all the details. Joe would get no quarter here. What's this? Joe waved his hand. You have a posse now? No, Joe, she replied. What I have is a custody agreement that you have repeatedly failed to uphold. Oh, fine, if that's how you want it, I'll contact my lawyer, Joe said. She leaned in close and whispered, hoping that all her boiling rage could pour out of her mouth and burn his skin. Please do. I've documented everything. And in all this time since the custody agreement was finalized, you've only shown up actually on time once, she emphasized the last word. So please you get the lawyers involved. You don't have a damn leg to stand on. He turned clearly mad, and she was grateful that he didn't call her a whore or worse, or any of the other things he'd said as they'd been splitting up. It was rich that the man who cheated on her more times than she could count called her a liar and a slut. And she still hadn't dated or even slept with anyone else. Maybe she should. Joe reached down to grab the toys. Taking them out of the kids' hands, he shoved them into the bag, even as the kids protested. Behind her, she felt Charlie step forward, but Jane put her hand out. Feeling only his jeans and firm skin beneath it, she tried to stop him. It was better not to upset Joe anymore. Even though he was taking it out on the kids, maybe he would stop. She hated it, but she'd protected them as much as she could. And their father, apparently, was a truly shitty human being. Sadly, that was as much her fault for picking him as anyone else's, but she was going to have to stop making excuses for him. Let them see what he really was. They were smart kids. Joe got the children into his car, and to his only credit, he did seem to take enough care to buckle them in properly. She hated that her children were riding away with their father still angry, but his anger was all due to her refusal to cave to all his childlike demands. She stood firm watching him leave, Charlie and Carlisle still standing firm right behind her. As Joe turned the car around, pulling off the drive and onto Carlisle's grass, Jane wanted to flinch. Even in the rearview mirror, as he sped down the street, she could see him. Only when she was out of sight did she let her shoulders slump and her eyes fall closed. Biting her lip, she prayed the kids would be okay. He was so late, at least he wouldn't have them that long. She felt all the steel evaporate from her spine. And it must have been more than she thought, because she felt Charlie's arm come around her waist, and his voice was in her ear saying, "I've got you."
13. Charlie sat at the table in the tiny studio apartment. Though it was midday on Sunday, he still had the curtains closed tight. He was there in his sweatpants and t-shirt, though he'd have to change soon. He'd showered because he knew it was the right thing to do, not because he felt like he should, or because he felt better after. He'd once again brushed his mother off. She desperately wanted him to go to church with her and his father. He couldn't. She'd badgered him into going once since he'd gotten home, and that had been enough. Everybody had been so nice, so complimentary. Was he headed back out on another job soon? They'd seen his whatever piece and loved it. How was he doing? That last one meant they'd heard some rumors somewhere, but they weren't willing to admit that. It didn't mean they didn't genuinely care, but they also wanted the whole scoop. Small towns operated a lot like large families, and everyone thought they had a right to be in everyone else's business. Charlie didn't fully agree. His mother wanted to show him off. Lord knew, for all her good traits, Westerly Weaver did not like to air the family business. He appreciated that, but it meant everyone in town thought Charlie Weaver had simply decided to come back to Breathless, Georgia, and stay with his family for a while. For no reason. They wanted to shake his hand, talk about that thing they'd seen, ask him about their own photography, or tell him where they'd seen something like it. He couldn't handle it. So many of the smiling faces were so kind. But some had never left Breathless, Georgia, and those who had often been to places as foreign as Texas or maybe even California. Not the Horn of Africa. Not hanging out a helicopter, getting pictures of blue whales in the Pacific. And certainly not in an army installation that wasn't even a base, that wasn't quite supposed to be there in the Middle East. A small rural area that didn't even qualify as a town. Where Rima and her family lived. Where many of the people surprised him by speaking English. Lord knew he didn't speak Arabic. Only a few of the soldiers did. So he didn't go to church. There was nowhere to run. He stayed home. He would have gone to his sister's garage and filled orders, but they'd filled everything yesterday. Anything that came in last night or this morning, they would do Monday or Tuesday. Mostly, it was because his sister didn't need him showing up and opening her garage door at all hours. And there wasn't anywhere else to go. He didn't care if Jane and Carlisle paid him, though they insisted. He just needed something to do, and sometimes he needed something to do at 3 a.m., when he'd woken with his legs tangled in the covers. Running away instead of toward. His therapist assured him that it wasn't cowardly to save himself. That he'd been following the orders of the soldiers who'd come running and pulled him out. That it had been the right thing to do. That staying would have saved nothing but still, Charlie hated himself for it, so he didn't go to church. And he didn't go anywhere but to his sister's, or to pick up the occasional meal, which was more than enough interaction for him. He went to his little job for his sister, or he sat at the round table with his laptop open. An empty bowl of cereal was shoved to the side, the spoon still resting inside. At least he was eating something. That was a success, he'd been told. Sleeping was not. He'd been awake for hours at a clip last night, and played number games until his eyes crossed. The number games didn't make him happy, and they didn't bring back good memories. Maybe they helped push the flashes of vision that haunted him into the back of his brain, but they didn't replace it with anything good. Maybe this was as good as it could get now. His therapist said it took trauma a while to work its way out of the body. And that sometimes, in fact most of the time, it never fully did. Wow. Every time he thought about it, it made Charlie question why he'd seen the therapist at all. You might never get over it. Awesome. Why was he paying her? Charlie had taken the trick with the numbers games and breathing techniques, and quit going. He'd taken the idea, if not the absolution, that maybe he wasn't a complete coward and failure for running away. And he'd headed home to Breathless, to see if maybe he could breathe again. He must be breathing, he was still here. But he was still tangled. His therapist told him he needed to grieve. But what did he have to grieve? What had he lost? Comparably, nothing. What he needed was a project. He needed something to do that didn't involve him opening his sister's garage door at all hours of the night or day. He had enough savings to travel, but there was nowhere that he wanted to go. And if he did, Carlisle and his mom and Christian and his dad would all just worry about him and check in incessantly. At least at this point, they had a way to keep tabs on him that didn't mean he had to text them 4 times a day. He wondered if they'd made an agreement with Jane Copeland to let them know how he was doing. Probably. Jane hadn't said anything, but surely they had. They'd stopped doing the "just wanted to see how you were" texts and calls at least. But if he was going to stay here in this studio apartment, in Breathless, Georgia, he needed a project. There wasn't anything that he wanted for himself. His bike wasn't falling apart. It didn't need any help. In fact, it might just be a little too fast. Jane had asked, as politely as possible, if there was any way to put a muffler on the damn thing. He'd almost laughed. I could install an aftermarket muffler on it, but the noise is there for safety. She'd frowned at him, those cute dark caramel brows pulling together. Clearly, she wasn't a biker, and didn't have one in her own family. Despite the splashes of color that he'd found inside her house, she still had a tinge of suburban soccer mom mixed in with the champion athlete. He'd explained. People don't see bikers on the road. No matter how good of a citizen I am, not weaving in and out of cars, not pulling into spaces where I don't actually have the right of way, people still can't see me. She'd gotten it then, nodding along. The loud engine. So hopefully they'll hear you. Exactly. But you know what? I'll get my dad's truck. He'd called his dad yesterday about it. Something to do. So he'd done it. His dad would drive it over after church, and Charlie would then drive his dad home. His dad would deliver the message that his mom wanted him for Sunday dinner. And Charlie would again say he wasn't quite ready. Sunday dinner with the Mayfair Weaver family was an affair. Charlie couldn't. Not yet. He was just glad that his father would nod and let it be. If it was Mom, she would push. Still, he geared himself up for the talk. Even if it was the same one they'd had each week so far. But this afternoon, he'd have a truck. Well, Jane would have an ugly old truck in her driveway. He wasn't sure that would go over with the neighbors any better than the sounds of the bike. But he needed a project, and trucks were good for projects. He'd liked building the riser for the garage table with Carlyle. It was passable. Occupied his thoughts and his hands. And it didn't suck. That was about as good as it got for him these days. He knew he needed a project that would put something good into the world, maybe make up for the good he felt he'd taken out of it. Something bigger than just the table riser. He also needed someone to hold him accountable to the project. Not Carlyle. She'd cave if she saw him struggle. He needed something that would get pushed to get finished, even if that push wasn't from him. Charlie had an idea. He knew who would be good for that accountability. Charlie logged in online. With no idea whether or not he could get permission to do it, he looked anyway. He searched what he would need, and then he looked for how-to videos and pro tips. He needed to build something bigger than he'd built before. Even with his dad.
14. Jane knew she was staring at Charlie like he was crazy. She'd frowned when she heard a knock on the side door, which was unusual. Most people didn't knock at the side door. Carlyle might knock, but then she immediately opened it, announcing her presence as she let herself in. Joe used to come right in, but Jane had changed the locks. The knock with no immediate follow-up had startled her. She'd opened the door to find Charlie standing there, long-sleeve Henley shirt, blue jeans, boots, one hand in his pocket and an odd look on his face. She'd done what any good Southern woman would do, and invited him in. So now he stood in her kitchen, after hemming and hawing a little bit, and saying it was an odd request before he'd finally blurted it out. "Let me get this straight," she said. "You want to build my children a treehouse?" "When you say it like that, it sounds a little weird," he said. "Consider it therapy. I want to build something. I need to build something that will be useful and enjoyed, and I need a decent-sized project." "Why don't you just build something for yourself?" she asked. "You're welcome to use the backyard or the driveway space. I don't have any issues with that. We could make a little space in the garage if we move the boxes around, if you need a table saw or something." "Good thoughts," he said. "But I can't build anything for myself." She felt it even as she did it, her eyebrows going up again, looking at him like that was a bizarre answer. He seemed to realize it was odd. "It's my accountability to myself," he said. "It absolutely sucks. I'll just quit or never start." "Oh," she said. "Fair." That was something she could understand. Weren't all her own projects put on hold for her children for the business for Carlyle? Doing things for herself always wound up on a back burner. "I was trying to think of something I could do," he told her. Both hands now in his pockets, he looked a little sheepish. "I built the lift for the work table in Carlyle's garage." Jane nodded. She remembered, and she used it all the time. "A beautiful bit of woodwork it is, too." He laughed. "It's serviceable at best, but that's all it's supposed to be. My dad and I built some stuff together when I was a kid. I told people that I built my own treehouse, but I'm well aware that my father did most of the effort and I helped." His fingers came up in air quotes for the last word, and Jane laughed. She knew how that went, and how important it was for the kids to think they had done as much of it as possible themselves. "But there's so many things you could do," she said. "You could go help a little old lady." "I could," he said. "That's actually a pretty good idea, and I think it will be a backup. But I won't be stared down by said little old lady each day. I need someone who's going to hold me accountable, and if I tell your kids I'm building them a treehouse." Jane suddenly understood. Children were the best taskmasters. If they wanted something and you hadn't done it, they would be sure you were reminded every single time you were in contact. "I think it's a wonderful idea," she told him. Still, she knew the tone in her voice conveyed that she was about to say no. She tried to explain the best she could. "But Carlyle and I are starting this business, and I just don't have the kind of money that I'm afraid it would take to do it well." Things always cost more than she'd originally planned for. She wasn't sure about the cost, or all the other things that would come around with a project like that. Because eventually, her kids would be climbing on it. So she blurted out, to do it safely. "Oh, I'm not asking you to pay for it," Charlie said. "I'll cover the expense. I mean, you'll have to provide the yard and the tree." She had a yard. And now that she thought about it, there were several trees that would likely work. Good sturdy branches, not too high. The kids already climbed in them. But it all sounded too good to be true. Her second thought made that assessment correct. "I can't charge you rent while you're building my children a treehouse." She added sadly, "And I need the rent. I cut my nursing hours down to part-time so that I could work more with Carlisle, and the rent from the apartment makes that possible." "The business is picking up," he said. "Oh, absolutely," Jane replied, just the thought of it making her smile. The business was good, but she told him anyway, though she figured he probably already knew it. Maybe he hadn't put all the pieces together. "We keep cycling the money back into the business. If I'm advertising with it, I'm not buying groceries with that money." "Fair point," he added. "Look, you can still charge me rent because I'll be honest, I'm not quite building the treehouse for you or for your kids. I'm doing it for me. I need something to do. I need someone to be accountable for." He paused, "And I need the project to be bigger than just making dinner." Something about how he glanced away told Jane that he hadn't even done that. That was more like what she'd heard from Carlisle about her twin. Jane thought again about what he said about accountability to himself. That wasn't going so well these days, apparently, and she could absolutely sympathize. "Let me get this straight," she said. "What you're telling me is that you are going to build my kids a treehouse in our backyard, and you're going to pay for the supplies and do the work, and I can still charge you rent?" She knew her tone sounded incredulous. Instead of saying yes, he said, "Please. I need a project. I need a project that's not for one of my family members," he added quickly. "I love them, but they're my family." Jane understood. Family loved you, and they were where you ran home, or when you got sent home from an overseas assignment because the army had discharged you, even if you weren't in the army. At least that's what Jane understood about Charlie. She wasn't prying. But family weren't the people that you wanted to be accountable to. Her own family was the same. Her mother had suggested she work things out with Joe, and Jane had nearly lost her shit. Her mother came from a different time and a different belief set. At least that's what she told herself, because her mother seemed to think that she should stay with a man who was actively cheating on her. That the marriage contract she had entered fresh out of college was more important than her and her children's sanity and safety. Jane tried to think hard about all the various ways a treehouse could go wrong. If he didn't finish, she would have to, because her children would be expecting a treehouse. Her kids, especially the two older ones, and honestly maybe Stella, would climb on an unfinished treehouse. It would not be zero, it would be negative. She would have to keep the kids out of it while it was getting built. She was frowning. She knew she tended to do that. She could censor her mouth, but she'd never been very good at censoring her face. She hated to say it, but you have to finish it. That's the whole point. "I guess," she said, though it felt like too fast of an answer, too easy, and she was sure she had missed something. But it turned out it didn't matter, because even as she finished saying the word, her two boys burst in from around the corner. "We're getting a treehouse," they exclaimed. Well, they were now. It looked like Charlie had gotten his accountability, she thought, as the two boys threw their arms around her, thanking her for saying yes. Then, to her surprise, they immediately moved to Charlie and threw their arms around him. He looked up at her as if to say, "Now what do I do?" The things that flashed through her brain were fast. Should she trust this man with her children? She'd already given the go-ahead for him to build the treehouse. If she was going to take it back, she needed to do it damn fast. But he was Carlisle's brother. And Jane was an ER nurse, used to sizing people up quickly and accurately. She wasn't always right, but she usually was. She motioned with one hand in front of her, clearly saying, "Go ahead." Though the boys were getting there, they weren't quite full size yet. Jane hoped she had a couple more years before Tyler got taller than her. She watched as Charlie Weaver cautiously leaned down and put an arm around each of the boys. Something in him melted as the kids hugged him and thanked him. Jane could see it. It changed his shoulders and his back. She wasn't sure what it was, but Charlie's world had just gotten a little bit better. She was frowning again, trying to figure out the enigmatic man in front of her, calculating all the ways that she might need to protect her children, when Tyler burst out, "Can we help?"
15. Charlie let himself into the dark studio. It was blessedly quiet, a helpful alternative to the chaos in his head. As the dark closed around him, he felt the ringing in his ears subside, and he wondered how Jane did it all day. He didn't take off his shoes or take his wallet out of his pocket. He didn't even plan it. He just closed the door and walked straight back toward the bed, moving until his legs hit the edge, at which point he managed to rotate at just the last minute. Landing on his back, he lay there with his arms out, boots hanging off the end, staring at what should be the ceiling if he could see anything. He'd planned to spend the day buying wood for the treehouse and picking up his father's table saw. He had the truck. He had the bike, but the bike sat to the side, and he couldn't carry table saws in that, or haul wood, or apparently a couple of rambunctious boys. Jane had been very clear that the boys would only be able to help a little, and only if Charlie said so. They'd been so excited that the excitement had rubbed off. At first the sensation was odd, but he recognized it as something he hadn't felt in a long, long time. Immediately, the flare of excitement had turned to the burn of pain, because he'd been excited to give Rima the camera. He'd been pleased at the look on her face when he'd handed it to her. He'd showed her how to use it, or he'd started to, because that was as far as they got before everything exploded. So he tried to tamp down both feelings. He shoved down hard on the memories that brought the flare of anger, and the feeling that the world was a terrible place, and he didn't want to be in it. He tried to temper his excitement and the boys. He'd learned a harsh lesson, that his excitement had consequences. Even though he knew it wasn't his fault, knowing it and feeling it were not the same. The connection was there. It was. The one time he'd told the therapist, she'd told him he wasn't wrong, and he at least appreciated that she hadn't lied. But heading to his father's to pick up the table saw had brought a new problem. His father had asked him, "What are you building?" Charlie had too quickly replied, "A treehouse." He'd seen several models and how-tos online. There were whole channels devoted to building treehouses. He thought he had everything he needed, but his father, of course, had immediately thrown a wrench into the project. "Have you talked to Jane? Have you asked the kids what they want?" He had talked to Jane, but he hadn't asked the kids what they wanted. It wouldn't be very good of him to build them a treehouse they didn't even like and wouldn't use. So he'd brought the table saw back, then broke a sweat moving the heavy boxes of bulk-packed Carlisle's kits. They were supposed to spend tomorrow morning sending more of them out, and they were filling more orders every week. Each day took a little longer than the day before, which was a good thing. He knew it meant the business was growing, and it meant they might need to hire someone else soon. For that, Charlie was grateful. He wanted Carlisle and Jane's business to succeed. He remembered every day that he'd almost lost his sister. He reminded himself every day that Carlisle had almost died, and he hadn't. He'd seen some really shitty things and gotten attached to people he shouldn't have gotten attached to, but he hadn't gone into the river. He hadn't had to figure out how to save his own life. Her trauma was worse than his, so he kept his mouth shut. Besides, she was dealing with hers better. But he hadn't figured out what treehouse to build. He brought his laptop over and asked Jane if it was okay to show the kids the options. He at least understood about asking parents first what was okay to show their kids, even when it was a treehouse she'd already agreed to let him build. He'd learned any parent could say anything weird at any time, and it was accepted. The kids don't drink orange juice or even know what a chocolate chip is. Okay. They don't watch any screens at all. As the not parent, it was basically your job to agree. When Jaxes were little, Charlie had mistakenly fed them candy. At which point he'd gotten a stern lecture from his cousin about always checking with the parents first. He was glad he knew that before he dealt with Jane and her rambunctious four. But she had no issues with it, and before he could decide, she'd called Tyler and Dylan down to sit at the table. Charlie quickly pulled up the screen, showing them the different options he'd found for a treehouse. But pretty quickly, Stella and Claire were there too, and he really wondered how the toddler was going to participate in this. Jane would figure it out. She really seemed to have it all together. Single-parenting 4 kids was more than anything he would have wanted to take on. But the kids were well-behaved, even if they were still kids. The boys had crowded on either side, then the girls around them, until Claire had actually come up under the table and tried to climb into his lap. Jane had laughed at him, managing to sit with them for a while before she had other things to do, and he was left with the 4 kids and a series of treehouse videos. Eventually, Claire wandered away, and then Stella commented about the treehouse she liked, and when the conversation kept going, she too wandered off. The boys had pointed and made plans, however, and he had not paid attention until Dylan's pointed finger touched the screen and flipped it over to where he had other videos pulled up. Charlie quickly clicked the screen away. It wasn't bad, he thought, but nobody needed to see that. Again, with Jane's permission, he'd taken the boys to the store with him and found that corralling them was half the battle. At one point in his distant past, he'd considered becoming a parent. He knew his sister was still iffy on that herself, and she was by far the better bet. After the run to the store, he figured maybe he wasn't cut out for it at all. He managed to return the children alive, impressed that Jane seemed to trust him. That had bloomed into something else inside him, which he again reminded himself to tamp down. He kept telling himself no attachments, but found that he wasn't able to hold to it. Even now, maybe he should move, just uncouple himself and walk away. But he couldn't. He'd promised a handful of kids that he was building them a treehouse, and he knew he needed to follow through. They wouldn't let him do anything else. If he moved, well, who would he be accountable to? He'd have to start over. And if he moved, well, he also knew that wasn't going to happen, because the act of moving was massive, and that was accountability to himself. So he laid on the bed, his stomach full. He was grateful that Jane had fed him in exchange for taking the boys out during the day. It had been weird at the dinner table again, as if he were part of the family, but he wasn't. The conversation flowed easily, with the boys recounting somewhat exaggerated versions of the store trip, and Stella adding something about Missy, who he thought he remembered was the babysitter. But when the meal was over, he went out the door and up the stairs and collapsed here, all his emotional energy used for the day. He wasn't sure how long he stared at the ceiling. It was a blessing that he'd gone the whole day without thinking about it. If there was one thing kids were good at, it was being distracting. He told himself again that the treehouse had been a good idea, despite all the various ways it seemed like it could go wrong. But he only lasted so long with only himself. It was hard when it was just him to keep the thoughts at bay, and he drifted into an uneasy sleep, where once again he saw Rima's green eyes and her delight. He felt the weight of the camera as it passed from his hands to hers. Watched as she unzipped the case that he'd bought for her. He heard his own words, telling her that she was talented and that she was going to take amazing images with it. He remembered how delighted he was and how he was smiling when the noise had split the air in half, and he saw the blood.
Hi. Thank you so much for listening to Dreamer. Please help us out by subscribing to this channel. We appreciate you listening to this audiobook.
16. Jane put the last label on the row of boxes in front of her, all single orders, and she tried not to calculate the math of it. Though they figured out all the costs before, and it did come out in the positive, it never seemed like enough. For her time and labor, she was making a couple of dollars per box. She reminded herself it added up. This was what a startup was, a couple of dollars here and a couple there, and the exponential growth would eventually launch them into the stratosphere. She told herself that one day they would look back and laugh and say, "Do you remember when we used to do all the labels and boxes and packing ourselves in your garage?" For a moment, she let herself imagine a factory doing it for her. She saw workers in gloves and hairnets, as if they were processing chicken instead of a car accessory. She must have paused because Carlyle pointed into the bin. Putting the boxes she'd just finished carefully inside, she repeated the mantra that the little dollars added up. But they'd spent a lot of their little dollars already on things to make it better, like the cart with wheels so they could put all the boxes in it and take them to the post office much more easily. They had initially begun almost by dumping them into whatever car was making the trip. But Charlie had pointed out that the orders were getting too big, and they needed to stack them in carefully to make them all fit. When even that hadn't worked, they'd pulled some of the large cardboard boxes the kits had come in and refilled those, with the properly packed orders labeled and given a shipping invoice in each one. She remembered at one point, Carlisle suggested putting a handwritten note in with each order. As Jane looked at the boxes piling up around her, she was grateful that they hadn't. They discussed the delivery coming tomorrow. It was more boxes of raw kits, and it would come on pallets with a truck and a forklift. If they sent the delivery to Jane's, then they would need to take the boxes that were currently stored at Jane's and move them to Carlisle's. Or they could just reroute the delivery to Carlisle's directly, and let the ones in Jane's garage stay there, which seemed easier. But then we're not rotating our stock. Carlisle wasn't sold yet. The stock's all the same. It's only a month or two old right now. So yes, I think we should rotate it eventually. Do we need to do it now? And if we do, what's easier? Carlisle asked. But while Carlisle talked about orders and shipments, Jane could tell her friend was uneasy about the thing that had been bothering her all day. They'd both been concerned as Charlie had not shown up for his shift this morning. He often headed out for coffee, brought his bike. It wasn't like he followed Jane here, and she'd known something was off when she left her house. That had all seemed perfectly normal. Because sometimes he overslept a little bit. Jane had left with his bike still there in the driveway next to her car. But usually he'd shown up within minutes after she did, apparently able to roll out of bed right onto the bike and get going. But today he hadn't shown up at all. And he'd not been answering messages from his sister, or eventually from Jane when Carlisle had pressed. Jane knew that Carlisle's machinations were just her distracting herself from her own worry. She continued listening. Do we move the table and the printer and everything to your garage, use all those boxes, and then move it back here? Or do we move all the boxes? Jane thought, or did they buy a second setup for her garage? Printer, table, tape, and more? Have Charlie make another riser for it. But she didn't say it. She needed to keep her $3. These are all ready to ship. We're at the end of the round. Let's call off early today, Carlisle said. It wasn't spoken out loud, but Jane understood her friend was more worried about her brother than she was willing to say. I'll take these to the post office. You've got your shift at the hospital this evening anyway. Jane nodded. Missy was going to pick up the girls from daycare and get the boys off the bus and be there until 11:30 or 12, or whenever Jane finally managed to get her shift to end. Carlisle knew she was going to go home and eat lunch anyway, but when her friend turned looking at her with soulful eyes, Jane understood. I'll check on him. Maybe he's out. Maybe he forgot, Carlisle said. Or his phone is dead, or... Anything's possible. But as the words left her mouth, Jane understood that they meant anything. Was Carlisle worried that her brother might be a suicide risk? Jane didn't really believe it. Charlie wasn't answering his phone though, and that was unusual. Jane could see where the idea had crept in around the edges of her friend's thoughts. Jane had now spent enough time with Charlie that she didn't think that was the case. Hell, if he was accountable for the treehouse. But she didn't finish the thought. I'll text you and let you know what I find. She tried to be reassuring. I've got this, Carlisle told her. It was Jane's day to run by the post office, and Carlisle's volunteering told her exactly how worried her friend really was. Keeping her hands firmly at 10 and 2 on the wheel on the way home, Jane found herself nibbling a little on her lower lip as she told herself it was nothing. When she was taping boxes and packing them, she'd managed to distract herself enough to maybe believe it. But as she pulled up in front of the double garage doors and looked up to the windows at the little apartment above, she felt trepidation settling in. She wasn't sure what she would find. If Charlie had simply forgotten the shift, it would have had to have happened in the last 12 to 24 hours. They'd commented at some point during the treehouse conversation about how they'd be in together this morning. How Mondays were usually bigger days because the orders came in over the weekend, and it usually took them Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to catch up. But his bike was in the driveway, and it looked to her like it was in the same place as when she'd pulled out this morning. Same for the truck. Jane didn't like it. Turning off the engine, Jane leaned forward and peered up through the windshield. Her hands clasped the steering wheel far too tightly as she waited a moment. She really didn't want to do this. She didn't want to find Carlisle's greatest fear, God forbid. She also didn't want to intrude on a man who clearly needed some space for his mental health. She couldn't help it, she liked Charlie. With what Carlisle had told her, and the whispers around town, she'd expected an affable but aloof man. Someone charming, talented, and impetuous. Charlie was known for getting amazing offers and disappearing within 24 hours, with very little warning. As she climbed the staircase holding the wrought iron railing, she told herself maybe he got a job. Maybe this time he decided to accept it. He wouldn't have left, but she would find all his things had been packed. And while she liked that interpretation, she frowned. She would have to find another renter. And she liked this one. She knocked on the door, thinking about the vehicles again. If he was gone, someone else had come to get him, or he'd stolen one of the boys' scooters. But that was a ridiculous thought. No reply came to her first knock nor the second. When none came for the third, she frowned and reached for the doorknob. She found it turned easily. As she swung the door open, she peered around the dark room but carefully stayed on her side of the threshold, renters' laws and all of that. The place was empty. In the dark he'd created with the blackout curtains, nothing moved. She was sighing, pulling the door closed as something caught her attention. She looked again, and felt her heart catching in her throat as she saw the shadow in the corner. 17. Jane didn't think, she just reacted. Whether it was a nursing instinct or human instinct, she couldn't quite tell. She was on her knees on the floor in front of him, before she made a plan. Charlie sat almost wedged into the corner, back against one wall, broad shoulder leaning against another. His feet were pulled up as if he could tuck himself away from anything in the world that could touch him. One hand was laced in his hair, and she wasn't sure that he saw her, even now when she was directly in front of him. The dark was all-encompassing, and she thought not good for him. She was reaching her hands out. She wasn't sure why, to wave one hand in front of his face and get his attention. To touch his arm? He looked like he might startle and jump, maybe even lash out if she did that. She'd seen things like this before. She suspected PTSD, but not all PTSD involved yelling and ducking for cover when the fireworks went off. Neither waving her hand at him, nor just touching him were good options, though. She talked herself through what might be going on. Fighting her own instincts to reach out, Jane put her hands flat on her knees and leaned slightly forward. Making herself a little bit smaller, she moved in a little bit closer and whispered, "Charlie." He wasn't visibly responding to anything else, so she was grateful he at least shook his head. His hand stayed in his hair, cupping his own scalp as if he needed to hold the thoughts inside. But he didn't do anything else. "Charlie," she whispered again. And again he shook his head, no other movement, but he was responding. Even if it was a response she didn't like, it was appropriate. Taking a chance, Jane slowly reached out one hand, moving until she barely touched his solid forearm. She didn't grab him, she knew better. She gave a little tug, softly pulling his hand out of his hair. He didn't resist. She was grateful and hoped it was a good sign. With even, steady movements, she moved his hand toward hers and added her second hand until she was holding his fingers in both of hers softly. Steady, she held on for a few moments with no other movement. His fingers twitched once, twice, the only movement he seemed to have, until they curled into hers. He held on with a grip that was much fiercer than she had expected. What was going on in him? Jane couldn't tell, only that it wasn't good. She had no doubt that it was some real memory, probably not made up. By all accounts, Charlie took fanciful pictures, but wasn't prone to any flights of imagination himself. "Can you tell me?" she asked, using the same whispered voice. Though he changed position ever so slightly as she moved him, he still only shook his head. She tried it, though she suspected it wouldn't work. It was somewhere between reality and a platitude. She sighed softly and offered, "A burden shared is a burden halved. You shouldn't have to share it." "It's okay," she was saying, even as he added, "Half is still too much." She hated this, hated the walls around him. Even though she'd known they were always there, she'd been moving and interacting with him in other places where the walls simply weren't as visible. She'd been able to believe that what Carlyle had told her was simply an overreaction. This was not. Shit, she thought. She needed to text Carlyle, but taking out her phone right now in front of Charlie and messaging people that he was okay would be insulting and intrusive, not to mention just rude, and counteracting his adulthood. She didn't do it. Charlie was okay and Carlyle would have to wait. She said, "I wasn't there but I can listen." "You can't understand." "I can. And I've seen things that you'll never see too." She thought of the hard nights in the ER. The young mother, who hadn't made it to labor and delivery. Right there in the patient bay in Jane's hands, she had delivered a healthy screaming boy. The joy had been palpable and Jane had loved it. For the woman, her husband, and all the staff who didn't often get to be part of a miracle of birth. 5 minutes later, the new mother had bled out while her husband screamed. Holding his wife's hand, he demanded through his tears that they do something while they did everything known to modern medicine. Though Jane hadn't quite registered it because she was on the team working on the mother, behind her, the neonatal nurses were frantic as the baby's Apgar score suddenly dropped. 10 minutes later, the husband was the only family member remaining. That one had stayed with her. She'd not been able to shake a single memory or a single embedded emotion. It was just as raw now as it had been 5 years ago. Jane had seen things, horrible things, bullet wounds, knife fights, some that had actually broken out in the hospital while she was there. She'd seen abused children that she had to legally hand back to their parents. Things that made her doubt humanity and lose all faith sometimes. But she didn't say any of that. Charlie was in no shape to accept half her burden. She tried another way. "I know we've not seen the same things, but I can understand if you tell me." Again he shook his head. "You have to tell someone," she told him, hoping she could change his mind. "And I have to think telling your therapist hasn't worked." He didn't answer, so she added, "I'm a nurse practitioner. I can prescribe something if you need, and we have doctor-patient confidentiality." One corner of his mouth quirked up at that. "I'm not in a hospital, so that's not true." A full sentence. He might be telling her she was wrong, but it was progress. She didn't let go of his hand, but rolled around to sitting. Her knees were already sore from staying there, unmoving for so long. There wasn't much space between the bed and him, but she wedged herself in shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, the heat of him letting her know that as much as he might not feel like it, he was still alive. He was still there and still moving forward, whether he wanted to be or not. She moved their still clasped hands over to her knee, knowing that contact with another person could help open people up. It seemed almost too simple and stupid to work, but it did. She'd used it in the past. "If you don't tell me, you'll have to live with this for the rest of your life." He didn't take the bait. "I'm going to live with it for the rest of my life anyway." "No," she corrected because she knew it was right. "You're going to live with the memories for the rest of your life, but if you don't tell someone, then you'll live in this level of grief for the rest of your life." Because she recognized now what it was, even though he hadn't said anything, it was grief. He wasn't broken. He'd just been handed a hard lesson, and maybe she could help if she knew what it was. He was silent for so long that she was surprised when he spoke. She was bright and beautiful and talented. She couldn't help it. Jane felt her heart break open right then. Oh hell. He'd been in love, and he used the past tense. What a horrifying thing to have to go through. Though she didn't think of it often, she reminded herself then that he was Carlyle's twin brother, and Carlyle was almost 10 years younger than her. For someone like him, jet-setting around the world, not staying in one place long enough, this could have been the first time he was truly in love. She fought the urge to squeeze her eyes shut and put her own hands over her face. This wasn't about her. Her reaction didn't count, and any reaction at all might shut him down again. So she tried to just breathe quietly and let the world around them disappear. But she swallowed hard when Charlie said her name. Rima.
18. He woke up warm in bed, the covers pulled up. His first groggy thought, as the world began to push in around him, was that he was in the small studio, and it was still dark, dark enough that he didn't know if it was daytime or evening or how long he'd been asleep. Charlie only knew that he'd been asleep and hadn't had nightmares. He'd woken up without throwing the covers off. He didn't think he'd screamed, yelled, or called out for help in his sleep. But what did he know? He was asleep. He did know that most mornings, when he woke up, he was wrapped in the sheet and comforter, and clawed at them frantically, as if he were the one who had almost drowned. He stayed there for a while, not sure how long it was. The windows were basically sealed to the outside, so the light didn't change or give him any information. At last, as he got a little too warm and pushed the covers off, he realized he was still in his clothing from the day before, or from that morning maybe. He didn't know. Needing an idea, he reached for his phone by the bed. 6. He needed more clarification. PM. Yet he somehow still needed more. He tapped the screen. Monday. He hadn't been out for a full 24 hours. In fact, he'd barely been asleep a portion of the day. Though having slept like the dead this one time, he could now remember what it felt like, and realized he probably needed it. Rolling upright, he put his feet on the ground. His socks were still on, but not the boots he'd been wearing when he first got up and got ready for the Monday morning shift packing orders. He hadn't had any clean shirts in the drawer, and he thought how dumb it was not to have done his laundry. So he'd reached down into his bag, the one he always ferreted away just in case, the go bag he still kept. As if anyone would offer him a spur-of-the-moment world-hopping job. As if he were in any shape to accept. As he pulled out the shirt, his fingers brushed the top of the case. He had different lenses in there, a tiny perfect polyfill nest for the camera, the smallest piece of the whole thing. But the camera wasn't in there. It was tucked away elsewhere, as if by separating all the pieces, he could keep the horrible images from reassembling themselves. Clearly, it hadn't worked. Just touching the case brought the flood of memories back. He'd powered through them, pulled on the shirt and pushed his feet into the boots. He'd made himself coffee, but still, every time he turned, it all assaulted him again, pushing him back further and further until he found himself in the corner. They wound around him, strangling him until he gave in, slid down onto the floor and jammed himself against the walls. As if the sheetrock at his back would be any protection against this, against the truth. Still coming out of sleep, he grabbed for the phone again. This time he spotted there was more on it. A quick message from Carlisle. "Hit me up when you can, glad you're okay." Was he okay? No. Physically, he was still here. No surgeries needed. But never really okay. Another message, this one from Jane. "I set your phone to silent." That was when he realized it was plugged in. Nice of her. There was more. "You're welcome to come over for dinner. Given that the coffee was cold in the pot, I'm guessing you might not have eaten anything all day. You can come over any time. If it's not hot, there will be leftovers. I am the proud owner of a working microwave." He almost smiled. Tempting, he thought, and also disconcerting to face the woman he'd told all of it to. But the other option was to break his lease and move out in the middle of the night, and he couldn't do that to her. She needed the rent. If he moved out, he'd keep paying the rent, maybe just out of guilt. He'd also have to find another place and pay rent there too. This was all his own fault. Damn him. He'd just told her kids that he was going to build them a treehouse because he needed accountability. And damn her for being right. The whole burden shared was a burden halved. Maybe it wasn't halved. It didn't feel like half of it had lifted, but it had lifted enough that he'd slept for the first time since it had happened. Deciding it was better to go face her now than to wait, he told himself that dinner sounded amazing. That part wasn't a lie, even if it was just spaghetti sauce from a jar and meatballs from a bag, all poured into a crockpot. It would be better than what he could do here. He needed to face people, so Charlie forced himself to move forward. He pushed his feet back into the boots and looked around. He didn't have flowers or any kind of hostess gift. Maybe he should rectify that. It'd be nice to have something the next time he visited his mother too. But he remembered, he did have a couple of good bottles of wine. He was constantly gifted various wines, often regional or local, by dignitaries and foreign ministers. Charlie always saved them. It wasn't like he could regift them. That would be too obvious. When he could, he packed them carefully and sent them home to his parents, who absolutely loved them. He also didn't have to worry that they would ever show his re-gifts off on social media, or get word back to the lovely folks who kept gifting him enough wine bottles to develop a serious problem. He'd reclaimed a few bottles from the wine rack at his parents' when he'd moved in here, thinking more that he might need them as a sleep aid than as a hostess gift. But before he could change his mind or let the embarrassment that he knew was coming settle in too deeply, he pulled one out. Then he headed out the door and down the steps. At the side door he knocked and waited. At least this time, when she answered, she didn't look like his presence was such an anomaly. "Charlie," she said, bright and cheerful. "You're awake." Before he could respond, she asked, "How did you sleep?" "So-so," he said, then added, "Better, damn you." He might still be mad about her being right, but it was the best sleep he'd gotten in any time since. He held out the bottle of wine. "Forgive me?"
19. Jane was kind of surprised that she recognized his knock, but she was delighted knowing that he'd come to the door. It meant he'd seen her text and had decided it was a good idea to come over. Hopefully, he was feeling better. She looked him up and down as he held out the bottle of wine and the hope of forgiveness. She grabbed it around the neck. "I don't know what I'm forgiving you for, but I'm going to take the wine anyway." Spinning away before he could say anything else, she marched into the kitchen hoping he would follow. She'd offered him dinner after all. The wine seemed like a sign he was here to accept. She wasn't trying to force a lighter mood than what they'd subjected themselves to earlier. She just felt lighter. He looked rested, and she realized it was the first time she'd seen it on him. She was just grateful she could help, she told herself. Her mind added that this was why she'd gone into nursing. She didn't let herself think that there was anything more personal than that. "Did I miss dinner?" he asked. "You actually did not. When I didn't see you a little earlier, I fed the kids and hoped that maybe you'd make it. You shouldn't have waited for me." But as he said it, he grinned that same wide smile like the first day when he'd walked up. She'd known then that it could be devastating, and right now she felt it like a lightning bolt straight through the middle of her core. She was in trouble, her best friend's brother, Carlisle's twin, almost a decade younger than her. So Jane decided it was a sweet little crush, and she should keep it to herself. The last thing she needed was a man, and a wounded one at that. She opened the lid of the pan on the stove, letting him look inside, and she had to admit she was a little proud when his jaw dropped. Of course, a few servings were already taken out from when she'd fed the kids earlier. Also, she was glad she'd waited, but hoped the hunger in her stomach wasn't audible. She'd have caved and eaten by herself with no wine if he hadn't shown up in the next few minutes. "What is that?" "It smells fantastic." He quickly added the second part, seeming to realize that asking "what is that" could come across as harsh. "It's lemon chicken orzo." "That's too much work." "It's actually not that bad. To be fair, it's chicken with some glorified mac and cheese." He laughed. "I mean," she rectified, her dinner didn't deserve the put down, and she rambled a bit. "It's Parmesan and it's got some heavy cream in it. It's more like Alfredo. And it's got lemon." He held up a hand to stop her. "You don't have to explain. I was sold when I smelled it. And I'm glad I brought a white." Only then did she lift the bottle enough to look at it. "This looks expensive." "It probably is. It's probably worth more than my rent." She felt her eyebrows lift, that face she couldn't quite censor her responses on. The only place she'd learned to mask her emotions was the ER. And that had taken some training not to look at a wound or an injury, or to just hear a story and have her face say, "Wow, that's batshit crazy." Still, there was no need to bring a 3-digit bottle of wine to this dinner. She motioned back to the pan, the glorified mac and cheese, as if to say, "Are you serious?" He laughed again. "It's more likely that it's a 4-digit bottle of wine. It's possible that it's 5. She felt her jaw pull open. "What?" He was grinning, and suddenly she was afraid that her grip on the bottle would slip. She set it down as he asked, "Do you want me to open it?" "Are we seriously opening this?" With that, she motioned back to the stovetop again, glad that she'd fed the kids and that he wasn't offering her probably the most expensive wine she'd ever had while she tried to get Stella to eat with a utensil. It was a gift, he told her. Still, Jane protested, but he wasn't having it. I do photo shoots with all kinds of foreign dignitaries, and they like to give me bottles of wine. I don't drink enough wine, he said as he moved the corkscrew and pulled the cork out with a satisfying pop, to go through the number of bottles that I've collected. Most of them go to my parents. Anyway, you might as well get a glass. It's already open. She turned away, motioning to the cabinet where the wine glasses were, thinking he'd seen her reach for one before. Maybe he remembered. She pulled out her nicer china and made 2 plates before declaring, "Dinner? If it's not warm enough, we can microwave it." And then she thought about a microwave meal with a glass of wine, in which the glass might cost more than her house payment. Probably not that much, she thought. It's fine, he told her as he carried the plate out to the table. This time he sat across from her. Normally she didn't worry about spilling her drink, but now she sat down and took a sip. "Oh my God, that's good." "Excellent," he told her. "I earned it," he said as he reached out his glass to clink against hers. "I just wanted to say thank you for helping me earlier." She shook her head. "It was nothing." "I'm kind of mad that you were right," he confessed, and before she could shrug, not understanding, and ask him what he meant, he added, "Telling you took it off of my shoulders, and I don't know why. Telling my therapist sure didn't help. I think maybe because it feels forced sometimes with a therapist. It's easier with a friend." Is that what they were? They'd clearly moved beyond renter and homeowner. And he was her best friend's brother. She'd heard stories of Charlie long before he'd ever walked up her driveway. Taking another sip of the wine, Jane realized she needed to eat some of the chicken and pasta before she got completely drunk on this amazing glass. It wasn't but another few minutes before the conversation lapsed, and the two of them were eating quietly. Sure enough, a kid broke the silence. Dylan was coming down the stairs in his pajamas and clutching his teddy bear. He was clearly not asleep. "I'm not tired," he announced. They'd done this dance before, so Jane repeated her part. "But you need to go back to bed, be quiet and try." "I don't want to." Staying calm and collected was key. She tried. "I know you don't want to, and that's okay. But when it's bedtime, that's what everybody's job is. So that's your job right now. Go on back up." When he didn't budge or comment, she tried another option. "Is something bothering you?" She wanted to ask, was there something scary, but she didn't want to induce him to make up any stories. He shook his head. "Well, then it's bedtime. And you know what that means." It was early, but they were kids. They went to bed at this time. It might be a little late for dinner, but Charlie was here now, and she found she was enjoying the company, if not the interruption. When Dylan didn't move, she looked at him more sternly. "Dylan, you need to go." He stomped his foot. "I don't want to." Damn it. She knew where this went. When he got angry, he got louder, and when he got louder, he woke the baby. Charlie didn't need that right now. She didn't want that right now. She took a deep breath in an attempt to center herself, closed her eyes for half a second, and when she opened them, she found Charlie leaning toward where Dylan still stood. "Hey Dylan, you need to be nicer to your mom." Dylan looked at Charlie wide-eyed, as if this was something new. But it was. Jane wanted to tell Charlie she had it, that it was under control, but she also realized in that moment how different Charlie's tone was from Joe's. Was that what surprised Dylan? A man speaking to him as a suggestion rather than an order? Joe tended to be sharp with the kids. He'd either say, "You heard your mother," and snap them back upstairs, or he'd just simply glare and point. He didn't interact or ask what was going on. When Dylan didn't respond, Charlie tried again. Calm tone, easy manner, making Jane appreciate the input even though she hadn't okayed it. "You want to help with the treehouse, I know. But you have to be a good citizen to do that. It means being respectful and doing our parts." "Your mom is a champion," Charlie told Dylan. "Champions deserve our respect. I don't think you have any idea what she's capable of, but she does a lot, and it's her turn to have a nice dinner." Dylan blinked. Whether he respected Charlie or simply was stunned that someone else was speaking to him and telling him that he did in fact need to do what his mother told him, Jane had no clue. But he turned around, teddy bear still held close, and said good night. Then he walked up the stairs. Jane felt her mouth drop open. She only managed to get herself together enough to tell him good night as he went. Then she turned and looked at Charlie. She didn't mean for her whisper to sound as harsh as it did. How did you do that? My cousin has girls close to that age, Charlie said, and it's not me, it's just any other adult letting them know that they have to listen to their parent. Well, thank you, she said, holding the glass out and clinking it against his once again. She hoped the house stayed silent now. No more kid interruptions, though she knew it would forever be a possibility. She debated whether or not to say it, but figured with everything that had spilled out today, maybe she should. Maybe it would be helpful. Her heart had clenched when he told her about Rima. In his room as he talked, finally it seemed, Jane had wound up behind him, legs wrapped around Charlie Weaver, arms around his shoulders. His head had leaned back against her as he told her about the woman he lost. You loved her, didn't you? She'd asked him up in the dark room. The change in him had been instantaneous. I mean, I guess, he said, the unsure wording a surprise to her. Had he not realized it? We had a connection, and we loved the same things. You don't think you were in love with her? Jane had pressed. She shouldn't have asked it, hadn't expected him to almost bolt upright and out of her arms. Oh God, no. She was 15. She was an aspiring young photographer, and she admired my camera. And usually, when I'm out, I'm the only photographer. He'd paused. She was talented, brilliant even. She knew the land and the ecology and the people. She captured things I didn't even know were there. She just needed better gear and someone to show her how to use it. Jane still hadn't admitted how relieved she was to hear that Rima wasn't some lost love. But the truth was almost worse. She'd been a child on the cusp of adulthood. But now, when they weren't in the middle of Charlie finally telling her what had him so wound up, why his family was so worried, and why he didn't sleep at night, all of which made so much more sense now, Jane thought maybe he should know. Pausing between bites, she looked at him. I thought of something. If you're willing to hear it. 20.
There is no shame in moving your wedding to a Saturday without a home game. You don't want to make your daddy have to choose.
This was not necessary, Jane said as she poured herself another glass of wine from the bottle on the table. She was drinking more wine these days, nowhere near enough to be concerning, but a couple of nights a week she was getting a good glass with dinner. It was a sign, she thought, a new phase, more adults in her life. Between the divorce and the kids, she'd felt buried, just trying to make her home functional and never catching a break. 4 young children had always been a lot. Even when Joe had been living in the house with them, when she'd believed herself married, and she would tell him to take out the trash or to call the plumber when the pipe burst, it was still a lot. Back then, she didn't worry as much about the money of it. Now it all fell to her, all the tasks, all the payments, all the plans. She had to admit a lot of it was easier now, and she often had a few days a week off when the kids were with Joe. But when she didn't, it was all her, from sunup to sundown, and too many surprise hours in the middle of the night. But she'd gotten out that Chianti the night the kitchen faucet had decided to die. Charlie had brought a bottle of white a couple of nights ago for dinner. And now Lacey had decided to take her out to a nice dinner at Zemp's as a thank you. After this week it was necessary, Lacey said. I learned something. I made a comment to Tracy that I would like to thank Carlisle. I said that while I was sad and sympathetic about what had happened to her, I was grateful. I appreciated having an open position here. Lacey held the basket of fresh hot sliced bread out to Jane, and Jane found she couldn't refuse. She knew what was coming before Lacey said it. Then I found out I did not get Carlisle Weaver's job. I got half of your job. Jane motioned with her glass of wine. You did. Carlisle's position is RN. Not NP. And I heard that you negotiated it so that you could work part-time, and they would hire another part-timer, and that you got us both benefits. Which is hardcore prime for nurse practitioners. Jane nodded for that too. It had taken a while to convince them that it was a good move. My children thank you very much, Lacey told her with a smile. They're glad I'm home most afternoons, and they're glad for the 2 that I'm not. And my husband thanks you because he doesn't come home and hear me griping about how I haven't had an adult conversation in 3 months. And then he complains that all I can talk about is homework and diapers. Been there, Jane said. And also, Lacey added, it's a hit with our family philosophy. Interesting. You have a family philosophy. Jane wondered if she needed one, if she'd been missing out. Lacey nodded. Both parents individually have to be able to support the family if something happens to the other one. Do you have life insurance? Jane asked, taking a bite of the bread that was almost too hot to hold but tasted heavenly. She dipped it in the oil with the crushed herbs. She shouldn't have asked that, but wasn't that the whole point of it? We do. But it's also about childcare and knowing how to get to friends' houses, what to do if someone is sick. And what if life insurance decides not to pay out? It happens. Mysterious death? Or if whatever happens to my husband looks like a suicide, or what if he does die by suicide? The server showed up then, holding heavy piping hot plates carefully with thick hand towels. Setting them down, she warned the two women not to touch. Lacey didn't listen. She was digging into the steak she'd ordered, and had insisted Jane order a steak too if she wanted one. They were celebrating. Jane's mouth watered at the fillet sitting in front of her. She was out for an adult meal with a new friend, no kids. Joe had them for the weekend again. He'd showed up on time once since her smackdown, but he'd been late again this afternoon, this time 25 minutes. Jane had literally been on the phone, calling Missy to come babysit when he showed up. She tried again not to let her rage boil over. It was good to spend a Friday night out with a glass of wine and good conversation afterwards. She had to let the stress drain away. I wasn't willing to let my skills atrophy for too long, Lacey told her. I mean, there's always the 4 Ds. Jane had to have frowned. Lacey couldn't be talking about what she thought. It didn't mean Dick. Lacey laughed. My grandma told me you had to be prepared for any of the 4 Ds: death, divorce, disability, and dementia. Ooh, Jane replied. That's good because when you're happy you never expect to get divorced. And if you do, you never know what you'll get in the split. She was thinking about her own situation. She couldn't have predicted most of it. Lacey was also right that not all deaths were covered by life insurance. If the remaining parent didn't have a way to earn a comparable living, or maybe even a living at all, that was a problem. Dementia and disability are good ones to add, though. I hadn't thought about that possibility. Savings could get eaten up with care. Earnings no longer coming in. And, Lacey said, after working in the at Grady, I added a 5th one: domestic violence. Especially with our work in the we know about that, Jane added on an almost whisper. A small wave hello grabbed Jane's attention as the woman walked by. Oh hi, Jane looked up. Lacey had decided to take Jane out to the fanciest place in Breathless. It would just figure that Harper Rose was here. The Middle Mayfair sister was known around town for having an abundance of class, even in how she'd handled the death of her husband, who had apparently hit several of the Ds Lacey had just listed. Jane was a bit surprised that Harper Rose Mayfair knew who she was. But proving the rumors were true, Harper leaned down and said, "It's so good to see both of us out having a good time. Carlisle always says the best things about you. Say hi to her for me next time you see her." I will. It's good to see you too, Harper Rose. Jane reminded herself to use both names. She was not a Southern girl by birth, but she'd gone to college in Georgia because her family had moved here to Breathless when she was enrolling. It had felt good to be close enough to them. The campus was a mix of students from all over the country, but it was the first time she'd encountered enough of these belles around there for her to start seeing it for what it was. Even so, Jane was more shocked by the man Harper Rose was with. Didn't she know him? She thought she did. Lacey leaned forward. All right, it's time for the gossip. Jane wasn't much for gossip, or at least she liked to tell herself that. Besides, she worked in an emergency room and couldn't share the vast majority of what she knew. But so did Lacey. Still, Jane leaned in as Lacey said, "You just got greeted personally by one of the Mayfair sisters." "I guess I did," Jane shrugged. "Carlisle Weaver's her cousin." "Your bestie," Lacey added, "and business partner." "That's right," Jane nodded. "And was that Dane Cotton she was with?" Lacey asked. Jane felt her eyebrows go up, her expression go wide. The face that said everything. That's who she didn't recognize. Lacey tipped her head. Oh, they told me you weren't much for the gossip, but let me tell you, other people in that are. Jane laughed. There were plenty in the department who gossiped like chirping birds on a wire. Her brain churned as she tried to pull out what she remembered. She was pretty sure she'd handled Dane Cotton after a fender bender and a DUI. Years ago. It was the only time she'd been involved in Dane's experience, but it wasn't the only one for him. I mean, he's rich, right? Lacey asked. It's what I've heard, Jane said, but she knew what people heard and what really was weren't always the same. Even so, he hardly seems like a class match for a Mayfair sister. You've been here only a few months and you have all the good juice, Jane laughed. She leaned back, cradling the glass of wine and thinking she could stay out as late as she wanted. The kids were with their father. Carlisle insisted that they not work shifts on weekends unless they had to. Because Simon didn't work weekends, Carlisle wanted to be home with him. Jane was working in part, according to another man's schedule. But looking at a weekend stretched before her with nothing specifically planned, other than a nail appointment she'd made for the middle of the afternoon the next day, she felt decadent. For the first time in a while, she was financially stable, barring some big disaster, and at least set for the weekend. Charlie's rent covered what she needed to stay working part-time. She also had the little bit of money they were collecting from selling Carlisle's kits. And for the first time in a long time, she wondered what she would do with the time, given her own freedom.
21. Charlie thought about it while he moved the wood into the jig he'd made, checked his fingers and pulled the blade down, making a clean cut. The whir and whine of the blade kept a rhythm to his thoughts. He cut piece after piece to size, the pace of it holding him steady after a rough few days. He'd occupied himself with another trip to the lumber yard, buying more of the wood they needed. Grabbing nails, and even a few hinges and a slide lock had kept his thoughts from getting away from him. Maybe Jane had been right. He was thinking about it when he felt the tap on his shoulder. At least it was in between cuts, and he hadn't jumped while the blade was spinning. Turning and pulling his earplugs out, Charlie reached for his safety glasses, tugging them down as if he couldn't see her with them on. Charlie, she'd said it with a soft, sleepy, groggy voice that shot straight down inside him. It's too early. He was just putting the pieces together as she added, we'll get a noise complaint. He looked at his watch then, 7:30 a.m. On a Sunday. Shit. Not cool. He knew the kids were with their father. He'd asked Jane the day before if the boys wanted to come help, only to find out that they weren't here. He was doing a lot of the prep work, trying to save the rewarding stuff for when the kids were back. All four were excited, though Tyler and Dylan were the most focused. Not surprising, they were just older. Charlie was pleased that his accountability was happy, enthusiastic, and forward-rolling, rather than threatening of what might happen if his momentum failed. I'll stop, he said. I'm so sorry. She nodded, her lips slightly parted, her eyelids still mostly closed. As she turned to walk away, he saw that she was in a pair of matching pajamas. Glancing down the long drive, he wondered if any of the neighbors had seen her. She looked good, barely awake. He had a flash of thought that he hadn't heard any news, or been told any stories about someone else who might think she looked good, barely awake. Wouldn't his sister have mentioned something? He was about to apologize again, but the door clicked shut, and maybe it was the smart thing. Maybe she could get back to sleep. Maybe she was still half there, she'd looked it and he'd liked it. Charlie stacked the wood he'd cut and the wood he hadn't, and headed back up the stairs to the tiny apartment. He'd thought about it while he surfed online, pulling up old videos, checking for the names and dates he'd figured out for himself. He told himself watching the old footage wasn't anything major. It didn't mean anything that he'd found the dates she'd competed, knew the team, and used that to learn more. The therapist hadn't said he shouldn't have a relationship. It was just something he'd kind of figured out for himself. He wouldn't be good for someone else, at least not until he got back on his own mental feet. But this wasn't a relationship. He simply liked someone. He watched the old videos, impressed by what he saw and how she flew. Then the day was gone. He thought about it as he made himself a bowl of cereal for dinner, and told himself that he wasn't upset that it was going on a week since Jane had invited him for dinner. Only as he finished the last of the soggy pieces did he call himself an idiot. He could have invited her. She was likely over there in the house, a handful of yards away, eating her own dinner by herself, maybe even just her own cereal. He wasn't a good cook by any stretch, but there were a few things he could make. He owed her a dinner. But tomorrow night, the kids would be around. Maybe next weekend, he told himself. Charlie thought about making a plan. He thought about it the next morning, when he was popping the flat cardboard into a box shape and taping them into cubes for mailing. Carlisle and Jane talked consistently while they worked, a low-level chatter about boxes, orders, the state of the business. They talked about Simon and Simon's sister, Darcy. Charlie now knew all kinds of things about Darcy that he wasn't sure he was supposed to. They talked about Lacey, Jane's new friend at work. Then Jane commented something about Harper Rose, which at least pulled his attention away from turning over the thing that Jane had revealed a handful of days ago at dinner. Harper Rose, he asked. With Dane Cotton. See, that's what I said, Carlisle motioned with one hand on her hip, the other jabbing at the air. This was enough to stop the steady flow of box building, packing, and labeling. Has he changed? Charlie asked. I mean, I guess if you count that he's gotten worse, Carlisle added. What's worse? Jane asked. He was a complete wild child in high school. Honestly, I think he had a crush on Harper Rose, but who didn't? Carlisle had always had opinions on Dane. But she wasn't wrong. Charlie knew more than one of his friends had a crush on her, even though Harper Rose was older than he and Carlisle were. The older Cotton brothers, especially Kurt, were the more responsible ones, and so Dane was just rich with no consequences. They all remembered his dad got him out of everything. He should have been in jail a long time ago, Carlisle added. Charlie watched as Jane's expressive face opened wide. The Cottons own a handful of local businesses, and they've been expanding all over the South. It's big money. I thought the Zemps were the local hotshots, Jane said. I mean, didn't I eat at Zemps with Lacey on Friday night? You did, Charlie added, but the Zemps are doing local restaurants, the pizza chain. Jane nodded along, and it was interesting, her attention being on him. Was it wrong if he liked it? I mean, in a way, Carlisle added, at last turning back to the box and double-checking the packing slip. It's like she's slumming it. Then again, maybe it wasn't a date. Oh, it was a date, Jane added, and Charlie grinned. The two chattered on, and his thoughts turned back to the dinner with Jane and the something she'd wanted to tell him. Rima had been killed by a sniper. Charlie hadn't been 2 feet away. The sound had not been as fast as the bullets, and by the time he'd heard the air split in half, Rima's expression had changed. She was already looking down, her hand pressing to her midsection as blood flowed everywhere through her clothing. She'd fallen into his arms, gasping for air from a body torn to pieces, yet somehow still together. Then she died right there in his arms as her parents ran out of the house, her father demanding answers and her mother screaming to the heavens. She'd been their only child, too. The soldiers had pulled him away, sent him running back to the compound. Away. Not toward. But Jane pointed out the truth of it. Rima died because of the camera. She'd been taking pictures, and someone out there did not want her pictures in the world. There were a lot of bad actors out in the area, hiding in caves, operating in secret rural enclaves. It's why the army unit was secretly positioned there in the first place. Charlie knew all of this. First, he'd been stunned, but it only took moments to figure out what had happened. He'd put it all together before the moment that he'd seen her soul leave her body and her hand fall to the side, the new camera he'd just given her thunking into the thick red dirt. The camera had gotten her killed. But what Jane had pointed out, and maybe rightfully, was that Rima was taking pictures well before Charlie gifted her the new camera, long before they had ever struck up a friendship. She'd asked, "Didn't you say she was relatively accomplished before you met her?" Rima was. And he had told Jane that. Whoever had their eye on her likely did so before you put that camera in her hands. He hadn't been able to fully pay attention to anything since Jane had uttered the words. 22. Charlie used the pliers to hold the nail. He was not putting his own fingers in the way of a hammer wielded by a 7-year-old. No. Dylan wailed as the nail bent under the force of the almost sideways blow. It had been a really crappy shot, and Charlie wanted to laugh, but he managed to keep it together. "Come on," Tyler said, typical older brother irritation. "You have to do it straight." The glare the younger brother gave him was decades older than what a kid that age should be able to muster. He knew it was supposed to be straight. It just didn't work. "Don't worry about it," Charlie told him. "I don't know how many nails I bent when I was learning." Tyler's older. He's had more practice, and to be fair, his hands work better. "My hands work fine." Dylan looked as if he was going to throw the hammer on the ground. Charlie reached out, quickly grabbing for it. "No matter how mad you get, you don't throw your tools. The ground doesn't deserve it. The people around you don't deserve to be hit with tools, and the tools don't deserve it." Wow. His father's words out of his own mouth, coming from somewhere deep in his own chest. Interesting. He'd not thought about having his own kids. Never as anything more than a fleeting what if. Definitely not a plan. But if he had kids, he'd be good if they were like these guys. They had their issues, but Jane spoke to them like people, and explained things and stayed calm. For the most part, the kids did too. He was impressed. Right now, as Dylan jolted, realizing he'd almost thrown the hammer, he caught the awareness. "Here's the thing," Charlie told the boys. "Nobody's hands work 100% until they're close to 15 or maybe even 20. He looked at Dylan next. "Even Tyler's not as good as he's going to be. And so part of what you're learning now makes you better when you're 15 or 25. You'll look back on this and know it was worth it. And that's why we practice. And that's why it's okay if you bend a few nails. The trick is not to get mad about it. Just figure out what you did wrong. See if you can do it better the next time." "Do your hands work good now?" Dylan asked him. An odd question, Charlie thought. He used his hands to click the shutter of a camera. So often they were quick reactions, twitches, the knowing that when he saw a bird or a dignitary exactly when to twitch to catch the moment he wanted. He was surprised at the sudden desire to hold a camera in his hands again. The professional grade 1 he used at least had a bit of heft to it. He suddenly realized he should be documenting the treehouse and the build. He could get pictures of the boys and give them to Jane, but he shook the thought off, wondering if he was ready to pick up the work of it again. Or if he ever would be what he had once been. But that wasn't the answer the kid wanted. He tried, because Dylan was still looking up at him with those familiar blue eyes. "They work a lot better than they did when I was 7. There were lots of things when I was 7 that I could think about doing, but getting my hands or my feet to do them was really frustrating." Dylan still wasn't quite taking it. Charlie tried again. "I tried to play football." That had not been his thing. "I was passable at it, but I was never as good as Jax, who seemed to be able to calculate the ball coming at him and jump up into the air, fingertips grabbing at it and plucking it from its flight. Jax could throw with a perfect spiral when he was just a kid." "And I bent a lot of nails," Charlie told Dylan. Dylan." The voice came from across the yard, along with giggles. Stella and Claire had been set loose into the space. "Is it safe for them?" Jane asked. Charlie looked around. He'd been picking up the dropped nails as they fell. Easier to find them one at a time than to try to collect them all later. Grabbing the last one that Dylan had complained about, he put it into the bag he'd set aside for the trash. "All good. It's time for dinner in a few minutes. Can the girls play out here?" When Charlie nodded, she added a refrain that was becoming more normal. "You can join us if you want. Nothing special, but you're welcome." Then she turned and went back inside, and he once again found himself alone with her 4 kids. The girls giggled and ran to the swing set. It was built out of dark 4x4 wood, with hunter green and burgundy plastic pieces on it that showed a little bit of age but stayed nice. It looked a lot like the one his own mother had insisted on when he and Carlisle and Christian were kids. He could remember Westerly Weaver pinching her lips and shaking her head when his father pointed out that the metal ones were cheaper and candy cane colored. Westerly wasn't having it. And apparently, Jane didn't either. He needed to clean up. He told the boys he'd be back and grabbed the wood pieces they hadn't gotten nailed into place. He set the floor piece they'd been building up on its side and out of the way. He didn't want the kids running on it, not yet. He headed back up the stairs to the apartment and washed up, listening to the kids playing in the yard. Gated and safe, they were fine. With clean hands, he turned to his bag. He wasn't going for the big case with the lenses, but for the small one. He pulled it out by the strap, unzipped it, and for the first time in a long time, reached for the camera. He set it on the table, telling himself the light was fading. It wasn't a good time to get the pictures right now, but he also knew it was more that he wasn't quite ready. Touching it, putting it out where he would see it when he returned from dinner, that was enough for now. He remembered when the soldiers had come. They wore digital camo, the same kind they had outfitted him in so he didn't look like a civilian. After they'd sent him running out of the way and cleared the scene, they'd taken Rima. Others had comforted her mother and stood by her stoic father as they removed the body of their only child. He'd wanted to throw his own camera into the dirt. The only thing that broke through the numbness was the rage, and he'd heard his father's voice saying, "We don't throw our tools. The tools don't deserve it." Exactly like he'd just told Dylan. But Charlie had known in that moment that Rima's death was his own fault. As the soldiers had taken her body away, they had commented that it was a sniper bullet, that it had shredded her as it passed through. No matter how fast they could have gotten her to even the best medical facility, though that wasn't going to happen out there, they would never have been able to save her. He felt the wetness on his face. Not the first time he cried for Rima, but the first time he was able to wipe it away and head down the stairs for dinner. The anticipation he felt over a simple meal pleased him. It was good to feel anticipation again. It was good to feel again. It had been a while. But it also concerned him. And for the first time, he wondered how long he would be able to stay here.
23. The kids had been well behaved, chattering about the treehouse as they ate. Even Stella had eaten every bite of fish. A win for Jane. Parmesan-crusted tilapia wasn't the same as, say, savory baked salmon. But kids had to eat, and eating tilapia was better than eating chicken nuggets. Probably. She'd had broccoli and roasted cubed sweet potatoes on the side, a hit for everyone, even Charlie. She'd also apologized for serving him bite-sized foods, but he'd laughed and commented that it was probably healthier than anything he'd served for himself. Then he'd said, "The next time you have an evening to yourself, I'll make you dinner up at the apartment. I owe you that much." He owed her that much. That was both eye-opening and interesting. The apartment would be intimate, even if he didn't mean it that way, but it would be rude to say no. She'd smiled and said thank you, and that would be nice, even as Tyler had asked why he couldn't come. "You don't all fit." "It's not very big," she'd said, though if that was what Charlie had intended, she didn't know. He wasn't making a move. Was he? No. That would be crazy. "I could bring you all dinner here," he suggested. She'd watched as 4 little sets of eyes lit up. She wanted to let him know it was no longer an idea. Adults understood throwing something out there to see the reaction, that it was just an idea, not a commitment. Kids didn't. She hoped he understood it was a promise he now had to keep. A maybe was a yes, and a no was merely a temporary stay of execution. When dinner was over, Jane helped the children put things away. But she saw over her shoulder that Charlie hadn't left the dining room. She watched as he stood at the cabinet, hands in his pockets looking at her rings. She'd almost laughed. "Do you want to see them?" Most people hadn't held championship rings. They were huge and bulky. Some of the coaches had asked them to be redesigned, slimmer for the women, more like a class ring. But her team had voted against it. They wanted to look like football players after a handful of Super Bowls. And they did. It's okay, he asked. Sure, just open the cabinet and take them out. I mean, don't lose any of them. He laughed, the grin wide, eyes sparkling, hands coming out of his pockets. What if I mess them up? I can put them back, she said. She did have them arranged a certain way, but she didn't admit that out loud. Okay, there's 3 SEC rings. There's 5 SEC rings, she corrected him, taking a breath. She'd been proud to be part of the team, but looking at them now in his large hands, she was proud of herself too. And 3 NCAA rings, he added, then guessed, this one's for national championships? She nodded. He held one hand out, palm splayed wide, the finger on his other hand pushing the rings around and examining them. These 2 are for bars and beam. He pointed to the other NCAA rings for individual events, and she nodded. It wasn't until he got to the SEC rings, reciting 2 SEC team championships, 2 individual for bars and 1 for floor, that she felt her mouth drop open. She reached into his hand, fingertips scraping the warm skin of his palm as she picked up the rings. Did they say that? She asked, confused. She saw her name in NCAA or SEC and the Georgia G, but the kids had mentioned 1 or 2 of the titles a while ago. Did he remember? But that didn't explain all of it. The internet is forever, Charlie replied. I checked you out. She felt her eyes fly wide with surprise just before they heard a crash from the kitchen. Turning, she ran to see a plastic plate clattering in circles on the floor. I've got it, Mom, Tyler said. She lifted her hands and backed out. There would be more mess to clean up later, but Tyler had Claire wiping the floor with paper towels, and Stella on a chair next to the sink with Dylan helping her. Jane couldn't complain. She turned back around, almost running into Charlie, who must have followed close behind. She shook her head, trying to put things right, but the smell of him where she'd almost bumped right into his chest lingered. The feel of touching a man in anything other than a clinical setting reminded her it had been too long. She asked the only reasonable question. You found me on the internet? He shrugged, not spilling the rings from his hand. I know how to do a search, he said. When I asked you before, you brushed it off as though it was a team thing. Those are team rings. He pointed to a few and she sighed. But not all of them. You were the reigning bars queen during your time in college. She'd heard that. You were a good part of the reason your team won. The Gym Dogs had won 2 SEC championships and the Nationals once during her 4 years. She liked hearing it. Joe had put the rings out of sight, and as Charlie stood there commenting on her career as a gymnast, she couldn't help the miniature revelation that hit her. Joe wanted a trophy wife. Not the same way that people typically thought of trophy wives, though apparently it was something he could show off. Her accomplishments in college, her degree in nursing, her championship rings, they were things that he could brag about, not because she was amazing but because she had been amazing. As if the goal was to find the most impressive woman he could, and convince her to chain herself to his house, do the cleaning and have the babies. The more accomplished the woman, the better the win of getting her to be his wife. As if it reflected on him, that someone so accomplished would want to become his maid. It stung deep in her heart and she hoped she was wrong. But he'd started cheating when she pushed to go back to work. When she said she didn't want more kids, she told him it didn't matter if they could afford them financially, she couldn't afford the time. Also, for a long time, she realized now, he told people, oh yes, Jane was a nurse, as though it was something in her past and not something she was heading back to, not a lifelong career that she loved and excelled at. Now here was Charlie, not just noticing the rings in the case but holding them out and researching them. It clicked. He told Dylan the other night, your mom is a champion and deserves your respect. You got a hat trick, he told her now. She frowned for a moment, wondering if he knew what it meant in gymnastics. You were robbed, he said next. It was all too fast. She shook her head at him, not sure if she didn't understand, or if he maybe didn't know what he was saying. Vault was the only event you never got a 10 on. That's true. Facts, he thought. And he'd gotten them right. Had Joe known that? If so, he'd never said. And he never claimed she was robbed. Charlie added, but you did get a 9.975. It was beautiful. You deserved the 10. She wondered if he knew enough to even make that judgment. But she didn't have time to decide, she was fighting the tears that were coming to her eyes with the praise. She combated it the only way that she knew how, by changing the subject. The kids are going to bed in a few minutes. I've still got half that bottle of wine you brought. Do you want to stay? We could watch a movie. He seemed startled by the invitation. Dear God! What had she done? 24. Charlie had stayed. They'd watched a superhero movie, a recent one that she'd missed and he'd not kept up with. He waited while she made microwave popcorn, and they had it with the wine. He assured her again that it wasn't wrong to serve it with whatever she had around the house. It was made to be enjoyed. Somehow they hadn't managed to make it more than about 10 or 15 minutes before she paused the film and asked if it was violating canon. They went back and forth on it for a while, eventually deciding it did, but maybe they didn't care. 20 minutes later, he'd hit the pause button, asking if the young woman they'd introduced was going to become the next superhero. He recognized her background from the old comics but couldn't remember her name. Oh. Jane had talked into the air and snapped her fingers before producing the name. Then she said, I bet you're right. I don't read all the online stuff when these come out, so I go into them relatively blind, which I kind of like. I've been overseas. I've not seen any of it. He'd switched to beer, leaving the last bit in the bottle for her. She'd moved to a second glass a little later, but only made it halfway through before he realized she hadn't asked a question in a while. When he paused and turned to her, Charlie found she was curled up beside him, head leaning on the sofa pillow, gently asleep. He wasn't quite sure what to do. It was her house, not his. There was another 30 or 40 minutes in the movie. He clicked the button to check. What if he left her here? Should he wake her up? Eventually, Charlie decided that his best course of action was to simply keep playing the movie. Maybe if and when she woke up, he could pretend he hadn't noticed. Later, there was a moment where she seemed to rouse, and he wondered what he was going to say. But before she fully woke up, she'd shifted and turned around. Putting her spine against him now, she settled back against his shoulder. Well, he couldn't leave now, could he? So he stayed. Somehow she slept through the dramatic battle scene, the climax of the film. And she slept through the moment where the hero was down, and it looked like he wasn't going to make it after all, even though Charlie knew he did. They always did. That was the rule. She slept through the rising music and then the closing credits. When it was fully over and he turned his head to her, his nose and lips brushed against her hair. She'd tucked it up into some kind of messy, not a ponytail thing. She didn't smell like the celebrities at the Met Gala, or like the wives of wealthy foreigners. She smelled like clean shampoo. Somehow he inhaled a home in the suburbs, blue jeans that didn't cost thousands of dollars, and a soft, comfy t-shirt that she'd gotten at a box store, probably maybe online. It was so not the life he was used to living. But for some reason now, with the weight of her against him, her chest slowly rising and falling in sleep, some expensive wine and mid-tier beer in him, it was damn appealing. He was in trouble when it came to Jane Copeland. He was in trouble from every direction. Not in any shape to be good for anyone, least of all her. She had kids and the kids seemed to like him. He liked the kids too, but it didn't mean he'd be good for them. Her life was so different from his. None of that accounted for the worst of the trouble. She was his sister's best friend. If Carlisle knew even half the things he'd been thinking, she'd be so mad at him. As if that wasn't enough, Jane was also Alex's sister. Related to the one friend he'd managed to maintain past their college days. Charlie had dropped out midway through their third year. He was already getting enough work to pay his way, and not finding it worth staying for the checkmark of the degree when the offers started coming in. He'd known he couldn't afford to miss them. But he'd stayed friends with his old roommate. Charlie had attended when Alex graduated. Now his friend was a police officer in Los Angeles. Charlie had no doubt that if he made a move on Alex's sister, no matter how mutual the feeling might be, there would likely be hell to pay. The thoughts weren't surprising. After all, it wasn't the first time he'd had them. He wasn't sure if he wanted to admit how far back it went. He wasn't sure he wanted to admit it at all. It felt stupid and foolish. She was out of his league, had her shit together on levels he'd never even known existed. She'd be looking for something he wasn't even capable of delivering on his best days, let alone now. He turned the TV to the home screen and sat still for a while, stewing in his own somber thoughts until he drifted away. They woke up together at 3 a.m. He only knew because the TV told him the time as if it were mocking him for having fallen asleep on her couch. Her head had been on his shoulder, he could feel the weight of it. He thought he might have an impression of her hair on his cheek, and he was grateful he hadn't shaved for a few days. Charlie suspected he'd jolted them both awake. He didn't remember his dreams, but he remembered the creeping feelings of gut-wrenching fear. "Oh my God," Jane said in the same sleepy voice she'd used the other morning, and he knew he shouldn't like it so much. "I should head out," he offered, disentangling himself from the pillows and apparently her arm. "Don't be ridiculous. It's 3 a.m. I only have to go next door." He'd hooked a thumb over his shoulder as he laughed. "It's cold." She shrugged and pointed to a door that he hadn't paid attention to before. "Guest room." "Are you serious?" he asked, and realized she was. "I don't know how many beers you've had." She might sound sleepy, but she was sharp. "What if something happens to you climbing up the stairs? I don't know if my homeowner's insurance covers your lawsuit." He laughed again, but she said it again. "Stay in the guest room. It's warm. The bed's ready." Of course the guest room bed was ready. He thought, but was he? 25. "I'm exhausted," Charlie told her. She watched as he pointed down the hall, the finger alone a question she understood. She nodded. He should head into the guest room and sleep there again. "We'll finish it tomorrow," he offered. "No, not tomorrow. Lacey and I are going out." "No worries, it'll be here when we get back." He sounded a little groggy. This time it had been him starting to fall asleep in the middle of their movie. She'd paused it, grateful it would load back up when they were ready. It had become a thing. In the last month, she'd eaten more popcorn and Oreos than she could remember. They'd made a fort and watched a Disney film with the kids twice now. They'd all eaten Cheetos and had Cokes, except Jane had served Clara grape juice. Charlie had been there for all of it. Jane didn't even change the sheets in the guest room anymore. She'd done it diligently the first night after she'd told him to stay over. But the next night they'd come back and re-watched the second half of the movie. That time he'd gone back up the stairs to his apartment, and she thought it felt odd. He was right, he was just across the driveway. Still, she felt the cold air when she let him out the door and locked up after him. A few nights later they'd watched a horror movie, or tried to. They were continually interrupted by the kids, and hadn't finished until well after midnight. She'd been too tired to even lock the door behind him, and had simply motioned again to the guest room. He could have the room, he paid her rent after all. Somewhere along the line he'd become something other than just a renter. Maybe because the apartment was so close, she would have become friends with anyone she rented to. Would she have liked them as much as she liked Charlie Weaver? She told herself that's all that it was. He'd made her dinner up in the tiny apartment one night when Joe had the kids. Just like he'd said he would. She'd wondered if it was a move toward anything, but it wasn't, or it hadn't turned into anything. She'd had a good time and left it at that. Charlie had also followed through on his promises to the kids. He brought them Chinese food and showed them how to eat with chopsticks. The boys had picked it up relatively easily, given the clear instructions and tips. Stella had tried, but it hadn't gone well. Luckily, Charlie saved the day, and had shown her how to roll up the paper and rubber band, the cheap restaurant chopsticks she so desperately wanted to use like her brothers. He'd made them into little pinchers, at which point everything worked and she happily ate with them. Claire gave up and went with her fingers. Jane felt some of the weight coming off her shoulders. Carlisle and Simon had come over one night, and she'd asked if Charlie should join them. All of them had sat around her table for a big dinner. Afterward, when they were cleaning up and Carlisle sent her brother off, Jane had said goodbye. Frowning as Charlie had headed out the door and up the stairs to his apartment, his sister waited until they were alone to ask, "Is he doing better?" But Carlisle had quickly added, "Because wow, he seems better. I mean, he even started coming to Sunday dinner sometimes, which is kind of a big deal." Jane had only nodded and didn't add that she knew about it. He'd come over sometimes after spending the evening with his family. They'd watch a movie, have a few beers sometimes, and he slept in the back guest room. He told her some of the details of the dinners. Jane already knew that they'd finally stopped asking him how it was going, or if he was taking jobs. She already knew that instead, they'd begun asking how the treehouse was coming along. The answer to which was fantastic. It probably wasn't as fast as Charlie could have done it himself. But the boys pestered him to let them be a part of it. He'd graciously let them, even though it was likely taking 3 times as long. He showed us pictures of the treehouse. Carlisle had stopped what she was doing as if making a serious point. Jane must have missed it. Her friend had been loading dishes into Jane's dishwasher, that kind of friend, while Simon had stayed out at the table grabbing the napkins and wiping things down. "Yeah, it's a great treehouse, isn't it?" "I'm impressed," Jane said. "The boys really like him." "No," Carlisle shook her head. "He showed us pictures." Her friend emphasized each word. "Pictures that he took." "Well, yeah," Jane replied. "He is a photographer." Carlisle shifted, putting one wet hand on the counter and the other on her hip, as if she didn't care that she'd made a dirty dish's handprint on her skirt. "I don't think he's picked up his camera since the army sent him home. At least not until this." "Oh," Jane said. "I didn't realize. I mean, I just assumed." Or had Carlisle told her that and she'd forgotten? Because the idea that he wasn't doing the thing he was so good at just didn't gel with the man she saw. "I guess he was right," Carlisle added, turning back to pick up the next dish and rinsing it, then lining up the plates neatly in the washer. "He needed to get out of the house. And I absolutely understand. I don't think I could live with Mom and Dad again at this age." "Understandable. I mean, I have 4 children and a divorce, and my parents often still think I'm the same person who couldn't remember to take out the trash when I was 13. "Right." Carlisle agreed emphatically. "They know they're my parents and they raised me and they changed my diapers, but at some point on some things, not all of them but at least some, they seem to have forgotten that I'm older. I'm not the same person." She sighed. "I was literally a teenager the last time I lived with them. And let me say, I know I was not at my best." "At 17, Jane laughed. "Who was?" Carlisle's 17 had sounded very different from her own. Jane had been in the gym 20 to 40 hours a week. She loved gymnastics, even though she had sore and bruised muscles. Even though it tore up her fingers and her feet, she loved every minute of it. Getting recruited and getting a scholarship to a top team like the Georgia Gym Dogs had been her dream. Her 17th year had been a hard drive to get that. Then she'd met Joe her 3rd year at college. She'd never been the wild child some of her friends had been. But she understood Carlisle's complaints. Even her mother still seemed to think that Jane was the same 17-year-old who had made her drive back and forth to practice, and who too often forgot her grips for bars or her warm-up raps. Jane thought about Carlisle's revelations frequently. They hit her again as she watched Charlie walk down the hall now. The door clicked open and shut. He no longer even looked back over his shoulder for any kind of affirmation. It was his room now. It had once been an office for Joe, but as soon as Joe moved out, Jane had cleared it. She put in a table for wrapping presents and doing Valentine's cards and class supplies for the kids. It was a craft space now, as if she could get any more suburban. But she liked it. She'd added a guest bed that she hadn't really had the money for, but the need to reclaim the space nurtured her soul, even if the financial pinch had hurt. She had to admit she liked having Charlie here. She liked having him in the apartment, but having another adult inside the house, overnight, it was just a security layer. She lived alone sometimes and with 4 small children sometimes. She wasn't petrified something bad would happen, but she could be considered an easy target. Things did happen. She checked all the locks each night, and liked that anyone scoping her place out might see a buff man like Charlie Weaver coming and going. Even more than that, there was something that had felt so good about having a friend like this. She and Carlisle had bonded years ago. Carlisle had been there for her through all the dark days of learning about Joe, then her mother basically telling Jane it was her own fault. Then the divorce. The dark days had been dark, and there had been so much to do just to stay afloat. Jane knew she hadn't had time to be the kind of friend she wanted to be. Lately she'd finally carved out some time for her old friends. And she was finding a new friend in Charlie Weaver. Also in Lacey Washoe, even though it was practically guaranteed that she and Lacey would not be working the same shifts. Lacey hadn't taken her out for a thank you dinner again, but that was appropriate. Still, she had called more than once to see if Jane was available for pizza, a night out, hospital gossip, or more. And Jane found that she was. She liked Lacey a lot, and was grateful she was the one her fellow shiftmates got to work with when Jane wasn't in. She found she was having more happy moments and fewer angry ones, even if she still had to tell Joe off on the weekends. Even if he still threatened her every time she called Missy to babysit the kids when he was late. The weekend before, Joe had been late enough that Jane called Missy. Missy showed up, and she'd babysat for several hours while Jane went and worked at Carlisle's. Charlie had ridden with her, and they'd just arrived back when Joe was finally pulling up. Jane had fought down the rage that he'd once again brushed off his own kids, not realizing Charlie had followed her into the house. When Joe stood on the front step and yelled that he wasn't going to pay the sitter, Jane had replied, "That's fine, but I'm recording every penny of this, and if you don't pay Missy now, I will collect it from you in court, which means if you owe her $50, it will become $750 with lawyer and court fees tacked on. If that's how you want to do it, try me." Joe had growled under his breath and paid Missy like he was going to hit someone or something. The sitter had stood quietly like a little bug, trying not to get stepped on. When he'd finally left with the kids, Jane had immediately turned, still shaking from the encounter herself, to check on Missy. "Are you okay?" She apologized that the college student had to see all that. Once Missy was calmed and finally left, Charlie had emerged from the kitchen with a grin on his face. Jane was startled when he held a hand up for a high five. It took her a moment to catch on that he was celebrating her win. She might have the shakes right now, but it was a win. "You were a badass and he deserved every minute of that," he'd said. Her shakes had immediately disappeared. She needed this. Jane knew it. She knew as long as she kept her crush from raging out of control, she'd be fine. Right?
26. Charlie watched as the boys each hammered one last nail into the treehouse. He'd let Tyler stand on the platform inside to do his part, and he'd climbed up the ladder behind Dylan, arms around him, holding the kid in place. This was not what he had envisioned when he thought about building the treehouse. He thought it would be a project for himself. The good news was, it had taken much, much longer than he'd originally expected. And he'd been right about the kids and his accountability level. Finally, with the major pieces roughed in, the boys had been excited, and they wanted to show Jane what they had accomplished. She'd stepped inside for a few minutes, leaving him in the backyard with all 4 kids. Thinking it would barely be a moment, he'd not thought much of it. But it had been longer than a moment. Too long. Letting himself in the back door, he heard her talking to someone, her tone clearly frustrated and angry. Charlie hated that he had a suspicion before he even heard anything. Almost definitely Joe. "They're my parents," she ground out the words. "They have a right to see their grandkids for a week over the summer break." There was a pause. Then she added, clearly frustrated, "They moved out of Breathless 2 years ago. You know this. Don't be stupid." Charlie felt his eyebrows go up, but he stayed quiet until another pause came along. Just as he almost interrupted, she added, "No. That would be fine. No one is stopping your parents from doing the same. That would be amazing. In fact, you could take the kids for a week. That would also be amazing. Please let me know which week you'd like to do it." Another heavy pause, and Charlie understood full well now that Joe wasn't volunteering to do anything. He was just complaining about what other people had done. The man wasn't the first father or ex-husband Charlie had heard of like this, but it was different being in earshot of the phone calls. It was different seeing Jane and knowing what he knew about her. Had Joe simply been a different person years ago? Because he couldn't imagine her tying herself to someone like this. Yet somehow she tied herself to him through 4 kids and more. Charlie tried to stay out of the way, hoped the call would end soon, and knew the kids would be getting restless. There were no good answers here. Interrupting her could make the call worse. He also didn't want to point out that he'd overheard most of what she probably didn't want overheard. She'd come inside to get away. But if he didn't do something, and soon, the kids would barge in. No, Joe, Jane said. Though her voice stayed relatively calm, Charlie had no trouble hearing the edge under it. He knew she was fighting hard to stay that way. You don't get to ruin this for them. They're looking forward to this. Yes, you did sign off on it. You signed off on it a while ago. We all agreed when the schedule was made. There were pauses between each labored beat. I'm done arguing with you. Good for her, Charlie thought, his fingers curling tighter around the edge of the kitchen counter the longer it went on. Her kids had exciting news outside. They wanted to show her what they'd done. He shouldn't be listening to this, and Joe shouldn't be ruining something he didn't even know about. What a dick. If you keep arguing with me about things that you've already signed off on, I'm going to start telling the kids the truth. Another pause, as Charlie felt his expression change. No, you will not be able to sue me for slander. It's all documented in the divorce proceedings, but you let me know, Joe, how you want me to explain to the kids why you're late every time. When they say, "Does Daddy not love us?" I'm going to start saying, "I don't know." And when they ask why we got divorced, I'm going to tell them about the Chinese hookers, Joe. Charlie's head snapped back, not only at the mention of Chinese hookers, something he could not have predicted, but also at the fact that he could actually hear a little bit of the voice responding. She'd made Joe livid, but anything except bowing to his ridiculous demands made Joe livid. Screw off, Joe. We're done here. When the air crackled with silence for a few moments, he turned the corner and moved into the room. He found her standing hunched over, hands flat on the dining room table, head down. That did not look good. You did great, Charlie told her. When she didn't respond, he reached out and put a hand on her shoulder, ashamed when she startled. She was so deep in that she hadn't heard him, or even noticed he was there. You heard all that? She looked embarrassed. I heard one side of the last few exchanges. When she didn't say anything, just turned slightly red, he added, just so you know, you don't deserve any of this. And I bet every last assignment I ever had that you didn't deserve any Chinese hookers either. She laughed at that, her shoulders shaking, though it was difficult to tell if she was crying or laughing. She didn't make much sound, and he was grateful when a ridiculous grin split her face. Charlie found he had to join her. But then she broke his heart by turning somber again. Claire is almost 3. I'm stuck with him and with this for 16 more years. I learned very early that every time I gave in, every time I was kind or polite, he doubled down. I have to fight so hard just to stay even. Just to get what was already promised to me. All Charlie could do was nod. He'd heard enough of these conversations. Heard enough of the children's questions about what their father was doing, and it wasn't like Joe was a paragon. He was consistently late. A couple of weekends, he hadn't shown up at all. When that happened, he complained that it was the fault of the custody agreement. Of course, obviously, not him. Charlie had heard from the kids, though he didn't know if Jane had heard, about Danica. He didn't think it was his place to get in the middle of this, and he'd seen uglier divorces, but Jane definitely had her hands full. The treehouse is ready, he told her. Oh my God. Her eyes and expression almost looked surprised, as if to say, how could I forget? She'd known they were almost finished when she took the call inside. Joe called me, and I made the stupid assumption that it would just take a minute. I was at least smart enough not to answer it outside where the kids could hear. This is not my place, Charlie said, regretting the words even as he said them because he was right, it wasn't his place. They're smart kids. Maybe it's time to let them hear the truth, at least some of it. I don't want to turn them against their father. It's not turning them against their father. If they overhear their father on phone conversations, and what he says turns them against him, then that's on him. He watched as the idea came down over her, like a heavy blanket. She protested. Kids deserve 2 good parents. They do, and yours don't have that. It's already gone. You can't turn Joe into a decent person. She swung on her feet, almost looking like she would swoon and go down. Was that a major revelation? She didn't answer that question, and it made him think yes. What a shitty revelation. Instead, she said, They're very excited about this trip. If he gets some kind of court order and they don't get to go, they should know that's on him, not you. They're smart kids, and it sucks that they have to learn that their father isn't a decent person. I'd love to put that off for as long as possible. I don't think you can. I can try. You can, but it's likely not worth anything. Kids know. And they'll know that you're making it better than it was. She didn't say anything, so he launched in with his why. I had a friend in middle school. His parents got divorced. His mom told him and his younger sisters that the two of them had just grown apart. The fact was, the kids knew that the dad had been cheating on their mom repeatedly throughout the years. He'd had the kids help keep the secret. Ouch, Jane replied, and he could see as her eyes wandered. She was questioning whether or not Joe might have done the same. And I have to tell you, those kids were as mad at their mother as they were at their father. That's horrible. She gulped. They shouldn't be. They were mad at her, for an entirely different reason. They were mad at their father for being an asshole, but they were mad at their mother for telling them that what he had done was okay. For making all his cheating, all of his lying, seem okay. If they know anything, Jane murmured, and I normalize it, then I've normalized it. I get it. It's a rock and a hard place, and I'm not going to tell you what decision to make. He almost repeated his first thought, it's not my place, but here he was in her kitchen with his hand on her shoulder, trying to tell her that she should come outside and see the treehouse he'd built with her children. And he was beginning to wonder what his place exactly was.
27. Can you even see it? Tyler asked excitedly as he pulled her through the yard. Almost not at all, Jane lied. Of course, Charlie had to turn away to disguise his laugh. Charlie had insisted on painting the treehouse. It needed to be sealed and more. But her boys chose not any regular house color or even a whimsical treehouse color but brown with green leaves, thinking that it would camouflage right into the tree. It did not. But Jane didn't want to tell them that. They did a good job, Charlie told her. She noted his way of corralling the four of them, making the little girls feel useful. That's a skill. One I never expected to have, he admitted. Do you have another project in mind? Or are you good without a project now? She asked him. Well, this one isn't finished yet. We still have to put the hinges on the door, do some finishing painting, seal it. Jane was already moving, though she was listening. The boys were climbing up into the treehouse, and the girls were following. Stella made it, with Charlie's hands right behind in case she fell. But Claire struggled. The ladder rungs clearly weren't built for her small size. But she wouldn't be that size for long. Grabbing the toddler, Jane did her best to help her daughter climb by herself. Your sister's coming up, Charlie told them. I don't think I'm quite ready to be project-less, he said, turning to look at her again. Another treehouse? She asked. More neighborhood kids to help? Something passed behind his eyes and Jane realized she'd made a mistake. Yes, he needed the accountability, and her kids were there, but he wouldn't have done this for just anyone. Implying that he would, took some of the punch out of it. She faked a better smile and wished she hadn't said it. But she told him sincerely, these guys are going to remember this forever. This is amazing. When he didn't say anything, she prodded a little. Any idea what the next project will be? Birdhouse. I think. That's a step down. She wondered where he was going with this. But when he didn't comment further, she wondered if she'd said the wrong thing again. She didn't know how to take it back. Being out in the backyard in the sunshine, with the kids all happy, helped to erase the fight with Joe. She had to learn to let go of that. Joe always wanted to pick a fight, and she was just going to have to learn to shut him down. She had enough childishness to deal with from the actual children. There were 4 of them, so someone was usually unhappy, angry, or sad about something. It happened enough of the time that it was already a lot. She loved her children dearly, but there was no way in hell she was going to let Joe steal their vacation with their grandparents, or her vacation at home. The shakes that she always got after the adrenaline surge of the phone call had finally faded away. She hated that he could do that to her. She hated that just seeing his name on her phone made her nerves spike. She hated herself for letting it get to this. She'd been told over and over again by both Carlisle and Charlie, and even now by Lacey and others, that it wasn't her fault. She did understand that it might not be her blame to carry. After all, she hadn't cheated. Joe had. She hadn't married him like this. He'd become this way. But what she had done was missed a handful of red flags. She was still working hard to find forgiveness for missing them. She told herself that Tyler wouldn't be Tyler, and even Claire wouldn't be Claire if they hadn't come from Joe. But she wondered, what would her household be like if Joe hadn't been involved? There were so many decisions that she would have made differently. But if things had gone that way, she wouldn't have been here either, in the backyard with a beautiful house and 4 kids and an amazing swing set. And now a new treehouse that they actually believed they'd built by themselves. Tyler was turning out to be very talented at baseball. Dylan, shockingly, was sharp as a tack with all his math and history homework. Stella was Jane's little gymnast. Though all the kids participated in handstand contests alongside her, ones that she usually won, Stella was now beating the older boys. She was begging to turn her back walkover into a back handspring. And then there was Charlie Weaver, who built her kids a treehouse, something that never would have happened if she'd stayed married to Joe. If she hadn't married Joe in the first place. Even in their happiest days, Joe would never have done this. She couldn't. She'd never had the time, married or divorced. She surveyed the space and decided that she couldn't change fate. Jane wondered now, though, about Charlie. She watched as he pulled out his camera, taking pictures of the kids up in the treehouse. Carlisle seemed to think that this was some infinite step forward. Jane hadn't really thought anything of it when she'd seen him with the camera the first time. He was a photographer, of course he had a camera. Had he really not touched it since Rima had been killed? Jane had heard enough about the young woman now, that her own heart was breaking for a family she'd never met. Rima had been their only child and, by all of Charlie's accounts, bright and beautiful. She'd apparently discovered her father's old camera and built herself a darkroom. She'd also taken pictures of people who didn't want their actions recorded, and they didn't want it badly enough to kill a teenage girl. No wonder the army had sent Charlie home. The civilian that he knew personally had died in his arms, and he thought it was his fault. And he wasn't even a soldier. It was a very good reminder of why she just needed to start looking for some reason to curb the growing crush she had. There were so many good reasons. So many, she told herself, the age difference, his sister being her best friend, Charlie just needing the space to heal. Man, if something did happen, what would she do with Carlisle? How would she explain this to her best friend? Jane started looking for flaws to pick at. As he told the kids to lean over the railing and say hello, he grinned up and snapped a picture. She struggled a little harder with her new task. When he turned and smiled right at her, she realized all hope was lost. Her best defense? That her feelings weren't returned.
28. Charlie used his key to let himself in the side door. Jane had locked the house up tight when she'd left with the kids this morning. The grandparents were a good 6 hours away. Maybe the threat of exposing the truth about Joe had been enough, because the trip had come through. Whether or not it had been contested further, Charlie didn't know, but he hadn't heard any more about it. Jane had agreed to split the drive with the grandparents. They were meeting up halfway for lunch, at what Jane referred to, outside of the kids' earshot of course, as hostage negotiations. She'd made him laugh at that, then had told him to come into the house please while they were gone. He was here to feed the fish in the middle of the afternoon, their usual schedule. The fish that Tyler had agreed to bring home from his class for the summer, even though Jane hadn't. Charlie thought he could remember having done something similar himself, and it only now occurred to him to thank his mother for letting him get away with it. After completing the short list and checking that all 3 fish were alive and well, he left quickly. He wanted to make sure that things were in place, but it was better to maybe just not be here when she wasn't. His main concern was Joe, and Charlie could admit he was curious if the ex would try to come and do something stupid while he knew Jane was out of town for the day. It might have made sense to linger. Then if Joe came through the door, he'd see Charlie. It might be funny to be sitting on the couch drinking a beer and eating chips, and simply say hello, as though he belonged. But Charlie couldn't quite bring himself to do it. This was the first time he felt like an intruder here. So he locked the door behind him and headed out. Besides, his mother had talked him into a Saturday afternoon lunch, just the two of them, and it was time to pay his dues. She'd done so much for him, so he could put up with a little bit of the second degree. With the door double-checked behind him, he moved across the driveway and threw his leg over the bike before settling his helmet into place. No Jane, no kids. Middle of the day on the weekend, noise would be permissible. Interesting thoughts he'd never had to have before. Or maybe he should have, and he'd just been an oblivious asshole. He hoped not. In 15 minutes, he was meeting his mother at the Strawberry Cafe, where he absolutely did not fit in with the other little old red hats in attendance. This was where the older generation of belles went for their brunches, where they met up over finger sandwiches, watercress, and cheesecake, served by young college students in starched whites. His mother loved the place. Doing his best to make it a good lunch, he showed her pictures of the treehouse. She was so thrilled with the very ordinary images that he had to ask, why? Shaking her head at him, she finally admitted, "I'm just glad. I wasn't sure you were ever going to pick up that camera again." He nodded along, even as she backpedaled. "Look, if you decided not to, that's okay. We'd be here for you." But it was so abrupt and seemed so final. "And this is the thing that you loved since you picked up a camera in middle school, and you were earning such a good living at it." It twisted in his heart, her idea of such a good living. Was it a good living to be embedded in a military outpost that he couldn't tell anyone about? One that the U.S. Army likely wouldn't even admit existed? Was it a good living to make friends with a local kid and be excited for her, only to have her be taken out by sniper fire, of all things? Like the soldiers posted there, he'd gotten used to it. Sniper fire had become a regular thing. It was a good life, he thought, to hang out of the side of helicopters, wrapped in a harness, double-strapped with carabiners and latches, getting images of the humpback whales as they migrated underneath. But the whole thing, they weren't all good life choices. He had to start making some different ones now. "How long do you think you're staying there?" his mother asked, as if building the treehouse and picking up the camera again were the end of it. He still didn't sleep through the night, but he didn't want to tell her that. He still saw Rima each time he closed his eyes. It was better now, at least he slept some. For whatever reason, Jane had broken through when his therapist hadn't. Maybe it was simply because she was no nonsense. Maybe it was just because he wasn't paying her to say it, and he trusted what she said. It wasn't his fault. Rima would likely have been murdered in just as ugly a manner anyway. At least she'd been happy, ecstatic in fact, in the moments before she'd had her life brutally stolen. Charlie was trying to count the wins, no matter how imbalanced the whole thing was. He didn't tell his mother any of that. Instead, he showed her the plans for the little birdhouse. When she frowned at him, not understanding, he decided it was best if he left that alone too. There was too much to untangle, and he wasn't ready to poke at any of it yet. "I don't know how much longer I'll be staying there," he told her, "but I like it. It's comfortable." Comfortable enough, yes, that he'd opened the damn curtains for the first time the other day. His therapist would certainly call that a win. Charlie decided that he would too. He loved his mother, and he hugged her tight before he left her chatting with some of her friends, who just happened to be at the same place the same time as they always were. Back in the apartment, he opened the curtains again. Standing in the sunlight, feeling the heat of it, he took a few deep breaths as if testing the air. If he left the windows open too long, he might need to turn the air conditioner up. The Georgia heat was creeping in on him, as were a handful of other things he couldn't quite put his finger on and wasn't quite ready to name. He stayed in the tiny apartment, eating snacks and surfing TV channels, none of which he stayed on for more than 20 minutes. Zoning out seemed to protect him from all the things trying to get in, all the decisions he needed to make, but didn't want to. All the feelings he hadn't yet dealt with and wanted to push away. He stayed that way until his phone rang in his pocket, and he decided to ignore it. If it was important, they would call back. It rang through, and he breathed easier as it stayed silent. Until a minute later, when it rang again. Shit, he thought. They'd maybe even called back and had been blocked by voicemail recording a message. Someone was trying to get through. Pulling it out of his pocket, he saw that it was Jane. Crap, he shouldn't have ignored it. "Hello," he answered, trying to force himself back into reality. He'd zoned so far out he had no idea what time it was, only that the sun was still out. "Hello, I'm looking for Charlie Weaver." His eyes snapped wide and his spine bolted straight. He was not expecting the male voice. There were odd noises in the background. "Who are you?" he wanted to ask, "and why do you have Jane's phone?" But he didn't get the words out. His heart pounded in fear. "I'm Bert Rogers. I'm an EMT." A few other stats made Bert sound official, but the fuzz in Charlie's brain and the ringing in his ears blocked it all out. "What I need to ask is, do you know a Carlisle Weaver?" So a person was on Jane's phone who wasn't Jane and was asking if he knew Carlisle. His brain raced through 1,000 possibilities, a ransom, a lost phone. It was probably better if he said it, whatever the scenario. "She's my sister." "Excellent. She is listed as the emergency contact here, but we couldn't find her. We saw a number of texts and calls to you. Given the same last name and same first initial, we were hoping that was the case." "What is this about?" "This is Jane's phone." He said it with a demand for answers, though he still wasn't quite comprehending the situation. "Yes, I'm calling about Jane Copeland. There's been an accident." 29. He steered the truck, knuckles white on the wheel, probably driving erratically. Charlie's thoughts were scattered, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull them into any cohesive thoughts. Bert said they wanted him to come pick up Jane. They said her car wasn't involved in the accident, and she was fine, but she couldn't drive. She needed someone to come get her. It didn't make sense. There was more, that legally Bert the EMT couldn't tell Charlie. He was getting no other details. If she wasn't involved in the accident, then why were they calling her emergency contacts? If she was in no shape to drive, then she wasn't fine. Charlie hadn't recognized the name of the county Bert said he worked for, but he should have. It was just the next one over. It was a 20-minute drive, but somehow, this was worse than watching Rima get shot. That had happened so quickly, and it had been so clear, so fast, that everything was over before anyone could have done anything. Charlie's dilemma was just in dealing with what had already happened here. Here, he had no idea what had happened. He was driving into an unknown. Checking the mile markers on the freeway, he kept his eyes scanning. Eventually, he saw several cars, Jane's included, pulled along the side but going the other direction. The ambulance was parked behind them, doors open, lights still flashing, even though by his calculation, the accident must have happened some time ago. He had to drive past it. The bull barriers wouldn't let him cut across. While it was tempting to just squeal to the side and dart across traffic on foot, how would he get Jane back to the car? Flooring it and likely breaking any number of speeding laws, he made it to the next exit, 2 miles down the road. He tapped his fingers and ground his teeth through each of the 2 lights and left-hand turns to get back onto the freeway, then headed the other direction. He went too fast. He wasn't paying enough attention. He knew his main job was not to cause another accident, but was too afraid to back off. He was pretty sure his tires squealed as he finally arrived. The ambulance was near the back of the line, but an SUV behind it blocked his view, and he still hadn't seen Jane. He bolted out of the truck, barely paying attention to the traffic whizzing by at 55 miles an hour or higher. He knew, because he'd been one of them just a moment ago. He wasn't sure he'd even pulled the keys. In fact, after running 4 or 5 steps, he was pretty certain he hadn't, and he didn't care. He was trying to flag someone down to ask them where Jane was when he saw her. His heart stuttered in his chest. She sat alone on the back bumper of the ambulance, feet dangling, her tiny form wrapped in a foil blanket. Calling out to her, he ducked around the SUV and other cars. He put his hand out as if to block the SUV. Bad form, but he was laser-focused. He was right up on her, hands on her shoulders before she even looked up at him, dazed. It seemed to take a Herculean effort to get her eyes to focus. Blood streaked the side of her face and matted her hair. He jolted back, his brain immediately wondering if she'd been shot. Was she dead? Was he seeing a ghost? Had the EMT lied to him, telling him Jane was okay so that he wouldn't cause an accident? He'd driven here, crazy and frantic, out of his mind anyway. The foil blanket fell open as she looked up at him, frowning. His reaction betrayed him again. Blood soaked the front of her once white t-shirt. Her jeans had dirt ground into the knees, and more dark spots that he could only assume were blood. He couldn't breathe. Jane! He put his hands back on her shoulders, gripping almost definitely too tightly, but he couldn't stop himself. Are you okay? Are you okay? She did not look okay. It was too much blood. Why weren't the EMTs helping? He turned, looking frantically over his shoulder, only to find a man with dark blonde hair and a pale blue polo shirt with EMT stitched on one side. Hi, I'm Bert. The man held out his hand. We spoke on the phone. Charlie wanted to bat the hand away, to punch the face for being so calm. Instead, he accused the man outright. You said she was okay. She is, Bert replied, still too calm for the situation. And no one was taking care of Jane. Charlie was about to ask exactly that, when Bert held both of his hands palm out, as if Charlie were the crazy one here. It's not her blood, Bert said. What? It didn't process. It's not her blood. Bert added, she's been checked out and is physically fine. How is this? Charlie asked. There was an accident, Bert told him. An older man. He sustained several injuries from the accident, including arterial bleeding. That means? Charlie said, then scrambled. He knew what it meant. Hell, he'd seen enough of it overseas. One of the soldiers had been nicked by a bullet in exactly the wrong place, and they'd all watched in horror as his blood spurted 6 or 7 feet away. They'd managed to get to him and apply pressure. The soldier had surgery, was sent home, and eventually returned, far too soon by Charlie's mind. But now he stopped himself and forced a deep breath. It explained the way Jane's clothing looked. Bert spoke again. Your friend here pulled the man from the car, stopped the bleeding, applied compression bandages. Then, when his heart stopped beating, she did CPR for close to 20 minutes. She stayed on it until the EMTs arrived and could take over. Charlie felt his mouth fall open as he turned to look back at Jane. She's a nurse practitioner, he said, in the ER. The EMT nodded. That's what saved both lives today. While she was taking care of the older couple and checking on the other driver, she also had to flag down someone else driving by and give them instructions so that the man's wife didn't die either. Then get someone to give the right instructions to 911. Where are they? Charlie asked. Bundled up in another ambulance and already at the hospital. We're just waiting on you to come get her. He needed a moment. Hell, he needed a day to get over the shock of this. He'd never forget the sight of Rima or the blood from her death, and he didn't think he would ever forget seeing Jane like this. He'd thought it was a repeat performance. His breath was still ragged. But Jane was okay. She was sitting on the bumper. Her feet didn't even touch the ground. Her sneakers were ruined. Her jeans were ruined. Her shirt was ruined. She was wrapped in a foil blanket, but she was okay. So that's it? Charlie asked Bert. He reached out, almost unconsciously taking her hand in his, and held on tightly as he turned back to Bert the EMT. So that's it. I just take her home. We're going to put a sticker on her car, Bert replied, pointing off to the side. It's still parked here. It won't be towed for 3 days, but you'll need to come back and claim it. Of course, Charlie replied, as if logistics were the thing he needed to worry about right now. He could breathe. He told himself he could, even if he couldn't feel it yet. Maybe if he could turn around and put his hands on his knees, take a few deep gulps, he could get himself together. But he didn't think that would be enough. He'd need a hell of a lot more than that to recover from this, and Jane didn't need to see it. Turning back to her, he tugged on the hand he only just then realized he still held. Come on, Jane. I'll take you home. When she didn't answer, he leaned down and looked closer. "Jane, do you, Jane?" he asked. But she didn't respond. 30. He sat next to her on the couch, his hand held out, resting heavily on her shoulder. What a crappy start to her vacation. But she was okay, he reminded himself over and over. Charlie also kept telling himself he had another few hours before it was a problem. But he swallowed hard. Every minute that passed, every minute she didn't wake up, made it more likely that this was, in fact, a problem. It wasn't full medical shock. Bert, the EMT, had told him that if it was, they would have taken her to the hospital. Her blood pressure and all her vital signs had checked out fine. And when they did get her attention, she functioned normally and passed all the cognitive tests, which made sense given what she'd been through. Jane answered questions appropriately and more. Bert promised he wouldn't have sent her home otherwise. Also, he told Charlie that's what Jane had said she wanted, and she knew enough to make an informed medical decision. But given the tremendous shock of adrenaline to her system and the length of time for which she'd operated under it, Bert had made it clear she might sleep for a full 24 hours. Charlie didn't know enough to make any informed medical decisions, so he did as Jane and Bert requested. He'd driven her home. At first, she'd crinkled in the foil blanket next to him on the front seat of the truck. She kept the silver sheet still pulled tightly around her. He hadn't commented that she should stay wrapped in it, that the blood on her clothes would have left stains in the truck. He was certain neither of them wanted that. But after a short while, the crinkling had stopped. She'd gone so still that even the foil blanket couldn't detect any movement. That had scared the shit out of him. Several times he'd reached his hand out during the drive, as short as it was, and made sure she was still breathing. Once she turned her head and looked at him as if to ask what he was doing. But no words had passed between them. At home, he'd gotten her out of the bloody clothes. No need to save them. Bert had said there was nothing from the accident considered a crime scene, something Charlie hadn't even considered. But the officer who was wrapping things up agreed. Still, she wasn't in there. Even just convincing her to change had been an ordeal. Jane had been showered clean, though finding the blood on her clothes and in her hair had freaked her out. That, in turn, worried the crap out of him. She was a nurse, why was she afraid of the blood? But she wasn't mentally in there enough to explain. He'd wound up washing her hair for her, just to get the blood out when she couldn't do it herself. She'd also refused food, then balked at heading down the hall to her own room. So he'd laid her out on the couch, and she'd instantly fallen into a deep sleep. Another moment of preternatural stillness had scared the hell out of him. It lasted a few hours, until she had started shuffling in her sleep and making noises. She'd made enough odd, scared noises that he'd wound up sitting here next to her, his hand on her shoulder to keep her still. Any time he lifted it, it seemed her dreams changed. She twisted, murmured concerning sounds, even cried out, but she didn't wake up. When he'd gotten tired enough, he'd curled up next to her, grateful that the couch was large and he could simply pull the back cushions off to make more space. Because any time he moved, even just a trip to the bathroom, she began again to writhe around and call out. The day had passed into night. By the next morning, she still hadn't woken up. He'd eventually caved and ordered a pizza for lunch. Calling in the order from right next to where she slept hadn't roused her at all, but collecting it from the front door had been too much. She'd been nearly screaming by the time he returned and set the box on the counter. But she hadn't been awake. He'd curled next to her again and held her until she calmed down. Luckily, it happened fast. The pizza smelled amazing, and his stomach was growling. He'd hoped the smell of food would bring her around. It didn't. He sat next to her while he ate a few slices. Trying to focus his own thoughts and stay positive was too much. The anxiety of watching the clock ticking down was hell. What if she didn't wake up? She'd wake up. She had to. When he'd eaten enough, with only one hand available, and nothing to drink because he wasn't willing to leave her again to even just get a glass of water, he realized he was exhausted. Worry was exhausting. He silently thanked his mother for all the times she'd been concerned about him, but hadn't pushed too hard. He'd thank her in person the next time he saw her. Curling back up on the couch, he brushed her hair from her face. As soon as his fingers brushed her soft skin, he wondered if he was crossing any personal boundaries. He didn't have answers and didn't know what else to do. Charlie told himself he hadn't put his face in her hair or actually done anything inappropriate. He told himself he could fall asleep, that it would be okay, but his body wasn't really listening. He was pleased he'd set an alarm sometime earlier. Simply trying not to worry until the alarm rang didn't go as smoothly as he'd planned, but he tried again to talk himself to sleep, knowing he wouldn't miss his mark. Nerves jangled in his throat. Nothing could happen to her. He'd lost Rima, and there was nothing he could do about it. If he could go back in time, he didn't even know if he could convince Rima to put the camera down. It may have been that a picture she had taken long before he got there was the one that had sealed her fate. He couldn't fix that. But with this, he was here. Jane was still alive. By Bert's measure, she was still perfectly fine. Charlie just didn't believe it. He breathed deeply and told himself it would work out. The universe wouldn't do this to him twice. It just couldn't. When he didn't fall asleep, he rolled over and called his sister. No longer worried about waking Jane and hoping, in fact, that he would, he asked for medical advice. Carlyle had simply reiterated that Bert was right. Hopefully Jane would wake up before that 24-hour mark. She tried to reassure him that even if Jane didn't, it might not mean anything. He didn't like that. But he told his sister, "She won't sleep, not comfortably anyway, unless I actually have my hand on her shoulder or something." Carlyle, maybe oblivious of his growing feelings for Jane, had simply replied, "Then keep your hand on her shoulder, dumbass." As if sitting that way for 24 hours, while he worried and didn't get food or use the bathroom, was the easiest task to execute. The couch wasn't wide enough for too much, so he curled himself back around her, surprised when sleep came as quickly as it did this time. But as he slept, he worried.
31. Jane wasn't sure when she woke. It wasn't an abrupt change. The world had simply begun to seep in around the edges. It was a good world, warm and comfortable. It smelled nice, and she didn't know how long she lay there before she realized that that was Charlie. Her face was buried in the t-shirt he wore. She was on the couch in the living room, laid out and wrapped up with her renter, her friend. She'd been dead asleep. Apparently, Charlie had curled up beside her. He had one arm around her waist, and her own arm was over his as if holding him in place. It was wonderful, but she couldn't remember what she'd done to get here. For a moment she almost panicked. Had something happened between them and she'd forgotten? He was sleeping so peacefully, she didn't want to wake him. This was comfortable. It was nice. She could curl back up and drift away here in his arms. She was right where she wanted to be. Then a jolt hit her, and she moved too quickly, almost throwing Charlie's arm back and throwing him off her. That was rude of her, and she tried to take it back to find some calm. She didn't hear them, though hopefully that meant they were okay. No one was screaming. Next to her he woke up slowly, murmuring, "Sleeping Beauty wakes." She ignored the sweet comment and demanded, "What about the kids?" He almost frowned at her. "With your parents." The answer didn't make sense for a few moments, and then she remembered. She'd driven out to meet her mom and traded the kids so they could stay for a week. But the sunlight wasn't right. She couldn't quite figure it out. Time wasn't making sense, and that felt disturbingly odd. Was she still asleep? Hoping to figure things out, she asked, "When?" "Yesterday," Charlie said. Then he pulled back, though the couch didn't leave a lot of room for space between them. This time he did frown. "How much do you remember of yesterday?" She sucked in a breath. "Then oh hell." "Okay," he replied. "I can see it's coming back." Now she nodded along. The kids were okay. Others were not. The car accident. She'd squealed to a stop, yanking on the wheel to get her own car off to the side. She couldn't cause another accident. They'd had training on this, though she'd hoped never to use it. One of the doctors she worked for said he constantly came across traffic accidents, as if the universe had designated him to be an emergency doctor, but Jane had never had it happen to her before. Hell, She hadn't even been there when Carlyle went into the water. It had been Ever Halifax who had played the hero that day. And Jane would always be grateful that her best friend was still here. "What happened?" she asked. "There was an accident," Charlie told her, the frown still sitting small between his brows. "No, I remember the accident," she said. "What happened to the old man and his wife?" "The EMT said that they were on their way to the hospital when I picked you up," he explained. She worried. That wasn't enough information. Was he holding back because the news was bad? She'd been there, it was part of the job. Sometimes they worked and sweated and cried and they still lost the person. Charlie was gracious enough to keep talking. He said, "Bert thought they were going to be okay, and he told me that's because of you." "He thought they were going to be okay," she repeated as if the words felt strange to her. It sounded stupid, but she wanted the reassurance. Charlie nodded, and she breathed a little easier. "It was after I dropped my kids with my mom." "Exactly, you were almost home," he said. She didn't like the memories, but they came flooding back to her. Charlie moved away then, seeming to realize where he was, curled around her like they were something more to each other than friends. When he moved, he took the heat with him, and the hold she'd been in. She wanted to ask him to stay, but she did not have that kind of courage. Maybe later. Probably never. Sitting up on the couch now, bare feet down on the floor, he looked rumpled but good enough to eat. His sweatpants were riding maybe a little too low. She shouldn't think about it. She definitely didn't say anything about it. He ran a hand through his hair and smiled at her. "They should give you another championship ring for it." She almost laughed. "It's my job," she said. "No, it's not. Not out on the side of the road. Not CPR for almost 30 minutes. He paused, then asked, "Why didn't you trade with someone?" "I did when I could, but no one else with training showed up," she answered. "I mean, I did let one of the other people do it for a moment or two here or there to relieve me, but they were bad at it. I was the highest ranking person on scene until the EMTs showed up, so I had to keep going." He laughed. She must have responded with an expression that let him see she wanted to know why he was laughing. Someone's life was at stake. "But it's just like you," he said. "To realize that they weren't doing it right, and to make sure that it got done correctly." She wasn't sure if that was a compliment or not, but she liked that he said it was just like her. That he knew her well enough to say it, and to be right. They stayed like that for a few more minutes, her limbs still feeling heavy from sleep. She put a hand up to her forehead, and noticed that she was in a t-shirt and sweatpants herself. She didn't remember putting them on, but she didn't remember a lot. "I'm just glad the kids weren't there," she said. "Yeah, you had me worried," he replied. She pushed herself upright, moving further away from him, as if the space between them could stretch her feelings thin. She was supposed to be finding a flaw, something to make it all go away. Instead, he was doing the exact opposite, making her fall harder. Maybe she should tell him. If he knew, he could flee in terror. His reaction would be enough to make her feelings turn around, right? She told herself it was. "Why were you worried?" she asked once she realized what he said. She hadn't been in the accident. "Bert, the EMT, told me that you'd had an adrenaline spike, that it wasn't medical shock." He looked like he was reciting things he'd heard, knowing that she would understand what Bert said even if he didn't, as long as he conveyed the information correctly. And she did. "He said you might sleep a very long time, but if it went past 24 hours, I needed to contact someone." "Oh, did I sleep that long?" she asked, thinking that might explain some things. Just then, a soft chime on his phone began ringing. He reached over and turned it off, explaining, "That was the alarm for when you hit 24 hours, and I had to call someone." "Wow," Jane felt the word stretch out. Sitting up shifted things in her body. She said, "That explains why I'm so hungry." "Yeah, according to Bert, between the work that you did and all the fight or flight hormones in your system, you burned probably every bit of fuel you had and half of your reserves," he said. "He said you'd be hungry when you woke up. I did order a pizza." She followed his finger, looking to where a flat cardboard box sat on the counter. She could smell it. But she didn't remember it getting here. "When?" "About 5 hours ago," he laughed. "You were supposed to smell it and wake up." "Didn't work," she replied. "Didn't work," he agreed. She stood on legs that felt far too unused. As she waited a heartbeat for her muscles to turn back on, Jane asked him, "Can I have a piece?" "You could have all the pieces," he told her. "I mean, except the ones I already ate." Shaking her head at him, she lifted one out of the box. Even at barely room temperature, it was far too enticing. "I'm going to eat one piece," she said. And then,
Thank you so much for listening to Dreamer. Please remember to like and comment on this video. It helps us get more free audiobooks out to you.
32. She'd woken up and she was fine, Charlie reminded himself for the umpteenth time. It had been a slow roll, but she got there, and she was in there. She was Jane again, his Jane, even though he knew he shouldn't think like that. He wondered how she managed to walk away from that accident without any of the trauma that he'd suffered from watching somebody die. Maybe the difference was in saving the person. If he'd saved Rima, maybe he wouldn't have been sent home. Would he still be there, embedded with the army? Maybe he would have stayed overseas. Maybe he would have been on to the next job by now. How long would he have gone on before he realized that half of those jobs were not the good life that his mother wished for him, that he should have wished for himself? How long would he have gone on before he found a friend to sit on the couch with and watch movies with, eat popcorn and drink beer, pause the movie and get mad at it, or say who he thought the killer was? Because that simply had not existed in the life he'd been living. Coming home to Breathless and living a semblance of a normal life had been highly suggested by his therapist at the German army-based hospital, and again, by the therapist he'd seen when he got here. She told him to stay, settle in, make a life. Charlie had thought they were both the crazy ones, and yet here he was. He slept soundly on the couch. Jane, needing him as a steady rock, had turned him into one. He slept soundly, and though he dreamed of Rima, he dreamed of seeing her dark room for the first time. Of her showing him some of the photographs she'd taken. Her parents had displayed them in the house, even though she was a girl, and even though the community expected other things from her, her parents were proud. He'd slept as though it were all forgiven. He'd talked to Alex about it once, though he hadn't caught the implications of it at the time. His best friend had chosen a very different life. Alex worked shifts, not even 9 to 5, he paid dues to get promotions. He'd fallen in love with and married a detective at the precinct he worked at, and all of it struck Charlie as so normal. Charlie had always struck himself as being anything but normal. His life had been exceptional. He'd met people the others wished to meet. He'd seen views that others only wished they could see. He'd learned to scuba dive, though found that underwater photography was not really in his wheelhouse. He'd considered getting a pilot's license, another abnormal thing that was well within his grasp. Pilots and helicopter pilots had all offered to teach him, and he could take the time off to do it. But he'd later realized that if he flew, then he couldn't also take the pictures. While there had been camaraderie on many of his assignments, and being embedded with the military created a sense of brotherhood that existed nowhere else that he'd found, he hadn't had real friends. He hadn't been rude enough to do it out loud, but to himself, he'd scoffed at people in their houses with their 9 to 5 jobs, their 2.4 kids, and their picket fences. But here he was, no picket fence, a couple of extra kids for Jane, no husband anymore, but what an extraordinary life she had. A job that had her saving lives roadside. A business she'd built with her best friend. And more championship rings than most college students ever saw, half of which she'd won as a member of a team. Charlie didn't think he'd been a member of a team ever, not since middle school. Not since before he could be a real part of one. Here, working on the treehouse with her kids, and her explaining to him what they could and couldn't do, had maybe been the closest he'd ever gotten other than the crew who figured out how to strap him to a helicopter over the open ocean. But they'd been a team, not him. He hadn't even tried out for high school baseball. By then it wasn't his thing. He owed some conversations to more than one person. He texted Alex saying he was just checking in, and several hours later when he heard back he told his friend, "I owe you an apology." It had been difficult confessing that he'd not respected Alex's life and choices enough. Still, he'd laughed when Alex replied, "Oh, I know, but I've also always known that you were wrong." As if it weren't the revelation Charlie believed it to be, Alex changed the subject. Jess and I got a second dog, a puppy this time. Is it a test to see if you want kids? Charlie asked, for the first time thinking that that was something people might do for a reason, other than just that it was expected. Then again, they already had the 2 cats and an older rescue dog. We talked about it, Alex texted back, but decided that a baby dog was good enough. We have 2 now, that's good. Charlie had replied with a laughing face, but the dots indicated Alex was already texting again. Besides, I'm an uncle several times over in our friend group, and we like being able to do that. It was something Charlie wouldn't have understood even just a handful of months ago, but he knew the feeling bone deep now. He thought about the other day when Claire had run up to him on chubby legs and simply held her hands up. He'd picked her up without thinking, tucked his arms around her as she wrapped her legs around his waist. She'd then proceeded to show him what she'd built with her big, chunky Lego blocks. And he'd been proud. Not faking it, but truly impressed at the skill she showed. All of that without thinking about it. It didn't mean he wanted kids of his own, but he absolutely understood the uncle vibe. He'd babysat for Jane more than once when she needed to rush out, and getting Missy to the house would have been far too much effort. He'd simply waved her away. He wasn't brilliant at it by any stretch. Missy was probably a far more competent babysitter, but when Jane had returned home, the kids were alive and happy. She'd taken him to Zemp's for a steak to thank him for taking care of her, which he'd protested. It was stupid to thank him for caring for her, because she'd taken care of random strangers on the freeway and saved their lives. He'd done nothing of the sort. He'd slept on the couch and ordered pizza. He should be taking her for the steak dinner, but she'd insisted. Carlisle had called to check in. Apparently, all of Charlie's worry hadn't even warranted a home visit from Carlisle. Bert had been right and Jane was fine. She stood before him now in her matching pajamas, both of them still full from the steak dinner they'd overindulged in. I overate. I cannot do popcorn, she insisted. But movie? The invitation had fallen to the shorthand of a single word. Horror, he replied. She shook her head. Tomorrow. Rom-com. He felt the side of his mouth quirk. Raunchy. She laughed and jumped onto the couch, folding her legs up under her, grabbing the remote. She flipped through until she produced what they had agreed on. He grabbed a beer from the fridge, motioning to see if she wanted one, but she shook her head. When he sat down, she scooted over, pressing herself against his side. He was glad he'd gotten the beer. How much longer could he go on like this? Thinking the things he did of her, about the 2 of them. He didn't think he had much time left before he cracked.
33. Jane stood on the back porch, arms crossed as she watched Charlie working up in the treehouse. He was using the kid's absence to put a few final touches on it. It had a polyplastic corrugated roof at a slant so that the water wouldn't pool and damage the wood. He touched up the paint job and was sealing the outside. He told her he was trying to do it in a way that made sure all the wood was covered, as he'd seen a few bare spots. But he wasn't going to change anything. He also wasn't going to tell the kids that he'd done it, let them think their work was superior in quality. She'd laughed, but there he was, finishing the project he'd set out to keep himself busy. Was he really going to just build a birdhouse next? Where do you want to go to dinner? She called up to him. He leaned over the railing. She was grateful for the narrow space between the slats, even Stella could not slide through. It wasn't Claire Jane worried about with her little chubby toddler body, but Stella. Her older daughter seemed to have only grown upward and hadn't gained any girth since she had been a toddler herself. Jane was afraid Stella might slide right through the railings, but Charlie had made sure that couldn't happen. The little door swung into the treehouse, and when it swung closed, it automatically latched on the outside so that it couldn't be bumped, and someone couldn't accidentally fall from an accidentally left open doorway. It was still a treehouse, and she still worked in the and she still understood what kind of damage could occur. But he hadn't built it too high up, and he'd added all the safety features she'd requested, and even a few others she hadn't known about. Project successful. Are we eating out again? He called back. God, yes, every single night, she replied. I cook at home all the time. When the kids are home, I do a lot of work, and nobody appreciates it. I eat plenty of well-balanced meals normally. This is my vacation. He'd laughed at her, but hadn't given her an answer. Instead, he offered, my treat this time. She'd taken him out the last 2 nights, but no. Not necessary. Don't care, he'd hollered back. She couldn't quite see what he was doing as he turned and brought his supplies down the ladder with him. It was sturdy enough to hold him. She'd been up inside. A childhood dream, she thought, amazing. And her kids got to have it. Thank you, Charlie Weaver. She was sad that he struggled to sleep, sad that he didn't have more going on in his life, but grateful that he'd chosen a project to do something so amazing for her children. They would have this as long as they lived here. They would have memories of building it and playing in it forever. Though she was supposed to work a single shift this week at the hospital, it had been yesterday that she was assigned. Given that she was fresh off the roadside accident and it was a vacation week anyway, she'd called in and used a sick day. She'd needed the time off, needed this week even if it wasn't 100% a vacation. She was still at home, still a mom, and she still checked in with her own mother daily to be sure the kids were okay and behaving. Her mom had told her Claire seemed to have gotten some sniffles, and she'd let Jane know what medication she'd given and when. But Jane was blessedly as free as she could be for the rest of the week. She'd lost a whole day sleeping. Worth it to save a life. She'd do it again in a heartbeat, but she was taking the rest of the time for herself. If you're treating, she called back, you get to decide. It was interesting, she thought, how Charlie was both new to town and a native. There were a few new places that he asked, when had that popped up? Jane even sometimes said it had been here the whole time she'd lived in Breathless. But he'd also grown up here, and there were things that he knew and places he went that she'd never have found on her own. I'll think on it, he said, heading up toward the back porch. They talked logistics for a moment. Where to put the paint? Could it be stored in the garage? All the Carlisle's kit stuff was in there, and she'd moved some of the things she needed stored into the back room. She would have put it into the closet in the small apartment if left to her own devices. But not with someone paying rent to stay there. In fact, I just don't feel I can charge you rent anymore, she told him. Nonsense, I live here. People who live here, the adults anyway, should contribute toward the cost of housing. So simple, and such an interesting way of thinking, but it made sense. When Joe lived here, his money went to pay for the house. Charlie was hard to argue with. He also hadn't commented on the fact that he'd stayed in the guest room again. She didn't want to admit it, but the house felt better with another adult in it. She'd thought that the first time, but she liked even more having him as a regular. She did the only thing she could think of. She shrugged it off and almost laughed at him. I think I do need a corner of the garage for myself. It won't be much, but let's start it. You have paint on your face. Without thinking, she'd reached up to brush it away and only smeared it across his cheek and onto her own fingers. He looked down at her hand as if to say, not helpful, Jane. She did laugh then, if only to cover what she'd just done. Had that touch been too familiar? At least he didn't look awkward about it. Instead, he motioned that he needed to get the cans into the garage, and no one commented about her dumb move. What he said was, I have to shower first. She'd figured as much. She was still dressed from her lunch with Carlisle and Harper Rose and the others. She'd protested the invite, feeling a little out of the loop, not a Mayfair. But Carlisle acted as though that were silly, after all Ever would be there. But Ever was engaged to Jax. Carlisle seemed to think that with Lennon out of town, Jane should just join them. They'd had lunch at the club. Emma Kate had blown in late but was welcomed with open arms and a saved seat. To Jane it had felt like the bells were letting her into their inner sanctum. There were sandwiches and divine chicken salad, a white-railed porch with ceiling fans, and a lunch clientele far more diverse than Jane had expected. She needn't have worried. Though Breathless had come into the current century, all the news and family gossip had still been the main dish. She'd even learned some interesting dirt about Harper Rose and Dane Cotton, from the queen of class herself. When Charlie emerged from the garage, she told him, I was thinking about driving out of town tomorrow. There's a hike in Smithgall. It's supposed to be an 8-mile loop, and I'm going to do it very slowly. I'm taking a lot of snacks. My trail mix will definitely have M&Ms. He was laughing at her again. You probably shouldn't go hiking alone. You want to come? I think I could swing it. She hadn't planned on inviting him. She figured on spending the evening texting through her friends list, seeing who was free on a random weekday. Who wanted to drive an hour plus each direction to take a very long, slow hike that would be more about looking at things than anything else. And yet here he was, ready for dinner or a hike. No wonder he'd needed a project. He didn't have a job other than helping to ship things for Carlisle and her. He'd done a morning shift at his sister's today, even though Jane had been granted the week off. Her week had felt a bit empty in a few spots. But she told herself that was good. That a few mildly empty spots were needed as a break. She watched as he climbed the steps to the apartment, his jeans doing sinful things to that ass. She wondered if he knew. If he was humoring her. If he was just going on the hike, because Georgia women did not have a great history of coming out of the woods alive when they'd gone hiking alone. Jane knew the odds were in her favor, but the stories made the rounds. She told herself she needed to put an end to her fanciful notions about Charlie Weaver. She told herself she would find something that turned her off and turned her away, but she kept not finding it. And so she told herself, like she did each night, that she would do it tomorrow. But not tonight. 34. Jane once again found herself on her couch, curled up against Charlie. He was a solid hunk of a man, stable, steady, and somehow willing to let her do this night after night. Her vacation was not interesting, not counting the accident, but she was relaxing. Something she could feel more and more each day that passed. She'd definitely needed it. The movie was about to end, but it was pretty clear how things were going. She wasn't really all that surprised when the words basically fell out of her mouth. What am I going to do when you fall in love with someone? What do you mean? He looked at her as if she'd said something concerning or confusing. Lifting his arm slightly where it lay along the back of the couch behind her, he pulled back as if her question was so odd he needed some space. No girlfriend of yours, she told him, is going to be okay with me sitting here like this, watching movies with you into the night. She was in her pajama pants, wearing a loose tank top, and she'd only put on a bra because there was a man in her house. Ah, he replied, seeming to understand and realize she wasn't crazy. Well, you don't have to worry about that. She didn't want to say the obvious, oh, so no girlfriend? She knew he didn't have one. Or if he did, he kept her firmly under wraps, and spent his evenings next to Jane. So no. What she said was, she won't like me, won't like this. He chuckled slightly. You don't have to worry about that. Sooner or later, she murmured more as a reminder to herself. One of these days she would have to stop doing this, disentangle herself from the mess that she'd made. Her feelings were her own fault, she knew. It's not going to happen. Charlie had heard her. She wanted to tell him he was wrong. Even if he didn't plan it, some woman would fall for him. She was a case in point. If she knew what she had, this woman would run him down until he realized she was good for him. Jane didn't say any of that. She was a bit surprised when he seemed adamant. I'm already in love with someone, and it has had absolutely no effect on this. You have a girlfriend? Sitting up straight, she tried to sort that thought as the credits began to roll. That was news to her. That should easily be the end of it. Shouldn't that be enough to turn off the spigot that was her unwanted attachment? No, he said. The man made no sense. She tried again. You're in love with someone, but you don't have a girlfriend? She doesn't love me back. I find that hard to believe, Jane told him. Who was this stupid woman? She was sitting to the side now, turned to face him. She regretted pulling away from where she'd curled into him, but she needed to face this head-on for her own mental health. Well, find a way to believe it. It rolled off his tongue, snarky as hell. No way. Jane refused. Who could possibly have Charlie in love with them and not love him back? Charlie with his ripped abs and longish blonde hair and charm and talent and... She pulled mentally away. Wait, is she married? He shook his head. Gay. No. Jane tried again. Something had to be up, or something was wrong with this fool of a woman. She's in a serious relationship? Even then, the woman could still fall for Charlie Weaver. It happened all the time. Jane wanted him to get this mystery woman. Though she hated it too, she needed a way to set herself free. No. He shook his head again. Then how do you know she's not in love with you? She's not. Jane wasn't buying it. She needed to know about this mystery girlfriend. Needed him to have the mystery girlfriend so she could begin to move on with her own life. Because simply telling herself to do it was clearly nowhere near enough. Her face must have shown her disbelief. I just know, he said. 8888888. She made her worst wrong answer buzzing noise. No, you don't. She was nearly scolding him, before she could think better of it. Have you gone and declared your undying love? He said, no, I haven't done that. I haven't forced her to say, Charlie, I just don't feel that way about you. I don't have to. That would be painful for both of us. This time she waited. She still thought he was crazy. The grin on his face only confirmed it. He tipped his head at her, as if he knew something she didn't. Sometimes it's not hard to tell. Sometimes it is, Charlie. I'm telling you, she's in love with you. You don't even know who it is. Doesn't matter. She'd have to be stupid or gay or married. Jane couldn't fathom this woman. You told me she's not gay or married, and I have faith that anyone you fell in love with would not be stupid, so the only logical conclusion is that she must be in love with you too. He laughed wholeheartedly, a happy, hearty sound that warmed her inside. Jane had seen it in little steps, the changes he'd gone through. Maybe Carlyle was right, and this wasn't quite the same man who'd moved in several months ago. He was better, happier, healthier. Not 100%, but on the way. Still, he protested. I'm telling you she's not. Well, I'm telling you she is. He shook his head and stood up as if to get something from the fridge. She really didn't know why she was pushing. Maybe because it was late at night, and she'd had too many beers. Or maybe she was just irritated that he was willing to let it go, rather than really try. No, really, Charlie, what makes you think she's not in love with you? Well, she hasn't declared her undying love for me. Okay, but neither have you, and that doesn't mean that you don't have feelings. That doesn't count. He tipped his head again, this time not quite conceding the point, but you're going to have to do better than that, she added when he didn't say anything else. There have been numerous opportunities for something to happen. She has made 0 moves. I've tried a few, and she doesn't even notice. That doesn't mean shit. She shouldn't have said that. Maybe she's not reading it right. Anything less than just flat out declaring it doesn't mean much. He was still shaking his head. She's caught up in all kinds of other things going on in her life. Sit down, Charlie. Patting the sofa beside her, Jane found herself grateful. This was the impetus she'd needed. That's not enough. It's totally true of everybody in the world, and it doesn't change their feelings. Jane? He rolled his eyes at her, exhausted with her inquiries, but she wasn't giving up. He was in love with someone, and she was willing to bet good money that someone was in love with him too. Just look at her. She had nothing in this fight, no valid reasons anyway. Surely this other, not married, not gay, not stupid woman would feel the same and would tell him so she knew how he felt. He rattled off a few more reasons, growing more and more exasperated as Jane kept shaking her head. No, not good enough. On the one hand, she believed he needed to get into this, and on the other hand, she needed it. Finally, clearly at the end of his rope, which Jane should have cared about but didn't, it was too late at night and she was pushing, he broke. Jane, I spend 4 or 5 nights a week in her house, and I've never made it past the guest room. He said it as if that were some end-all be-all test. He said it as if he hadn't realized quite what he'd revealed. Her mouth dropped open as Charlie stood up ramrod straight. Oh, it had hit him. Or was she wrong? Surely it didn't mean what had jolted her. That would be stupid. So many reasons not to be that. She could almost hear him swallow. She wasn't processing it. Charlie, she finally told him, as if he were being ridiculous. That doesn't work. You can't spend 4 to 5 nights a week in her guest room, because you spend 4 to 5 nights a week in my guest room. There aren't that many nights. No, even as she said it, it hit her. There was only one way to add it up. Her mouth fell open again. There was no other interpretation, but Charlie Weaver started moving away. He ducked down the hall into the guest room. Was he going to lock himself in? But he re-emerged quickly. She saw the keys looped over one finger, and he started to walk quickly past her. He didn't quite look at her as he murmured, "I'm going home."
35. He'd done it. He'd known he would sooner or later. Something would slip, something would be too obvious, and instead, he'd said it so clearly it couldn't be missed. Charlie had given her 2 plus 2, and Jane clearly arrived at 4. "Charlie," she called it out in staccato sounds, as if demanding he stop. His shoulder slumped. There was a reason he hadn't said anything. He didn't want to do this, so he repeated, "I'm going home." She was off the couch faster than he expected, and already around the corner. He tried walking at a reasonable pace. Running would be an admission that he'd done something so stupid. He should have run. Walking had cost him. "Ow," he commented, as something jabbed him in the back. "I'm sorry," she said, but her fingers had slipped into the back of his jeans, holding the waistband. Not letting him move away without him putting up some real fight. "Let me go." "No." Then she repeated it, with emphasis. "No, you said something." "I shouldn't have said it, and I don't want to deal with it. Let me go home, let me sleep in my own bed." But his home was her home, and his own bed seemed to be in the guest room these days. Wasn't that half the problem? "Charlie, sit down." "I really don't want to." "I know, Charlie." Her voice was softer now, but she tugged on the back of his jeans, not letting go like he'd asked. "Come sit on the couch with me." "I don't want to talk about it." "Not tonight." Jane sighed at him. He could hear it. "Yes, tonight. Now." She tugged him again, and repeated herself, until he didn't have much of an option. He should just get this over with. He would deal with it. He'd explain to his sister and his family that he needed a new apartment. Maybe he'd get a bigger one. Maybe in an apartment building. He could talk to Gabe. Gabe owned some places around town, some really nice ones. They wouldn't go for the low price that Jane was charging, and they would have neighbors pounding on the walls and making noises, and they wouldn't have. She'd pulled him all the way around the couch, lined him up in front of it, and pushed him backward until he fell. Jesus! What kind of lecture was he going to have to listen to? He didn't want to hear it. "It's me," she said. "Duh," he replied. He shouldn't be surly, but he felt surly. What else could he do? "Charlie." "I'm not stupid," she told him. "I'm very well aware of that, Jane." Rolling to the side as if he could get around her, he tried to get up, but she pushed his shoulders, keeping him firmly in place. "I'm not stupid, Charlie," she repeated. "Never said you are." She rolled her eyes at him, as if he was failing to make some kind of connection, and he absolutely did not want to make any connections. He very desperately wanted to get out of here, before his embarrassment burned from the inside out and boiled him alive. "Charlie." She took a deep breath, shoulders heaving, and he closed his eyes. He did not want to be here for this. "Charlie, I love you." "I know," he replied. Again, the tension in his shoulders ratcheted up. He did not need her to let him down easily. He just needed her to let him go. "No, I love you." "You love me, but you don't feel that way." "I get it. You don't have to explain. I don't need this." "Oh my God," she replied, somehow angry now. He still didn't open his eyes, as if keeping them closed could keep him from being here. He was shocked then when he felt the weight of her. She indented the couch on either side of him. Her hands pushed heavy against his shoulders, as if she could hold him down. He thought she couldn't, but Jesus, she was straddling him, thighs wide. She had him pinned in place. In a position he would have considered compromising. He couldn't breathe. "Charlie," she said firmly and demandingly, as if she were angry. "Charlie, I'm in love with you." His eyes flew wide. Surely he hadn't heard her correctly, but she leaned in close, hands still clutching his shoulders, fingers almost digging into the muscle as if she could make him understand. And he wasn't sure she could. I told you, if she wasn't gay or married or stupid, she said. She was in love with you, too. His mouth opened. It couldn't be right, he thought. She couldn't have just said that. It would be too easy. It would be too much. He felt like a fool as her mouth closed over his, and he was too stunned to do anything.
36. Charlie didn't move. He didn't kiss her back. Sucking in a breath, Jane felt her nerves jangle. Consciously, she wondered what she'd screwed up. He'd said he was in love with someone, and he'd said when she asked that it was her. Maybe he was right. Maybe it wasn't enough. She pulled back almost until their lips didn't touch. But she hated it. She couldn't be this close and not make it. She tried again, but she couldn't make a man kiss her back. Last chance. If he didn't, she'd let him go home like he wanted. It was worth it to maybe try a little harder this time. And finally, she felt it. His fingers reached for her hips, digging in and holding tight. She sighed with wicked relief as his mouth began moving against hers. A lightning bolt shot through her system at his response, and this time it was everything she wanted, and everything she probably shouldn't have. His fingers clutched as though he didn't have control of them. He pulled her closer, even as he leaned forward and explored her mouth the way she had always wanted him to. When she sank into the kiss, his hands moved up her side, fingers lacing into her hair as he held her close. Charlie Weaver was holding onto her. Jane let go of everything she'd held onto, and let herself get swept away by the feel of him. It was crazy, and maybe she was stupid. After all, she'd already counted so many reasons why this wasn't her best idea. But the feel of him growing hard as she wrapped herself around him wasn't one she was willing to let slip away too easily. When was the last time a kiss had curled her toes? When had a man made every last inch of her skin flush? When was the last time the thread that ran straight down the middle of her was pulled so tight with anticipation? This might be the stupidest thing she'd ever done, but she was holding on to Charlie and letting go of everything else. She didn't plan to roll her hips against him, but she heard and felt him moan into her mouth. With his fingers still in her hair, she pulled back slightly. Maybe he had some sort of functioning reason to hold on to, but she didn't. Jane. It came out on a deep, heavy sigh, and the heat shooting through her warmed with it. She waited for him to say something else, but he didn't, and she found that was enough. If he wasn't going to actively protest, she wasn't going to stop. Putting her hands on his face let her feel the stubble of his facial hair along her palms. When had he last shaved? Her hands tingled at the touch. Had she been gripping him on his shoulders hard enough to leave bruises? She really didn't think either of them cared. Then her fingers were in his hair, and she was pulling him close again. Slowly. She'd initiated the first kiss. Maybe she should let him initiate this one, show that it was what he really wanted too. She figured she'd made her point. Pressure between her legs let her know he was right there with her. It was what he really wanted in at least one way. Her mouth was on his again. She kissed him even as she sighed at the feel of his hand tracing down her shoulder blade, along her back, over her ass and down under her knee, as if he could pull her even closer. Her arms wound around him, and she didn't know if that was a cue or if it had been his plan all along. The arm he'd wrapped around her back tightened, holding her close as he rolled her over. She was pushed into the couch flat down, the weight of him keeping her there. As if she would try to escape. Her legs now wrapped around him in a pose she recognized as nothing but pure want. Moving her hips again elicited a satisfied groan from him. Her mouth moved from his and traced a hot line along the stubble on his face, then down to his neck where she nipped. "You're killing me." It was maybe his first full sentence. "That's mutual," she replied as he laced his fingers into her loose hair and held her head back so he could return the favor. She moved her hips again. Another groan. And then another sound. She wasn't sure how far she would go. Still, Jane knew if he asked, if he even just hinted, she might let go entirely. If she did, she would do anything, give him anything, even if it didn't mean anything at all to him. Maybe he could let go too. Maybe that was all it could be. She knew they didn't fit. But she pushed the thought aside for now. They fit this way. They could be good to each other, couldn't they? Maybe good for each other. For a while. This time, as she went to move her hips, he'd moved his first and the groan was hers. The spike of desire that shot up through her core felt like something new. But she didn't have time to analyze it. His mouth found her lips again and stole all rational thought. She kissed him until an odd noise broke through. It took her a moment to place it, punchy piano music. As he pulled back and put his hand into his hair, he leaned back up onto the couch. She might be in a fog from being almost ravished on her couch, but she recognized the Charlie Brown theme song. He leaned back away from her, the heat of him gone. She regretted the loss but wasn't quite sure what was going on. "Your phone?" she asked as if he might need the prompt. He looked as dazed as she felt. He didn't open his eyes, his fingers laced through his own hair where hers had been just a moment ago. Jane pulled her knees together. Maybe it was best not to sit here like the slut she'd wanted to be. "Damn it, Carlyle," he muttered. The song ended and the phone went blessedly silent. Barely a moment later it started ringing again, the same tone, the same sister. Jane felt her eyes go wide. Charlie pulled the phone out of his pocket, the upbeat cartoon theme song still playing as he just glared at the screen. In that moment, Jane knew that Carlyle had stolen his phone and programmed that particular song as her own ringtone. He hadn't done it. "Are you going to tell her?" he asked. "Oh hell no." "Are you?" she replied, almost horrified at the thought. She hadn't considered what she would tell Carlyle, because she'd never imagined this would even happen. Charlie shook his head, looking like a teenager who didn't want to get caught. Jane had to admit neither did she. But she was an adult, right? Even if she'd been necking on the couch, like it was all new to her. She forced a deep breath. "I won't lie if she asks." The conversation was rapid fire, the phone still ringing in the background. She called back. "She'll keep calling until I answer," Charlie said, even as his finger moved to the screen and he held it up to his ear. "Carlyle, it's 11 o'clock at night." "And you're usually up," Jane could hear the voice from the other side. She listened as Carlyle pointed out that Jane wasn't working all week, and that she and Simon had thought they would take the day off tomorrow. Did Charlie want to join them? She heard as her best friend told the man she had just kissed senseless, the man who had just kissed her senseless, that she was also going to call Jane and see if she wanted to come along. Jane put her hand over her eyes and turned away. She'd been trying to ravish her best friend's twin brother. A man almost a decade her junior. And she was seriously considering keeping all of it a secret. What had she done?
37. He told Carlyle he wasn't going to go out with her and Simon the next day. He told his sister that he and Jane had gone hiking today, and he wasn't sure he was up for another outing. None of it was outright lies, which was good, because his sister always seemed to know when he lied. He worked hard to work around the truth. When he had first come home, when he had been sent home, she had pointedly not asked the questions everyone else had. Carlyle had known he wouldn't answer, and she hadn't wanted to hear it. She'd ended the call now with, "Suit yourself." And he'd hung up, wondering if she could hear his ragged breathing, both from what finally kissing Jane had done to him, and from the terror of getting a phone call from his damn twin sister in the middle of it. He didn't want to keep anything from her, but he also didn't share everything. And what was he going to say? "I just kissed your best friend senseless." I think she liked it. As far as he knew, Carlyle had no clue about his feelings, or how long they'd been simmering. Or that he still, even here on the couch with Jane's lips pink and swollen from the way he'd ravished her, didn't know what he was going to do about them. Jane stared at him, as if awaiting some kind of decision. He wanted to say that he would go home. Even if home was just across the driveway, it would put some distance between them. Let them cool down. They could figure this thing out in the morning. But she'd said she loved him. "I should go home," he said. Jane didn't reply, other than to shake her head at him slowly. His heart thudded. "Do you want me to stay in the guest room?" She shook her head slowly again, an identical move. She was reaching for him, but he leaned back. "Carlyle is going to call you any minute now." "No, she's not. She'll call me tomorrow morning at 7:30, no, at 9, because the kids aren't here, and she knows I'll want to sleep in." She looked at him, as if waiting to be proven true. When her phone didn't ring and the grin split her face, he felt himself laughing. He missed the moment when her fingers curled into the front of his shirt and pulled him close for another nerve-wracking kiss. He couldn't help himself. He leaned her backward, crawled over her again. He wouldn't mind the same position, but with no clothing between them. It took a moment to feel the pressure on his shoulders as she pushed him away. Had he done something? But before the thought even finished, she was digging in and holding him close, saying, "I don't want you to go home." "What are we doing?" he asked. It was a stupid question, and he regretted it the moment it was out of his mouth. Defining things ruined them, didn't it sometimes? But Jane simply replied with, "Whatever we want." Damn it. He knew what he wanted. Wasn't this too fast, though? Hadn't she just kissed him moments ago for the very first time? But he had dreamed of it so much for so long that it didn't feel all that crazy. She squirmed out from underneath him, grabbing his hand in hers. "Come on," she said, and then paused. "If you want." The dumbest question ever, he thought. He leaned forward, nipping at the side of her neck. "I want." She led him down the hall. They slipped past the kitchen, and she tugged him past the door to the guest room. His heart skittered in his chest. Each door they passed made it more real, made his pulse pound, made him grow harder with anticipation. At the very end of the hall, the door opened into her suite of rooms. He'd seen inside before, even stepped in on a few occasions. Then he'd thought he liked her color choices, that the room was comfortable, homey, and welcoming. He thought none of that now. It was different with Jane herself pulling him along, more than an invitation, almost a demand. With a shy grin on her face, she repeated what she'd said earlier, "Whatever we want." She backed up slowly, letting go of his hand, as if she were letting him make this decision. It wasn't a decision he was making. It had been made somewhere in the ether of his soul, a long time ago. If he ever got this chance, he would take it. Somehow, miraculously, here he was. "Is that?" He pointed at the bed, mad that he was even thinking to ask if it was the bed she'd shared with Joe. For some reason, he knew he wouldn't be able to stomach it, having her there if she'd been with that asshole here first. He'd drag her to the guest room, or back out to the sofa. It wasn't as if there were kids at home. They could make use of the kitchen counters, christen the dining room table. He shouldn't be making plans. "No," she said firmly, shaking her head. All the irritation at the idea fled with that one word. He was not going to find any other reason to refuse. She was offering, and he was done asking why, done denying himself what he wanted right now and had wanted for quite some time. He might regret it in the morning, but only if she did. Shutting the door behind them, even though no one else was in the house, he did what he'd wanted to for so long. Moving slowly, he stopped in front of her for a moment. She half crawled backward up the bed, making room for him. He crawled over her. Leaning her back, hands in her hair, he kissed her until she squirmed. He reached for the hem of her shirt, tugging it up and over her head. But as he did, something changed. One hand came up holding the piece in place, as the other hit the bed behind her, bracing herself. She was practically sitting up, nearly scooting backward as if she were trying to get away. "What?" he asked. "Charlie." The sound was sad and regretful, and he couldn't figure it out. I'm... He waited for whatever it was she was trying to get out. She'd invited him in here, but it seemed she was going to break his heart anyway. "I've had 4 kids, she said. He was confused. He knew that. "Did you think I couldn't count?" They were running around the house. This wasn't a surprise. She laughed a little, but the sound turned nervous. "I don't look like what I looked like in those videos you've been watching of me in college." "Why would you?" he asked, confused. She stared at him, as if her lack of reasoning made some kind of sense, and it took him a moment to realize. Oh no. How should he say it? He wanted her. Badly. He tried to put it into words. "I am amazed watching those videos, but those are videos of an athlete in her prime." She looked away, and he kept talking. He crawled forward over her again, reaching for the fabric she was still clutching, pulling it loose from under her hand, glad she didn't fight him too hard. The woman I want isn't a college student. She's a real woman, still clearly amazing and in great shape, but I'm not really attracted to college girls. I see her in you, but this is what I want. His hand reached out, curling along her hip, where she seemed to have come into actual, curvy hips in the intervening years. His fingers dug in, holding on, even though he hadn't told them to. He couldn't quite decipher the expression she gave him, so he kissed her lightly, once, twice, and pulled back just a little. It sounds like we need to go over the rules. She frowned at him for a moment, hands covering her chest now as he pulled them away. He looked at her and grinned as she asked, "There are rules for sex."
38. Rule 1: if I do anything you don't like, you have to say so. He looked stern about it, and Jane felt herself smiling. She murmured, "That's a good rule. Same for me. See? Rules are good." Rule 2: he was crawling closer and closer. She could smell him, breathe him in. His mouth was so close her lips brushed against his as she asked, "How many are there?" 3. Now shush. He kissed her softly, then added, "Number 2, you have to give me a second chance." What? She was confused. "I have wanted you for so long." He was looking right into her eyes, stealing her breath, making her somehow want him more. That if this goes a little too fast. He was laughing, and she found herself giggling along with him. "I promise I'll take care of you, but please give me a second chance." Granted. Her mouth curled at the word. She felt sexy and wanted and warm. And maybe a third. She laughed out loud at him for that one. Promise. Of course she promised. Charlie Weaver was on his hands and knees on her bed, telling her there would be a second and even a third time. He wound his fingers through hers, tugging her hand away. Rule 3. Yes, sir. She looked up at him. This time she didn't cover anything. The shine in his gaze and the way he bit at his lower lip told her he liked what he saw. She wasn't going to ask again. You can't come back in 3 days and say you made a mistake. Her heart rolled. Had someone done that? Was he just expecting it to fall apart? 3 days was when. His mouth was on hers, his tongue searching, scattering her thoughts to far corners. His rules were done. Even if he didn't think they were, she was done listening. It was time to stop talking. Her arms wound around his neck. Jesus, she was grateful that women couldn't just go off too early and be done. She was going to explode the moment he touched her. It had been far too long in general, and certainly far too long since she'd felt, well, she might have never felt like this. He held her, hovering over the bed for a long moment. Jane clung to him, telling him with her touch just how much she wanted this. He would get that second and third chance. Hopefully very soon. She would not be back in a few days, saying it was a mistake. Even if it was, it couldn't be. Not this. Then he was pressing her down into the bed. With her shoulders pinned, she lifted her hips and felt his fingers at her waist. She shouldn't have been surprised, but it felt like she couldn't keep track of everything. The man fogged her brain. She was making some possibly bad choices, and she loved it. His hands were on the button on his jeans, then the soft purr of the zipper, as he quickly shed the last of his clothing before coming back to her. Though he'd been frantic, he seemed to need to slow down a moment. But she still sizzled where their skin had touched. She wanted more. Jane rolled closer but couldn't quite press herself fully against him. She was ready to tell him to go ahead, but his hand was talking for him. His palm silently trailed up her thigh, slowly, reverently. She felt like a goddess under his touch. Though she wanted him now, Jane couldn't push. She couldn't fight the thrall of being worshipped like this. She wasn't sure how long she twisted under him, how long her brain exploded for, her cells all burned. But when he ground out a needy "Jane, I can't," she whispered, "Please." It was all she could do.
39. It was the please that did him in. He'd held back as long as he could, but no longer. After, he shouldn't have collapsed on her, but he no longer had working bones or muscles. He tried to at least roll to the side, but she held on tight, pressed beneath him, their bodies still joined. He breathed deeply, not because he wanted to, but because his body demanded it. A small shiver ran through her, and he felt it like it was his own. That made the world congeal around him. brought his brain back inside his body. She was here. Not a dream. Curled around him, holding on tight even now. She'd gotten her release and he'd gotten his, but she wasn't letting him move. Beneath him, Jane breathed heavily too, and he waited for her to ask what had they done. But she only murmured something he couldn't make out. Nuzzling his face into her neck, he felt her laugh a little at the move. He must have tickled her, but he hadn't meant to. She smelled of sex and him. Like he'd marked her. Damn, but that turned him on. Again. He held her there, curling her close, until he finally felt the air in the room at the temperature it probably really was, not the fire he'd burned up with. Turning his face to hers, he kissed her temple, her ear, her jaw, and at last her mouth. Oh damn. He'd gotten used to holding her, at least for a moment. To the feel of her skin on his, in his arms. But she'd moved, and the friction of it was more than he could bear. Like the quick strike of a match, he needed her again. You weren't too fast there, cowboy. She murmured it, and he felt her hand along the side of his face. Yes, I was. No, she sounded like she didn't understand. You totally took me over the edge. I came. Hard. No. It was definitely too fast. He grinned, even if he didn't open his eyes. He could hear the frown in her voice. What are you calling too fast then? Whatever I have to. Because you promised I'd get a second chance if it was too fast. His eyes opened as her hand reached for his arm. Not a slap, but a playful tap. He liked her playful. You get a second chance anyway. Her smile tore him up inside. He'd needed this. Maybe she had too. This week it felt like it was a space out of time. The accident had scared the shit out of him. Seeing her like that. The ringing in his ears even as the EMT assured him the blood wasn't hers. The words falling out of his mouth, when he'd thought he was being careful not to give himself away. Had that just been a few hours ago? He couldn't tell. He should get up. Maybe shower. Maybe leave her to sleep in her own bed the way she was used to. He should tell her he would go. He did none of that. Charlie leaned in closer, letting her decide. Move in or pull away. Jane moved in. Her mouth brushed so lightly against his that he thought he might have imagined it. But when he opened to kiss her the way he wanted, she was right there. Her hands wandered his body and he held on tightly. Maybe too tight, but he couldn't stop himself. Slower this time, he murmured against her mouth, and was rewarded with a groan of both protest and anticipation. He had to remind himself that this was real. But it couldn't last. He knew it.
40. Jane rolled over, her bones soft, her mood content. There was a warm man in the bed next to her, and she sighed at the thought of it, hoping she didn't wake him. While this was not the bed she'd shared with Joe, because she donated that immediately and would have burned it if not for the toxic fumes, this was still the same room. She'd painted it in colors that she chose. Got new sheets and comforters and pillows, and made it feel like a sanctuary. Now it felt like a small slice of heaven with Charlie Weaver breathing heavily in his sleep next to her. Rolling over to look at him, Jane smiled to herself. His hair spread out across the pillow, his broad shoulders took up more space than he had a right to. She didn't care. She couldn't help the wash of satisfaction that had settled into her. It felt decadent staying in bed this late. Though she had slept in most days this week, this was even better. She could feel an ache in her muscles, her lower back, her butt between her legs, muscles she hadn't been using nearly enough. But damn, she'd gotten a workout last night. Next to her, Charlie's eyes slowly opened. For a moment as he came to, moving his head to look at her, she felt a wave of sheer panic. How would he react? This was at least the bed she usually slept in her room, in her house. Since he'd moved here, it seemed Charlie had migrated from the apartment over the garage into the living room, then the guest room, and finally here into her bed. She hadn't been there when he woke up in her guest room, but now. His smile was slow and easy, sexy. It took her a moment to realize that he wasn't smiling at her as much as he was smiling back at her. She couldn't help it, and her grin widened. This morning was going to be okay. Soft chimes cut the air and he rolled his eyes. Is that your phone? He asked. He'd heard it ring often enough to recognize the tone, and she nodded. Don't you have it turned off at night? Yeah, but some numbers break through the do not disturb. Oh. He suddenly came more awake. Is it your mom? He was up on one elbow, the covers sliding down enough to deliciously remind her that he wasn't wearing anything other than the sheets. She rolled over, wanting not to turn away from the sight but needing to grab the phone. It was fully charged, and she saw Carlisle's name across the front. Flipping it around, she showed him the screen. Carlisle breaks through? He asked as if that were wildly unfathomable. His sister was her very best friend. What was she doing? But Jane just answered the question outright. She does, and so do you. As my renter, I figured I needed to answer if you called. He leaned in and kissed her quickly but firmly. You do need to answer when I call. Are you going to get it? Probably, she said, hitting the button likely just before the phone decided to send Carlisle to voicemail. Morning, she said, knowing she sounded a little groggy and wondering if Carlisle would be able to hear what Charlie had done to her all night. Hey, Simon and I are headed out. Jane tried to sound surprised as her friend told her the plans for the day, given that she'd been sitting there when Charlie had been given the same offer the night before. I was hoping you'd come with. Carlisle sounded awake and perky. Jane tried to remember what she normally sounded like, or if any grit or fancy in her voice would be written off as part of her vacation from life. Oh, Jane said, trying to casually brush away the offer. I don't really want to be a third wheel. Carlisle laughed. You know you're not going to be that. I'm a little sore from yesterday, Jane commented, thinking that might be a good excuse. Charlie's eyes flew wide, as if she was going to out the two of them right here and now. Hell no. From hiking, she told Carlisle as she frowned at the man who had made her eyes roll back the night before. The twin brother of the woman on the phone. Jane ignored that as best she could. It was definitely longer than I usually go. Next to her, Charlie offered a knowing grin, and she reached out as if swatting him could shut up his expression. It didn't. All right, Carlisle conceded, suit yourself. Definitely invite me next time, Jane added before hanging up the phone. She turned to face her new lover, what an odd term she thought, and smiled. She'd never expected to find a lover, not before the kids were older, not now, and certainly not in this man. We should probably get up. We could go out and get coffee. You want to be seen around town? Do you think people will be able to tell? He seemed concerned about the possibility, and she didn't take it as an offense. I have no idea. I think there's every possibility your sister will know everything the moment she sees me again, Jane added. Moving his elbow, Charlie let gravity take him as he flopped back to the bed. Oof. One well-muscled arm came up, putting his hand to his head, as if Carlisle seeing right through the two of them was something he'd not considered before. They might be in bed together, but they sat on opposite sides of his sister. Jane still hadn't decided quite how she wanted to deal with it. Maybe just make coffee here, Jane suggested, rolling over onto her back. She could change her mind. The last thing she needed was the breathless gossip pipeline getting back to her best friend. She definitely needed to be the one to break the news first, not that she had any clue the best way to do such a thing. But she could not leave her bestie feeling betrayed and lied to. In fact, was it already going to be that way? Jane had never mentioned she'd caught serious feelings for Charlie. She just assumed they'd go forever unreturned. But given that she'd ended up in her bed with him, and more than just a one-time thing, maybe she should have been spilling the beans long before now. I really want to make pancakes, she thought out loud as if she could change the commentary in her own head. Charlie looked at her, one eyebrow up. I never get to make them with pecans and blueberries. The kids always want plain or chocolate chip, and they eat that weird synthetic syrup. I tried to get them to eat the good maple stuff, she said, laughing. They aren't having it. He said it like he knew, and her heart might have gone a little gooey itself. Yeah, not at all, she replied. But you have a stash in the back corner of the fridge. You know I do. She laughed again. Maybe to cover that these stupid little comments showed her he paid attention. She wasn't sure if he'd said that because he'd actually found the bottle, or just because he knew her. Still, she languished in the feeling, wanting to hold on to as much as she could while she still could. How much longer would she go on like this, feeling languid and boneless, beholden to almost no one? Her kids were in good hands. Her mother had declared Claire's sniffles cleared. Her parents reported in each day. Jane had even gotten on a video call with the kids once in the middle of the week. For the most part, they'd all said their hellos and then run off to play, which she figured was the best response they could have. She could tell they were having a blast. "That actually sounds really good," Charlie said, rolling up onto his elbow again and leaning over her. "We should make pancakes," he said, his lips brushing against hers as he said the words. But the heat of him was lighting a hunger that blazed through her system, and it wasn't for pancakes. Jane was grateful when he leaned in, pressing them close, the covers caught between them the only hindrance. "I think we should make something else first." She kissed him back, her response coming out somewhere between a moan and a growl. This was amazing, almost unbelievable, and it couldn't last. But he was here in her bed now. While it was in her reach, she was going to grab it and him, and hold on with both hands.
41. Charlie headed up to his apartment, needing a change of clothes. With his hand on the knob as he opened the door into the empty, dark space, a weird feeling washed over him. Normally, if he stayed over in the guest room, he just headed up here in the morning when he woke up. But that was not how this morning had gone. Everything had changed in less than 24 hours, and now he was simply up here to take a quick shower and fetch fresh clothing. Today, he'd not made it back to the apartment until the middle of the afternoon, but his brain was at odds with itself. He'd never felt more settled into his bones, alive in his own skin, than he had this morning and last night. He knew he'd been granted more than his fair share of exhilarating moments. He'd been to Antarctica to photograph penguins. He had a shot of a killer whale scooping one up, and a second shot of the penguin squeezing out of the massive jaws, its life spared by millimeters. He'd been in a number of helicopters, where he had to be harnessed and anchored so that he didn't fall out while getting his pictures. He'd seen the sunrise over Denali. Those things had been adventures, things that Charlie Weaver had done. But right now, it felt like he truly was the Charlie Weaver he was meant to be. He also knew it couldn't last. It wouldn't. Jane's kids would be back Monday afternoon. The grandparents were driving them all the way this time and staying overnight. If that didn't put enough of a damper on his mood, tomorrow morning, he and Jane would head to his sister's house, where they would pack up as much of a week's worth of deliveries as they could. He'd only gone once this week, the three of them timing breaks with Jane's absence. But the orders were still coming in. A good thing. Carlisle and Simon had kept up with some of it, but the team was behind, and Monday he would go back by himself. That was going to be a long day. Would Carlisle be able to read him like a book? Know what he'd done? Monday night, the children and the parents would be in the house with Jane, and he wouldn't. There simply wouldn't be enough room in her life for him soon enough. He'd gone out to the treehouse for an hour before heading up the stairs. Putting another coat of sealant on the wood should be the end of it. The treehouse was officially finished, but it seemed like a sign, like the very existence of it was speaking to him. An ending was coming for him, too. While Jane cleaned up the kitchen after the pancakes and did the dishes, he was getting a harsh reminder that she had 4 children and a life, a job as a nurse, and responsibilities. Ones that certainly wouldn't include adding him. No matter how much she might want him or enjoy their time together, he had no idea how she would find space for him. If she would even try. He would take advantage of it as much as he could now while she was free. He showered quickly, put on jeans, and headed down the stairs. They talked about seeing a movie in the afternoon in a real theater with really expensive popcorn and sodas. Thinking he was walking through the door just to turn around and leave, he wasn't prepared for the hit he took upon seeing her. Holding the door open, she wore a smile on her face and a flirty skirt showing off lean legs. He'd kissed her once, thinking it would be a quick peck on the lips before they headed out the door. But then he kissed her a second time and a third. She'd backed up, laughing, and hadn't even protested that they'd be late to the movie. But when they reached the dining room table, he had a moment's thought of how sturdy it was. Her breath hitched as he turned her around, grabbed her wrists, and placed her hands flat on the smooth, shiny wood surface. Her only protest was, "Charlie, the windows are open. It's bright outside. No one can see in," he'd whispered in her ear. What if someone comes to the door? He decided he'd make her remember him. Remember this, every damn time she sat at this table. Every time she laid out a place setting, he wanted her to blush at the memory.
42. She'd made it through another day of her vacation, and Jane was starting to feel the clock tick down. Charlie was fine with her kids, but he was a bachelor through and through. 4 young children were about to come rolling in, hyped up from a week at Grandma's and Grandpa's. Hell, they'd probably still be high on sugar by the time Jane got them back. She missed them. She loved her kids and she missed having them here. She couldn't wait for them to get home, but the gain of one good thing meant the loss of another. She tried not to look at Charlie like she knew the whole thing was a ticking clock. It might even be a bomb, she didn't know yet. After the incident on the dining room table, she and Charlie had simply tucked themselves back into their clothing. That was, of course, after they fled into the kitchen so the delivery driver didn't see them spread eagle on the dining room table, looking like they'd just done what they'd just done. They went to the later movie. They ate absolutely ridiculous amounts of popcorn, and true to her plan to eat out all week, they picked up Greek food for dinner. The pancakes were all that she was making, besides the occasional bowl of cereal. Jane hadn't even suggested that they watch a movie that night. They'd already seen one and she'd simply let Charlie tumble her onto the couch, finally fulfilling the promise of that first kiss. She'd never look at half the rooms in this house the same way again. They'd watched and ignored several TV shows, and the night dragged later and later. It seemed as if they were both not willing to get up, not wanting to actually go to bed and admit that this was the last night of their little interlude. Her brain was working overtime, and it was past midnight when Charlie yawned and Jane admitted defeat. "Let's go to bed. Are you coming?" She stood up, hand held out, invitation extended, though she was unsure how he would answer. Maybe he'd want to go back and sleep in his own bed. Instead of walking away, he languidly laced his fingers through hers and forced her to attempt to counterweight him, to pull him up. As if. She was laughing. He had to get his own hot ass off the couch. He would never win that fight. They'd gone more domestic then, brushing their teeth side by side in her ensuite bathroom. She hip-checked him at one point before she put her favorite lotion on her hands and her face. What was she even doing here? What was this? Not sustainable, that was certain. But then she was in bed, no pajamas, him on top of her and around her and inside her. She still wasn't quite sure how to let go. Tomorrow was coming, and she couldn't stop it. Time was passing no matter what she did. She loved the feel of him moving within her. Her brain was still. Oh shit. No. No, I do. Her hands pressed against his shoulders. Charlie. Stop, Charlie. Stop. To his credit, he froze mid-stroke, looking at her. What? Are you okay? She'd made him frantic and afraid, and it wasn't necessarily the wrong reaction. She pushed at his shoulders again. Yes, but Charlie, we made a mistake. She'd never seen a man move so fast. In fact, she was startled by the speed at which he stood up and immediately left the room. She needed to explain. Rolling out of bed, she tried to follow him. The mood was completely dissipated, but her brain still scrambling. He wasn't running, but somehow he was moving so fast, and she was almost chasing him down the hall. Charlie, she said. We have to talk. Let me explain. She had to tell him. But she pulled back as he turned around, heat in his eyes. He radiated anger like a furious god. She pulled up, setting her shoulders out of sheer habit of being confronted. This was not what she had expected. She wasn't afraid of him, never of him. It sank in for a moment that there had been just a few flashes where she'd wondered if Joe could turn on her, but never Charlie. Still, it was his anger that scared her. What? She demanded. You promised you wouldn't say that. 43. Oh, thank God. Jane felt a wave of relief roll through her system at his harsh words. All his anger made sense now. For a moment she wondered why it didn't dissipate for him too, until she realized she still had to explain. No, Charlie, not that. This is not a mistake. She motioned between them. That's not what I meant. We screwed up something else. We together screwed it up. Bad. Illuminated only by the night lights around the house, she headed into the kitchen, opening the cabinets. Where had she put it? Not here, she thought. Not with the regular medicine, because it wasn't something she'd expected anyone in her house to need. Maybe in the back room with her medical kit. She had built one herself, put together as an emergency room nurse. The things she thought other kids and friends might need, since she would be the one they would ask what to take, what to do. Turning, she motioned to Charlie, telling him he should follow her. He was still wary, and she realized her own brain was turning too fast. She had offered him no explanation. No birth control. She just blurted it out. What? You didn't? Did you? She pressed, and when he shook his head, the only thing that came out was his name. Charlie. He looked at her oddly, his head shaking side to side. I assumed you. Yeah, no. Why would I? She asked pointedly as she pulled out the plastic container where she kept everything that wasn't in the main cabinet. Benadryl for backups, elastic bandages for sprains, and Plan B. She pulled it out, flipping the box over, frantically checking the expiration date and looking at the dosage. Her fingers shook. She had 72 hours to take it since the first incident. How long had it been? She calculated, screwed it up, calculated again. It was in a blister pack, one lone pill, and she struggled to push it out. Jane was pretty sure she was still within the time window. She hated only being pretty sure, though, and she did not have the brain power to do the real math and carry the one. Damn, she'd better be in the window. She'd stopped her new boyfriend, or whatever he was, trying to count the hours since the first time. I've been divorced for a while, Charlie. Wasn't taking anything regularly. Didn't want the side effects. They weren't full sentences. She wasn't making sense. He was standing behind her. She could feel the heat of him, but he didn't move to help. Didn't reach to hold her or comfort her. That didn't matter right now. Right now she needed to complete the task and not get pregnant. When she finally got the pill popped out, it rolled away onto the nearby tabletop. Shit. She was trying so hard not to cry. How had she gotten herself into this? She decided to be grateful that it hadn't rolled onto the floor, or at least she thought it didn't. Smacking her hand along the fabric, she felt for it until she found it. When she did, she popped it into her mouth as fast as she could, no water, the bitter taste strong and welcome. She prayed she had made it in time. With deep breaths, she told herself she had done what she could. Now she flipped the box over to read the instructions and dosage again, and considered taking a second one. It would not feel good, but it would get the job done. She knew better, though. More didn't necessarily make things better. The answer wasn't just dosing up, it was dosing correctly, and she'd done what she could. And it could just make her wind up in the ER where she worked, having to explain all of this to someone she knew. All she could do now was pray. Breathing heavily, fear still coursing through her, she turned her back to the wall and sank to the floor. She cradled her head in her hands. What had she done? She'd thrown all caution to the wind this week. She'd known she was doing it, and she'd told herself that nothing mattered beyond the little cocoon the two of them had built. She thought she could face the consequences beyond the little cocoon later. Much later. Well, the consequences were trying to arrive early. Jane was just grateful she'd thought of it now and not tomorrow. So here she was, sitting on the floor in her back room, hands still shaking uncontrollably. For some reason, Charlie didn't speak. He just stood there, looking down at her with an indecipherable expression. If he was mad that she'd stopped them right in the middle, well, he could get over it. None of it was worth an 18-year sentence. She put her hands on her knees, hoping that would stop the obvious shaking, knowing it wouldn't really stop the shakes. She tried to take deep breaths, reminding herself she'd done the right thing, promising herself it should work. She'd only done this once before in her life, and it had worked. She reminded herself she wasn't one of the rare women who was completely immune to the drug. They stayed like that, Jane on the floor, head tipped back against the wall, hands clutching her knees, waiting for the adrenaline to subside while Charlie stood over her. The look on his face was blank at best, but bordered on anger, and at last, in the pale yellow light of the nightlight, she looked up at him. Maybe she could explain something or, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He didn't answer, but his expression didn't change. "What?" She pushed again when he didn't budge. He ran one hand through his hair, apparently a go-to gesture, maybe why he'd grown it out. "You sure were fast to stop everything." Her eyes flew wide. Was he serious? "Yeah," she replied. "You know what happens when people have sex without birth control, right?" She motioned with one hand in the air, making little circles. He nodded tightly. "I'm sorry," he said, but something in the way he said the words that really didn't make any sense, made an idea snap in her mind. Her mouth about fell open. The thought had absolutely not occurred to her before. "Did you want?" She paused before finally getting the words out. "A child?" People wanted babies. She understood that people wanted the bonds that babies brought, but babies woke up in the middle of the night screaming sometimes. In the she'd understood it wasn't just her, that people always overestimated the ability of the baby to bring them together, and underestimated the ability of all the new responsibility, and honestly, possible terrifying incidences and how it could tear them apart. Some people wanted children. And that was a whole other game. But all of it was work and sacrifice and… He shook his head. No. When she breathed out a sigh of relief, she realized she was still not quite solid enough or strong enough to stand up. She motioned for him to sit next to her. He did, crossing his legs as he slid to the floor facing her. But he still looked mad. Why? The anger hit her now too. Damn it. That was likely their last time together, and they hadn't even gotten to finish it. Maybe she could scrape up a condom. Maybe she could scrape up a spine that wasn't jelly. But whatever it was, Charlie wasn't done. His anger still simmered right below the surface, and she didn't have the bandwidth to wait it out. What? She asked again. He motioned to her up and down, as if he were struggling to find the words. She wished he would damn well find them, because she couldn't answer anything when she did not understand. She had stopped them from having an accidental pregnancy, because they'd been behaving like foolish kids. When at last he found his voice, it wasn't the voice she recognized. It was low and dark, ground out between clenched teeth, and he nearly glared at her. It was practically accusing. You had 4 kids with that asshole. The last word came out on a sigh of anger and irritation, and all Jane could think was, damn, Charlie had seen only a very little of Joe. But it wasn't like he was wrong. Then Charlie added, looking away, his voice wetter, sadder this time, now the very second you think there's a possibility of having one with me, you run screaming to make sure it doesn't happen. It hit her, the cold, wet slap of reality, and she shook her head at him. That's not it. Sure looks like it from over here. It was a stupid argument, she knew, and he seemed to know it too. She could see his expression, and she knew him. She knew him well enough to know he was berating himself for even feeling this way. He couldn't actually want this. His next project was to build a damn birdhouse, for God's sake. What was going to happen when he was offered the next grand adventure, and he wanted to go? Because he would want to go. She knew enough about him now to know that as soon as he felt like he could go, he would go. She knew he'd been getting offers the whole time that he was home, because people didn't know enough not to call him and ask right now. She knew that he'd started having to make some decisions. He was no longer at the automatic no that had been his go-to response when he'd first been shuttled back to Georgia. Though she shook her head at him, all he could do was repeat himself. That's what it looks like over here. She felt her own anger rise up, boiling with things she hadn't examined in far too long. Maybe it's not about you, Charlie. Maybe it's just that I don't want to be pregnant again. I've been there and I know what it's like. This has nothing to do with Joe and nothing to do with you. I do not want to have another child. Do you know how much work it is? The last 2 pregnancies I had, I was violently ill for 4 months straight while I was raising 2 young children, and then the next time 3 young children. This time it would be while I have 4 young children. Jesus, she was getting louder. Then the words fell out of her mouth. Words she'd never acknowledged to herself. I never wanted to have 4 kids in the first place. How had she said that? She felt it like a hot knife cutting her own abdomen open, her guts spilling out. How could she say that? Her hands flew to her mouth and her eyes flew wide as hot tears leaked.
44. It washed over him. Shame that he'd put her up to this, irritation with his immature self for thinking that it had been about him. And no, he hadn't considered it, but he did now, and he should. She was right. Not even counting the 18 years to raise a child that he absolutely was not volunteering for, pregnancy itself was difficult. He had cousins and friends who had kids, and just the second-hand information he'd gotten was enough to let him know that it was more work than he would have been willing to put in. Instead, he'd been mad that she'd given something precious to her blazing a hole of an ex-husband that she was clearly not willing to give to him. He'd been stupid. Jane was right. She'd already done it 4 times. She didn't deserve to have him pushing it on her. Moving as fast as he could, desperately wanting to stop her tears and her own shame at the words she'd blurted, he shifted his position. In a heartbeat, he was sitting beside her where she'd originally offered. He put his arm around her and pulled her in close to lean on him, where he should have been from the first moment. She was whispering, and it took a moment to realize what she was saying. "I can't believe I said that. I didn't mean to say that. I'm a terrible mother." "You're not a terrible mother." He curled her closer, breathed in her scent, and tasted the salt of her sorrow in the air. "You're a fabulous mother. They're not here. They'll never know you said it." "I'll never repeat it to anyone," he promised, hoping that that was the right thing to say, wondering if there was any right thing to say. He asked what might very well be the wrong thing to ask. "How did you wind up with 4 kids?" "It's so stupid," she said. "Don't get me wrong. I love Stella, I love Claire. I cannot imagine my life without them. But it feels like the trap that they always sell us, have another kid. Everybody loves a baby. You'll love your kid, and you do, they're right. But if I hadn't had more, if I'd only had the 2 I had originally intended." Her voice trailed off, but he waited. He was right, she had more to add, she just needed to find the words. "Then I might have seen what Joe was sooner. I might have left years ago. I wouldn't be stuck with Joe for another 16 years, only for 10. I'd be further along in my nursing career, because I would have gone back to work earlier. He didn't want me to go back to work at all." She sucked in a breath. "Joe always wanted more kids. We had Tyler and Dylan, and he kind of talked me into a 3rd child. Even suggested that we were trying for a girl. I honestly didn't care, but he pushed. We needed a girl. It sounds so stupid now. I mean, you never know what you're going to get with a child. Thinking that you got something in particular because you got a boy or a girl, well, that's just a great way to make everybody unhappy with the situation." Charlie laughed, but Jane was right. He and his own brother were as different as night and day, and his mother had handled all of it. For a moment, he wondered how many children his parents had wanted. Because even if both of the pregnancies had been planned, had they counted on a set of twins? He didn't say it, but Jesus, twins ran in his family. Jane didn't want a 5th child, but what if it had wound up being a 5th and a 6th? He didn't even let the thought continue. "Joe talked me into having a 3rd, she was saying. Charlie pushed his focus back to her. She sniffled and muttered, "I never agreed to a 4th. I feel so awful for saying this, but Claire was an accident." "It's okay," he told her. "Lots of kids are accidents. It doesn't mean you don't love them." Jane shook her head, sighing heavily. I actually don't know if that 4th pregnancy really was an accident anymore. Since I learned about what and who Joe really is, I've wondered." "Oh shit. You think he sabotaged your birth control?" "I think there's nothing I wouldn't put past him. And I think I was blind to that for a long, long time. The thing is, here I am raising these kids basically alone." "Yes, but Joe takes them on the weekends," Charlie commented, realizing only after the words were out that he should have kept his stupid mouth shut. He tightened his arm around her shoulder and leaned his head into hers, trying to be supportive. Clearly, he was doing a crap job. "You've seen that," Jane offered in a wry tone. "Joe taking the kids on the weekends is more work than help." "I know. It seems he's sabotaging you at every turn." "Right, so there's no reason to think he wasn't sabotaging me all along. This time she squirmed in his arms, turning to face him. He still had his arms loosely around her, but now her hands were up, grabbing his shoulders, holding him in place. She was looking right at him, wanted him to hear. He tried to really listen. It's not about you. It's about being pregnant again. It's about adding another 18 years to a job that I thought I called an end to years ago. It's not about you, she repeated. He figured he deserved that. It's about not bringing a human into the world without knowing that that little baby was wanted. That 18 years from now, their parents still want them. And what if they have some kind of disability or learning disorder, or something that makes it impossible, or even an accident somewhere down the line? Things he had not considered. But a woman who already had 4 kids would. What if there's something that makes it impossible for them to go out into the world on their own as an adult? I'm still responsible for them. If that happens, I'll be a full-time parent until I die. I would be too, Charlie said, even though she'd put an end to it, and rightly so. He wanted to let her know she wouldn't have been alone. But he felt the shake of her shoulders, the snort of the laugh. No, you wouldn't. I would, he insisted. No, there's a difference. You get to choose whether or not you are responsible. You can choose at any point in the future that it's too difficult and walk away. Society might judge you a little bit, but someone like you, someone with your talent, she was saying, looking him in the eyes again, her hands shaking on his shoulders as if she could rattle the sense into him. Everyone would forgive you. I don't have that option. It settled like lead in his lungs. It wasn't about them or what they believed. It wasn't about him or her, or even this non-existent child. It was just the way the world perceived things, the way people would judge her. She was right. Technically, they should have the same options once the child was born, but she sure didn't have the same options beforehand, and there was nothing he could do about the biology of that. They didn't really have the same options once the child was born either. He was privileged enough not to be too harshly judged for the worst of choices. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got mad. It was immature of me. He pulled her close, kissing her, mad that he'd been part of the problem tonight. He asked, "What do we do now?" Her eyes darted away from him, as if she couldn't bear to quite look at him. I don't know, she answered. We're due at Carlisle's to pack our orders tomorrow morning at 8. He nodded. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about that himself. This was it. It was basically over, wasn't it? We should get some sleep, he commented. She nodded in agreement, though neither of them moved. At last, he realized he would have to. Though he'd had emotional whiplash tonight, her feelings must have been a full multi-car pileup. She was probably exhausted. Here, he said. I've got you. It was awkward standing up from the floor, curling Jane into his arms. Her arms hung loosely around his neck. That felt good, at least, and he savored it, because it was probably the last time he was ever going to feel it. And he carried her to bed.
45. Jane pulled into Carlisle's driveway, parking behind the old battered truck Charlie was sometimes driving these days. They'd walked out to the driveway together, and he commented, almost too casually, that he considered taking his bike. If your parents show up early with the kids, you might need to leave. She'd nodded, and he'd gone on as though this were a normal conversation. He might need to take the boxes to the post office, and so he should take the truck. They hadn't discussed driving in separately or hiding what they'd done from Carlisle, but he was already here when she pulled up. Jane had detoured through a kiosk for a steamy, frothy coffee. The kids weren't home yet, but her vacation was over, and the coffee seemed like one last defiant hurrah. It also made her not arrive with the man she'd been sleeping with. She told herself she wasn't doing it to hide anything from her best friend. But she also had no plans to announce it. It seemed as she arrived that Carlisle had just lifted the garage door. The weather was warm for summer, luckily, not yet the humid mess that made everybody sweat just for stepping outside. They'd given in on another purchase for the business, this time several box fans to keep the air circulating. For now, it would be good enough. Still, Jane figured they'd be investing in an actual portable air conditioner soon. Simon and I took care of what we could over the weekend. How was your vacation? Carlisle asked. How was Jane not prepared to answer that? How could she answer honestly without just blatantly blurting out, I spent most of it banging your brother? Taking a sip of the coffee to hide her laughter at her own thoughts, she added, mostly I stayed home. That was true. I ate out every meal, except for one time I made pancakes. With pecans and blueberries. True, but she should shut up before she fully rambled. I watched a lot of movies. Also true. Done. She forced her lips together so no more words could get out. She faked a smile, grateful she'd checked her hair in the mirror on the way in. It was just a precaution, because she'd also checked the back of her head in the bathroom before she left. Charlie had woken early. She'd been warm next to him, grateful for the condom he produced, though she had no idea from where. Last night luckily was not the end of it all, but this morning most likely had been. Slow, silent, languid and simple, it felt like a meeting of souls even though she knew it was anything but. Jane wasn't sure if it was better, if that had been a real goodbye or not. He would still be living in the apartment above her garage, for the foreseeable future. He would still be coming to have dinner, sometimes maybe with her and the kids eating on the table that she would always look at in a new light now. Always remember with a hitch in her breath. There likely wouldn't be mornings like this one again. It had seemed there was a silent agreement that the vacation had been the vacation. She was glad now there were no obvious signs for Carlisle to pick up on. Jane wouldn't lie, but maybe one day in the future she would admit, do you remember that time my kids went to stay with my parents when Charlie was here? She tried not to watch as Charlie leaned over, jeans showcasing an ass that she now knew what it felt like to grab. His tank top left his arms bare and she knew what it felt like, smelled like, tasted like to be in those arms. She couldn't reach out and touch, and she couldn't even afford to just stand here and watch, because she really wasn't ready to talk about it quite yet. While her outside was strong and ready to move on, her inside still felt a little fragile and tender to the touch. Jane was grateful that they had a system to pack the orders, and she moved into her place. Leaning over, she read the screen on the small old laptop where Carlisle already had it booted up and pulled to the next page of orders. Jesus, Jane breathed out the word as she tried to count how many pages she'd rolled through. Yeah, I mean no blame or anything because this is fantastic. But you sure did pick a hell of a week to take off. I didn't pick it, Jane reminded her friend. My parents did. True. Behind them, Charlie worked. Though he didn't speak, he made plenty of noise, popping boxes open and rolling them with the near-constant crackling of the tape gun. He stacked them ready for the women to pick them up, add the little air packs for padding, add a kit, a packing slip, and so on. Rather than Carlisle's desire for a handwritten note, they'd added a personal note on the packing slip. Most people wouldn't look, she thought, but it was there. And Jane was grateful now for the time saver. She hit the buttons, starting the printers going. One was designed for speed printing labels. The other spit out packing slips. The current orders look like they're keeping up at the better rate. We might have just kicked up another notch. Probably the ads are working. Carlisle replied. They'd tried something new, and Jane was grateful it wasn't a waste of money. It had been a kick in the pants to learn that it wasn't enough to make a really great product. They had a lot of free publicity in the beginning. Carlisle's accident and her rescue had brought national news attention. So even though it was months later, when the kit was finally designed and ready to go for sale, people did still remember. News organizations had wanted to interview her and learn about the kit. But that initial kick had died down, and they had to keep selling kits. Jane had had to learn marketing while Carlisle educated herself on website design, not what she'd intended. But Jane wasn't mad. This is good though, she told Carlisle, even though it meant they were behind now. The question is if we can sustain it. She'd learned to calculate business factors, how many cars were on the road in America, how to market the kit to be kept in every car. Because when it was needed immediately. Accidents couldn't be predicted. Unless someone was going to carry one on their person and put it in every car you traveled with, it would be useless sitting in the garage while they were in the other vehicle. That helped them sell more, but she'd calculated the numbers. how long each kit could last, how long they could go before they needed to update the kits. Not just because they needed to be new and improved, but because plastic-aged safety kits needed to be replenished. Later she'd figured they could sell replacement parts, upgraded kits, bigger versions with first aid. They could move into other countries and overseas. Though she'd never considered herself a business person, she found she had plans. "We'll be putting in a lot of hours this week," Jane told her friend, but they both knew that was a good thing. Feeling the heat of Charlie standing close behind her, Jane tried not to show that she recognized him by the change in the air, by the scent that she caught. "Damn," he replied over her shoulder. "I have to learn to make boxes faster. We may need to hire someone." It wasn't the first time Carlyle had said it. Again, Jane thought, every time it seemed that they hit a point where they could ramp up their production and make more per kit, that she could maybe take a little more money home, something else came along that ate the extra. Oh well, she loved the business, and the time and sweat investment was what they had planned for. She couldn't complain. They chattered along, Carlyle talking about the day she and Simon had taken off and gone to the local fair. Nothing crazy. Some of the booths were cheap, definitely crap more than crafts. It was fun. It was nice to be out for a day. You should have joined us. I know, next time. How was the hike? Carlyle asked. She looked over her shoulder, addressing the question to Jane, then also to Charlie. For a moment Jane froze. Did Carlyle know something? It was nice, Charlie said. Though I'll tell you, Jane is not a go-getter on a hike. Carlyle laughed and Jane shrugged, trying not to let her relief show. It was true. She was more there to see the scenery at the top and along the way, check out the frogs and lizards she might spot. We found a snake. It was adorable and tiny, and ultimately very disappointing. Disappointing? Her friend asked, knowing Jane appreciated all the wildlife. Jane felt good. Things were fine. It wasn't time to confess her secret affair with her best friend's twin brother. It would be okay. He was maybe 8 inches long and tiny. I showed Charlie and we decide we want to know what kind of snake is he. Do we recognize him? So we get on the phone and we search. There's internet on this hike? Carlyle interrupted. There was cell service, Jane replied, then continued on, black snake in Georgia with yellow ring on its neck. So disappointing, Charlie commented from where he was replacing the tape he'd run out of, an entire roll. They'd need to order more supplies soon. Jane thought, more kits even at this speed. It turns out it's called a yellow ring neck black snake. Oh, you're shitting me, right? Carlyle laughed. You could have guessed that. It deserved a better name. He was cute though. Jane pulled out the phone and showed off the picture. They chatted on like that, Jane grateful for the ease that her day was progressing with. She'd expected it to be harder. A while later, they decided that they couldn't take a break. They would just order in a pizza and keep working. Jane decided she would cook for the kids and her parents that night. They'd possibly also been eating out all week. They could all try to get back to a semblance of normalcy. Charlie had headed out with a truck full of boxes to deliver to the post office. Jane was grateful it wasn't raining and things didn't need to be covered. They could pack the back of the truck full. They loaded the little wagon into the bed, then loaded some of the boxes they'd emptied and refilled with packed and labeled kits. Maybe a little rain would be nice, Jane thought as she tried to go slowly and not break a sweat lifting heavy things. The driveway was beyond where the fans could reach, but she'd realized that a little too late. When Charlie drove away with the delivery, planning to pick up the pizza on the way back, the two women stood taking a moment's breather. They watched the truck go down the driveway, but as soon as he was out of sight, Carlyle turned to her. Oh my God, Charlie's different. What? Jane asked. He's doing so much better. Oh, thank God, Jane thought to herself. She'd been expecting worse. She tried to say something normal. I don't know. I see him most days, so maybe I'm not seeing it as it happens, but I think you're right. I'm definitely right, Carlyle said. I wouldn't have said it was the right thing right now. Her friend turned back into the garage, stepping into the stream of air from the fan, and Jane followed. In fact, I would have advised against it, but it's clear that he got laid. Jane gulped. It was clearly the right thing to do, Carlyle added, not noticing the terror on her friend's face. He seems to be doing better. Do you know who it is? Jane froze.
Hi. Thank you so much for listening to Dreamer. Please help us out by subscribing to this channel. We appreciate you listening to this audiobook.
46. Jane had made spaghetti and meatballs for dinner. There was no time to let it heat in the crock-pot after working in Carlisle's garage until her parents said they were close, but it was easy enough on the stovetop. She steamed broccoli, added shredded Parmesan cheese and garlic so the kids would eat it. She even offered it up with a little bit of ranch to dip. She was used to serving the kids and determining their portions for them, but it was nice to have 2 extra adult pairs of hands getting Claire up into her high chair and Stella into the tall seat that she used to be a big girl at the table. Dylan had finally outgrown it, and all the children had moved up 1 step. For a moment she remembered a scene from an old TV show where the family of boys tried on their suits for a funeral, all of them too small. Then they each climbed out of the suit they were wearing and handed it to the next youngest boy. It felt like that sometimes. It was easier, she thought, to let her parents handle the table and the drinks as she scooped up the servings, but she found herself setting a plate in front of her father, right where Charlie had bent her over the table the other day. Oh damn. She hoped she hadn't flushed. Was it just 48 hours ago? Life was weird that way. Sometimes it moved on, a boring repetition of the same thing over and over. The kids just getting a little bit bigger, the highlights that Stella learned to hold the chopsticks, or that Claire learned a new word or a back somersault. Then sometimes the change was Charlie. Sometimes the change was an end. She swallowed and tried not to think about where her father was sitting. Her parents flanked her on either side, leaving Jane at the head of the table. They'd all just simply rotated around to that after Joe had left. Her mother had initially told her to try and fix the unsalvageable marriage. They'd reached a point where her mother finally just stayed quiet about it. Jane had to consider that a win. She sat there with her parents and kids in front of her. Her children's firsts and her own championship rings behind her. Charlie was a blip in the timeline. He'd given her self-confidence back, called her a champion and made her feel alive. She'd carry that with her. It wasn't as if he was gone, but she didn't know how to maintain it going forward. Maybe they could find some moments, a little time here or there on the weekends. Until he took another job. Until he disappeared to a foreign country she'd never heard of and would never visit. I think we're going to head back tomorrow, her dad said. You know, sleep in our own bed tomorrow night. Oh, okay. That makes sense. She wondered if she sounded adequately disappointed. But I thought you were staying, and we were all going to go tomorrow morning to the zoo. We're still going to do that. We'll stay through the afternoon, but we'll probably leave relatively soon after. Maybe right after we get back from the zoo. Okay, Jane agreed, digging into the spaghetti. There wasn't much else she could do. Her parents had just taken all 4 kids for a week. They had to be exhausted. Besides, there were 2 more people to look after in her household. Looking out at the table in front of her, she smiled at the kids she'd made. They were happy and healthy and strong, despite the bullshit they dealt with most weekends with their father. They had good grandparents. It was more than a lot of kids had. They'd already shown their grandparents the new treehouse as soon as they got home. Jane had held her breath, wondering if they'd see the touch-ups Charlie had put into place, but no one commented. Her mother stood in the yard, arms crossed. Your renter built this for them? He's taking a mental health vacation, Jane commented, thinking that was the most that she could say. He does a lot of high-profile, high-adrenaline assignments and he needed a break. But apparently he got bored pretty quickly, and he needed a project. That's a nice project, her mother said, tone skeptical. 2 birds, 1 stone, Jane commented as if that were enough before adding, he needed the kids so he couldn't just abandon it halfway through. Kids will keep you accountable, her mother had laughed even as she agreed with Charlie's idea. That's true. Are you guys holding up okay after a full week with the kids? Jane asked. Oh, we are absolutely exhausted to our bones, her mother had replied. But it was fun, and I can't wait until we can do it again. That tracked with her father's announcement that they would be heading home sooner rather than later. With everyone full and tired from their long days, the house quieted down pretty quickly after dinner, and Jane crawled into her bed alone for the first time in a set of days she didn't want to put a number on. Charlie was home. She'd heard the bike coming up the drive earlier, but he hadn't interfered with the family dinner, so he was up in his apartment. How many meters away, she wondered, and yet an ocean spanned the gulf between them. Tomorrow she'd go to the zoo with her family. Tuesday Missy would come. Jane would drop the boys at camp and head to Carlisle's, where they would put in another long shift to get all those orders out. The following day she had a shift at the hospital, and then back to the garage to pack even more orders. She'd checked the website before she left, and the numbers were relentless. All good news, but their next shift would involve ordering another shipment to arrive on pallets in several weeks. Jane wondered at that point if they might have almost run through their stock. Good problems to have. Trying to give her brain something to do, something boring enough to make her fall asleep, she pulled her pillow close and tried to drift away. The sheets still smelled like Charlie. Like sex. Like need. She wondered how long she could leave them this way. Could she seduce him back here over the weekend? The next time Joe had the kids and the house would be empty. Her life stretched out before her, back to boring. The only changes were the little things the kids improved on, the artwork they brought home, the grades, the end of summer, the end of fall. Tomorrow she'd go to the zoo with her parents and her kids, but the next day in the garage she would have to stand there and work shoulder to shoulder with her best friend that she was keeping secrets from, and with the man she wasn't sure she'd ever have again.
47. Charlie sat at the small round table, laptop open, watching videos he probably shouldn't be watching, old footage uploaded to video channels, and even to the university website. If he dug far enough back, he could watch Jane on the bars, doing some death-defying and gravity-defying moves. Some of the old meets had been broadcast on national channels back in the day, not that he or anyone in his family had known to watch. Occasionally, the commentators paused a gymnast midair, using graphics and overlaying rulers to show how far above the bars she had flown. Jane was sky-high. The talking heads said they could easily walk right under her double back flip on floor. They showed her hovering over the beam, mid-leap, arms up, legs beyond a perfect split. They pointed out how she hit a position beyond 180, but not that she jumped 3 to 4 feet above a beam already 4 feet off the ground. In the still shots, he could see that her form was perfect. Her toes pointed, her hands reaching to grasp the bar she'd flown her entire body over, or to grasp the beam as she landed upside down. Maybe he shouldn't still be watching. With the windows at least now partly open during the day, a sign of progress, he'd seen her parents putting their suitcases in the car. But he hadn't gone over to the house. Jane needed a chance to settle back in with her kids, and it had been different sitting there and having dinner with them when he thought he was never going to make it anywhere past the guest room. It would be odd, he thought now, picking up a piece of food that Claire had either dropped or deliberately thrown on the floor and looking across the table at Jane, knowing what they'd done. It was a level of domesticity he wasn't certain he was ready for. Jane had absolutely been right about that. He was not ready for an accidental pregnancy. He'd been stupid to be angry about any of it, and he hoped she understood he'd take back every word of it if he could. His life was elsewhere. As if to remind him of that, his email pinged. Impossible to ignore it, because he recognized the name. One of the producers who often made nature documentaries. He tried to let it go, but he only made it a few more routines into the old meat before he clicked away. It was stupid, but it seemed the other gymnasts weren't as good as Jane. He was clearly biased. The email opened at his touch, and he skimmed it. Royal couple going on a world tour, educational. Meeting people and seeing the landscape and wildlife that other people lived with around the world. They were tapping Kelsey Hewlett for the portraits. They wanted him for the nature photography. Did Nancy know he was on leave? He did portraits too. But he'd seen Kelsey's work, and she was the right choice for this. Videographers would be capturing most of what would be featured, but he and Kelsey, if he took the job, if she did, would be getting everything for the book the Royals would be selling of the behind-the-scenes adventure. However, he and the other photographer would be seen in the television show episodes, here and there. Nancy didn't say it, but there would be breaks between trips. Still, he looked and saw 3 continents in his first scan. He closed the email and turned his thoughts back closer to home. It had never occurred to him that Jane hadn't actually chosen to have 4 kids. He knew she hadn't chosen to have a marriage that went up in flames and leached toxic smoke into all corners of her life, but it hadn't occurred to him that she might not have chosen the number of kids she had in the first place. He shook his head at that. He loved her, but it was done. 4 kids were here, and they needed her all the time. He changed his internet surfing. He'd found several designs for birdhouses. Because this was where he was now, birdhouses. He narrowed it down, and narrowed it down again until he had 2 left to pick from. Finally deciding it wasn't worth the effort to choose, he ordered both blueprints. After printing out the supply lists, he ordered large-scale prints at the local office shop. Tomorrow, he'd pick up the schematics and then get the supplies he needed: wood, chain hooks, small pieces of plexiglass, and get started on whichever one of the projects came together first. He needed something to keep him busy. He sent his father more pictures of the treehouse. His dad had already laughed at the kids wanting to paint it camouflage. His mother pestered him to come to Sunday dinner again. She didn't like email, so that meant he got voice messages and he could hear her tone. He'd been a few times, but it was harder to go now. However, it was also getting harder and harder to say no. Maybe he should just give in. Every half hour or so, his body would have a fundamental urge to get up and walk right out the door, down the steps, and through the side door to Jane's house. When he was hungry, he found himself rising and heading to the door. When he thought about watching a movie, his hand was actually turning the knob before he caught himself. Forcing himself to stay put, he sat on his own little couch and surfed channels on his own little TV, never actually watching anything. He went to bed and tossed and turned. He got up at 3 a.m., unable to sleep. He shuffled around the pages he'd printed, thinking that he should choose one thing to build first. Grabbing a pen, he made a few notes and lamented that the home stores weren't open in the middle of the night. He considered heading to Carlisle's and packing boxes just for something to do, but his sister wouldn't appreciate the garage door going up in the middle of the night. The neighbors wouldn't appreciate the bike. For the first time in a while, he found himself with hours to kill with no way to kill them. When he tried to go back to sleep, he actually managed it, but only for a brief stint. He woke up before 4 a.m., so it hadn't been that long. He'd looked at his hands, expecting to see Rima's blood on them again. Luckily or unluckily, his fingers and palms were clean, even if his conscience still wasn't. Tomorrow, he told himself. Tomorrow, he'd go over in the evening, see if he could bring dinner for Jane and the kids. Maybe he could stay and watch a movie after the kids went to bed. He wondered, as he watched the sky begin to brighten with the sunrise, if it was possible to go backwards. 48. He slept in his own bed for 2 nights before he caved. He'd come over knocking on the side door, not surprised when the 2 little girls came running. They threw their arms around him, yelling, "Charlie, Charlie," or some version thereof. It had made him smile. Jane had been at the sink washing a dish or something, and turned, her face lighting up at the sight of him. All the tension that had been building up for the last 2 days drained away. It shouldn't surprise him that just being near her relaxed him. "I was going to offer to bring Chinese food for dinner," he said. He almost crossed his fingers behind his back. "That would be amazing." "Chopsticks?" Stella cheered. "You got it," he told the small girl who offered a sticky high five. He turned to Jane to ask, "What time?" 5:30. He nodded, offered a quick, "See you then," and turned around, letting himself out the door. He'd had to get out quick, as though the invitation might be rescinded if he stayed too long. It couldn't be. She'd agreed to let him bring dinner in front of the kids, and he'd learned any agreement in front of the kids was etched in stone. He'd barely made it 3 feet inside, but he'd come back. He hoped she wasn't looking out the window, as he sighed in relief. Climbing in the truck, he headed out to place the order and pick up the food, grateful for the chance to come back for the task. For the most part, dinner was a relatively regular affair, kids chattering, the boys talking about their day at summer camp. Stella again used her little pincher chopsticks he'd set up for her, while Claire made a mess on the floor around her. Also normal. He'd been thinking maybe they could go backwards, maybe they could just do this like nothing had happened between them. Then he looked at Jane, and saw something in her expression. It only took a moment to place that she was thinking about the table, and the time he'd bent her over it. He swallowed hard. There was no way he could keep looking at her now. He glanced away. Taking a deep breath, he smiled at the kids. He turned and counted the items in the cabinet that held the tiny ballet shoes, the little karate white belts. Because if he didn't get his brain out of the gutter, he wouldn't be able to stand up from the table, at least not in decent company. But Jane looked away too, the moment gone almost as fast as it had come. After dinner, she put the kids through their paces for bedtime as Charlie cleaned up from the meal. It was so domestic, he thought, and he wondered again about the email he'd gotten with Nancy's offer. He'd written back and asked how long he had to decide. This morning the reply had come, 2 weeks. She did have a second choice, and Nancy wanted to snag her before she booked something else if Charlie wasn't going to take it. She was still working to secure Kelsey Hewlett, too. They'd have to work around her rock star husband's schedule, but Nancy was willing. Charlie knew that would give him more breaks. He might have automatically said no if the assignment was 6 or 8 months straight. 2 weeks was the longest Nancy would wait on him. He wondered if he'd need every second of the time. He closed the lids on the little white cartons, folding the tabs back together. Upstairs, he heard the water running and wondered if he could do the job slowly enough to still be here when Jane came back down. Finished with the food, he wiped down the counters and then the table. He swept the floor out from under Claire's seat, putting as much of it as he could into the compost. Then he stood in the kitchen, broom still in his hands, looking around. He was sweeping up after a toddler's dinner. Waiting through a bedtime for 4 young kids. Was this the life he wanted? It wouldn't be fair to stay here and play at house if he wasn't going to stay forever. Jane deserved better. But he hadn't decided yet. He wasn't taking advantage of her, was he, if he wasn't sure that he might actually stay? He needed time to think about it, because this, the kitchen, the kids, was never the thing he'd wanted. Not the thing he could easily reach out and say, here it is. This is the dream. This is the achievement. He was lucky he'd had so many other points in his life, adventures where he had been able to say that. So many wishes and achievements he'd checked off his list. Paid for with seeing the aftermath of a slaughter in a small African town. Paid for by capturing the last moments of a polar bear that starved to death because of what humans had done. Paid for with Rima's blood on his hands. Maybe it was time to find a new dream. He just wasn't sure it was here in this kitchen. He managed to stretch out the chore long enough for Jane to come back down. Kids are in bed. She nodded. Do you want to watch a movie? There was something in her tone, something that almost asked, would they be able to just watch a movie after everything else that had happened between them? But he did want to try. Charlie had thought he needed to get out of his family's house and get an apartment for himself. He'd realized in the last couple of days he'd needed a new house. If he'd been in a real apartment in a building with other renters, he'd likely be curled in the corner right now, maybe banging his head on the wall. What he'd needed was interaction, and he needed a lot more of it than he had known. He'd needed the kids and the family here, one that didn't tisk their tongues and look at him like they'd told him so. People who didn't expect him to be Wonder Charlie, traveling the earth and collecting awards, and never developing any real friendships. Jane threw popcorn in the microwave, and Charlie popped the lids on a couple of beers. He knew Jane would only have one with the kids home, and he should too. Was he using her, because being alone in that apartment was too much? The last 2 days had been rough. Half of why he was so stuck in his own past, reliving the same horrifying scenes over and over again, was because he couldn't move forward when he was alone in the dark. He needed Jane and the kids. He needed a project. He needed someone to occasionally ask him a question that he simply had to answer, or else be rude. Sitting on the couch next to her and watching a movie would take up several hours of his time, so he didn't have to spend it alone with his own thoughts. Jane had suggested an action flick, and though they'd watched plenty of romantic comedies and dramas in the past, he wasn't sure either of them could handle that now. Action it was. If he hadn't truly enjoyed being here next to her, he wouldn't be here. He laughed as she just picked up the remote, paused the movie, and complained, "That doesn't make any sense. If you zip line like that across buildings, which is insanely unsafe, by the way, you'd bottom out in the middle and never make it to the other side." He'd laughed. He felt whole. He wondered again if he was using her. It bothered him that he couldn't quite say a solid no, even in his own brain. Neither of them should have been surprised that he found himself kissing her halfway through the movie. It might be an action flick, but there was a romantic thread. Whether the mood had moved him or her, he wasn't quite sure, but he was on top of her, pressing her down into the cushions, much the way they'd started. She kissed him back, her tongue tangling with his, telling him she wanted more. She arched her spine when his fingers moved under the hem of her shirt. But then her hands had touched his shoulders, pushing, and he'd known she hadn't even had to say it. There were kids in the house. He nodded. He'd been here long enough to know, to have seen it happen. The kids got up and wandered around at night needing a cup of milk, or just to announce they'd had to pee. God forbid one of them walked out and found them. Sitting back up, they straightened their clothing and pretended it hadn't happened. Jane leaned her head on his shoulder, hooked her arm through his, and curled into him. He wanted more than stopping too soon. When the credits rolled, she was asleep. She had long days again, he thought. He might be doing the same work in the garage, but he wasn't also pulling 12-hour shifts in the ER. His anxiety level about the business wasn't the same as hers. It wasn't his business. Not his investment that they were burning through. Not his 4 mouths to feed. He rocked her slowly until she came around, and then he told her the movie was over and it was time to head up to bed. Nodding, she was on her feet and out of the room before anything more could happen. Probably a safety mechanism against his feelings and maybe hers. Rightly so. Letting himself out, he locked the door behind him and wished he could bolt it, but he was just on the other side of the driveway, right? He paused in the clean, still air. It wasn't cold at night anymore. The moon hung heavy in the sky above him, and his fingers itched to hold the camera. That need was happening stronger and stronger, more and more often lately. He didn't have his camera in hand, and maybe he should. Maybe it was time. He realized he knew what his decision would be about the job, even if he wasn't quite ready to write Nancy back and tell her.
49.
The depth of a belle's accent is most likely an indication of anger or alcohol. Either way, you'd better watch out.
Picking up her phone, Jane checked the time again, her irritation growing with every passing minute. The minutes passed slower than it felt. 4:15. Should she call Missy? She should have called already. "You good?" Charlie asked from where he peeked through the open doorway. Jane was at the table, sewing machine set up, letting down hems on the boys' pants because they just kept growing. It was actually faster and easier to hem them and then let them down than to go buy new pants with every extra inch. "As good as I can be," she told him. Her teeth clenched as she tried hard not to snap at the people around her. None of whom were responsible for this bullshit, only Joe. She told herself she should have called Missy at 4:01, the first minute Joe was late. Let him pay for it. But she hadn't done it. Now she told herself she'd call Missy at 4:20, and then Missy could be here at 4:30. She hadn't told Joe, but she was paying the babysitter to keep her on call for these Friday afternoons. Charlie had been entertaining the kids in the living room, setting them up with a TV show. They didn't deserve to have her irritation around them right now. The kids didn't deserve any of this. She'd heard him tell the children, "Your dad is late again." He wasn't sugarcoating any of it. She was supposed to go over to Carlisle's and pack more boxes. She was supposed to have left at 4. The orders had ramped up again, not a ton but enough that it changed the number of hours they needed each week to get them out. They'd already ordered another shipment of kits, and she had the date on her calendar of when the pallets would arrive. Last time they'd been early, and she prayed they didn't shift their delivery date up again. She had shifts at the hospital, which she needed to take because the hospital at least paid dollar for hours worked. That income counted, it was needed, and she'd just taken a week off. At least the one shift she'd been supposed to work was still paid under her sick leave policy, but one shift in the week was less than half the money she usually got. She checked the phone again and felt or heard Charlie moving close behind her. She didn't even know anymore how she sensed him, she just knew when Charlie was there. "The kids are set up," he said. "They're watching a TV show. They know they'll have to pop up as soon as their dad gets here." She nodded, irritation bubbling in her chest as she realized not only was Joe not here, but she'd stitched the wrong thing. With a heavy sigh, she pulled out the seam ripper and turned to Charlie, forcing herself to say, "Thank you for this." "What did you do?" He pointed to the pants. "I stitched it inside out." She should quit. She was in full-blown nothing-is-working mode. "Why don't you head over to Carlisle's?" he said. "I'll stay here with the kids. I can hand them off to Joe." She swallowed something between horror and laughter. "You absolutely should not be here to hand the kids off to Joe." Setting down the seam ripper, she shoved the small pair of jeans aside and clicked off the sewing machine. She'd learned long ago she needed to cover it and click the lock into place. Too many little fingers, too many ways to get hurt. She capped the seam ripper, put it back in the drawer, making sure the child's safety lock caught, and looked at the phone again. 4:19. One more minute for that bastard. The sound of an engine grabbed her, and she looked up, relieved as she saw the car on the road, then pulling up the driveway. "Kids," he called. "Your dad's here. Get your bags." They started to complain the show wasn't finished. As much as it would be nice to let Joe hang around and wait for them, she needed to go. She had needed to go 20 minutes earlier. She hated that she had no way of staying calm when her ex-husband did this to her. More than once she'd considered not being home when he dropped them off on Sundays. Let him deal with someone being late for him for a change, but she had her doubts about whether or not he would just leave the kids on the doorstep. Tyler could use his key, and the kids could stay at home by themselves until she got back. At least that's what Joe would argue. That she should have been there if they shouldn't be alone. She was contemplating it though. She'd have to tell Tyler that he'd be in charge if his dad ever did that, and then she would report the hell out of her ex. Planning it felt devious, but she could claim to the court that she'd simply been taking the time she was allotted. It had started 20 minutes late, so she had let it run 20 minutes late. She was pretty sure the court documents gave Joe a select number of hours, as well as pick-up and drop-off times. On her feet now, she fidgeted her fingernails against the seam of her jeans, listening as the kids came around the corner, apparently needing Charlie to turn off the TV. They came like a herd of adorable little elephants. They had little backpacks that she had taken the time and effort to pack full, or at least double-check. More than ready for this to be over, she opened the door as Joe came up the walk. "I know," he grumbled as though it were her fault. "I know I'm late. I have an important job." "Screw your important job," she said. "I can't believe you're swearing in front of the kids." As if. She didn't even reply. She wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of an answer. "Come on kids, time to go with your dad," she said. She had Tyler and Dylan out the door, each with a hug and a kiss. She was leaning down to hug Stella when Joe erupted, rage boiling over and making her pull back in surprise and fear. "Who the hell is this?" Shocked into standing bolt upright, Jane followed Joe's gaze to Charlie. Her renter friend, erstwhile lover, was standing in the middle of the room, calmly waving goodbye to the kids. For a moment she wanted to grin, let Joe see her hot younger once-upon-a-time boyfriend, but she wasn't going to say that. Instead she looked her ex square in the eye and said, "That's Charlie Weaver. He's a Mayfair. He's my renter." She'd learned, as had Joe, that the Mayfairs were small-town royalty around here. Joe might not know that the Weavers were Mayfairs, but Jane wasn't going to let it pass. She figured that would be the end of it. Charlie was the renter. But Joe somehow turned even more livid. "Are you screwing him?" Who was swearing in front of the kids now? Her mouth fell open as she felt Charlie moving up behind her. Though she couldn't see it, she knew his fists were clenching at his sides. She was grateful she had at least a half-passable comeback. The last thing they needed were actual punches thrown. She motioned to herself, shoulders to toes, and said, "Not right this moment, no." What would it matter if we were? Charlie said from behind her at the same time, and she wished he hadn't said anything. Everything, every bit of irritation, was another success to Joe. She saw in sudden clarity how much of her marriage she had spent making sure Joe didn't get upset about things. How many responsibilities had he wiggled out of because he'd done it once or twice, gotten upset, and it was just easier for her to do it herself. Jane decided it was best to calmly resume the handoff. Leaning down, she hugged Stella, hoping that this could be the end of it. She picked up Claire and put the toddler in her father's arms, almost forcing Joe to hold on to her. She forced a fake smile. Have a good weekend. It won't be the weekend. I'm not bringing them back. You don't get to have somebody in the house, not someone that I haven't approved of. You don't get to approve of my companions, she told him. This violates the custody agreement. I'm not bringing them back. He turned away as if that was something he could declare. Dad. Tyler at least protested from the bottom of the steps. Dylan fell apart crying on the spot. Jane lost her shit. You are absolutely right, Joe. Charlie was in my house helping me take care of the kids because you were late. In the meantime, I've been hearing all about Danica, who lives with you on the weekend when the kids are there. I haven't approved of the 20-year-old secretary you're screwing, Joe. But do it. Violate the agreement, and the police will come to your house, and your new neighbors can watch them remove the kids on Sunday at exactly 4 p.m. She seethed. Her own fists were clenched now, and she knew that throwing a punch wouldn't do her any favors, but damn, it would feel so good. It had been satisfying at least to watch Joe's eyes fly wide. Did he really think she didn't know about Danica? She'd hated when Charlie told her. She'd wondered again if Joe had used either of the boys to help keep his secrets when they'd been married. But now she knew. And she knew he'd told the kids specifically not to tell her. But the kids were kids, and Joe hadn't counted on the fact that they would tell Charlie because they weren't violating any confidences that way. Their dad had said not to tell their mom. You know what, Joe? Trying her best to stay calm, Jane hoped she was adequately faking it. Enjoy your weekend. This custody agreement is getting reworked. Your alimony will be increased. I've documented everything, and yes, I know that Danica has been there for the last 8 weekends at least. He was turning red, clutching Claire in his arms, who had started to cry. It broke Jane's heart, though the boys at least had seemed a little relieved that Jane was going to make sure they came home at the end of the visit. And she shouldn't have done it, not in front of the kids, but she needed the win against Joe. She looked him dead in the eyes and lowered her voice, hoping Stella was the only one who could hear and maybe wouldn't understand. And you need to leave now because I'm late. I was supposed to go screw Charlie's brains out at 4:05. 50. Threats are best if you follow through. Charlie said it with snark and a raised eyebrow. Of course she wanted to just screw his brains out, but she shouldn't have said it in front of Claire. She shouldn't have risen to the bait. What if Joe reported her? Closing the door behind her, Jane bolted it, as if she needed to lock it all on the other side. Then she turned and leaned against it, her legs trying hard to fail her. She was still upright through willpower alone. Charlie had stayed put, only turning and looking out the window, watching as Joe buckled the kids in. Given the way Charlie at one point grinned too widely and waved, Joe must have thrown a glare over his shoulder. Jane didn't move or even breathe until she heard the car disappearing down the drive. I've made a log of everything. She said it almost as a reminder to herself. Her one bad remark wouldn't change the flow of things. Plus, she was willing to lie and say Joe had made it up. Surely she would never say any such thing. Charlie moved to stand in front of her. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he kneaded the muscles in her neck, which she hadn't realized were strung as tightly as piano wire. He's probably making a fake log, lying that I've been late or that he was on time. She hated that Joe might be doing it. She saw Charlie's face as he absorbed that option. He hadn't counted on Joe being willing to lie, but clearly, her husband was a liar and had been a liar for any number of years, maybe from the moment she'd met him. Jane had decided a while ago that it wouldn't change anything to know just how long he'd been cheating. Now she took a deep breath and tried to steady herself, as if she could remind her nerves to calm down with a list of what she was doing to protect herself. Shit, she declared. Darting to the side, she grabbed the little disposable camera off the shelf from where she kept it, held up her phone and caught the time and just the backside of Joe's car as he drove down the street. The image clearly said 4:29. He'd been here 9 minutes. That's all it took to mess up her system and ruin her day. Taking the little camera from her hand, Charlie looked it over and commented, "That's old school. Easier to show I didn't doctor it in court. I'm also saving all the receipts from getting them printed." Damn. Maybe he was starting to see how much work it was just to tread water here. "We're late for Carlisle," she said, moving to push past Charlie, one hand on his shoulder. But he reached up, capturing the hand. "Yes, we're already late. You already messaged her. You want to go in like this? Neither of us is in any shape to do good work." "Of course not, but I need to get there. We just pack boxes." He moved to stand in front of her. "But it's your business and we don't want any mistakes. We need to be ready. How about we get there more relaxed?" "You're serious? It's what you threatened. And we have the house to ourselves." His voice grew lower on the last line, almost a growl of promise. It washed through her, finally removing the last of the angry, scared hormones. "Oh hell," she replied, almost jumping into his arms. She needed this. Then he was kissing her, mouths devouring each other as he backed her up. She didn't even notice until she bumped up against the front door. She was grateful now that it was bolted, grateful it was a solid piece. Though she'd often complained about not being able to see who was standing on the other side, now it was a good thing. "I'll help you relax," he whispered roughly against her mouth. This was not relaxing, she thought, but she would be relaxed afterward. Taking command, she grabbed his shoulders, holding him close, and then pushed back slightly to peel his shirt. He returned the favor, first pulling her bra down and then reaching behind her. The trick of it was that he got her to arch her back as he unhooked it, which pushed her directly into his hot, waiting mouth. It scorched through her system. She was needy and he was here. A skirt again, she thought, wondering now if she had planned this. She told herself it was the summer weather and that she was cute, but her underwear was gone, the skirt was up and Charlie's pants were unzipped before she could get in a good breath. "Condom, condom," she whispered frantically, banging the heel of her hand on his shoulder, mad that she hadn't thought to have one in her pocket. The medication had worked when they'd screwed it up, but she was not ready for a repeat performance. She'd held out hope that on the weekends when Joe had the kids, she and Charlie might resume their little romance, at least for as long as Charlie was here. She hadn't expected to bolt the door before Joe was even at the stop sign at the end of the street, but here she was. Charlie pulled a foil pack from his back pocket, grinning. He was fast. Condom on, with her legs around his waist, his hands lifted her up and up until he was taking her. Her back arched, her head slammed against the door, and she came apart, her cries loud enough to let anyone within range of her front porch know exactly what she was doing. But hopefully no one was there. Hopefully this time no delivery driver had come right up the driveway. When at last her body and brain were settling back in, and she was breathing heavily against him, she glanced over his shoulder. Their clothing, what little they'd actually shed, was strewn across the hardwood. She smiled, leaned in and bit his shoulder. "We're going to be another handful of minutes late, but you know what? We'll be better workers when we get there for it." He was smiling. She laughed out loud, the motion changing his position in her just a little, and it rippled through her even as he groaned. Okay, you've got to get down. We should get going now." She tried to put herself back together but needed a trip to her own bathroom to double-check everything. Clean underwear, hair put up into a ponytail using a brush, lipstick reapplied. Because like her mama had said, smearing your makeup was fine if it was for fun. Then they were out the door. "Just ride in my car," she told him as he headed to his own vehicle. "But the truck?" "It's too late to do deliveries to the post office," she told him. She wasn't willing to let him fill the truck, bring it back here, and just have it sit in the driveway overnight. What if somebody stole the deliveries? Even just a few missing could cause problems. What if it rained? She motioned again and he climbed in next to her. In minutes they were at Carlisle's. "Get on in here, you two." Carlisle was already working, but Jane could tell it was never as efficient with one person as with the team. "Simon is joining us when he gets off work. What do you think of Chinese? Jane felt her mouth open. Behind Carlisle's back she glanced at Charlie, who shrugged. No lies, she reminded herself. Actually, Charlie brought Chinese over for me and the kids earlier this week. Got it, Carlisle replied, not looking up from where she was sorting packing labels. Most people only ordered one kit, but there were orders for 2, 3, 5, and occasionally 10. Carlisle sorted them quickly. A stack of boxes already sat in the corner, displaying the work she'd done while she was waiting for them. Italian is not good for the garage. Maybe pizza? Chinese isn't good in the garage either. We shouldn't let that stop us. Jane added, but I could use Italian. Let's fuel up on pasta. They picked a place, and Carlisle placed the order with a pickup time for Simon to get on the way home. Charlie was building boxes, Jane was packing them, and Carlisle added packing slips and labels to the tops. The three of them moved like a well-oiled machine, but sometimes they bumped shoulders. At one point Jane caught Carlisle looking her up and down, and she started to get worried. Hold on, I have to take this, Carlisle said, and stepped outside with her phone. Jane was pretty sure the phone hadn't rung. That was odd, not like her friend. She glanced over at Charlie, whose gaze had also followed his sister, and he offered only a small shrug. When Carlisle came back in, she announced, Simon's going to be late from work tonight. Charlie, can you go pick up the dinner? Sure, he replied. She nodded quickly and watched as Jane reached into her pocket and then tossed him the car keys. She'd driven him here, he didn't have a car to take. She was looking forward to her mound of chicken and meatballs in vodka sauce. Apparently, having a fight with an ex-husband and getting hardcore banged up against your front door burned a lot of energy. She was suppressing the smile of memory as she put the kit into the next box and slid it over for Carlisle to do the next step. Only as she did it, she realized Carlisle's stack was 3 boxes deep and her friend wasn't working. Looking up, Jane found Carlisle, caramel hair back in a ponytail, one hand on her hip, stern stare boring into her as she watched Jane. She was clearly trying to figure something out. It's you, isn't it? What? Jane asked, not even sure what her friend was talking about. I said last time that Charlie was doing better, and that I thought he was getting laid. Carlisle's expression didn't change, even as Jane felt the ice forming in her blood. Her best friend wasn't even reacting, it seemed. That couldn't be good. Then Carlisle said it again. It's you, isn't it? 51. Jane felt her mouth open and close like a fish several times, unsure what to say until Carlisle tipped her head to one side and declared, You don't have to answer. That's more than enough for me to know it's a yes. I don't. Jane started, but had no idea where it was going to go. I mean, the second attempt wasn't any better. She couldn't deny it. At last she finally asked, How did you know? Shrugging, Carlisle turned back to putting the kits into the boxes, one finger trailing down the packing slip, making sure the correct number was included. Was that a good sign? Jane didn't know. I know my brother, Carlisle said, and I just finally put all the pieces together. Simon's not late, is he? Jane asked. No. I told him to drive straight home and head over when he got here. Jane swallowed, wondering how long she had before her and Charlie's laundry was aired in front of Simon, before Charlie came back, not realizing that his sister had figured them out and called them on their bluff. You said. Carlisle stopped for a moment, thinking about it. That Charlie came over and watched movies sometimes in the evening, that he sometimes brought dinner for the kids or ate with you. I didn't think anything of it. There wasn't anything to it. Not then, Jane said, as if to be sure Carlisle knew she hadn't been hiding this for some time. However, she'd been hiding it for a while. She felt like shit. Just like she knew she would when this happened. Just like she knew this would happen, her friend was going to figure it out sooner rather than later. Yeah, it wasn't any one thing, I don't think, Carlisle said. I attributed him getting better to having you and the kids around. I mean, I love my mom and dad, but they have ideas about how each of us should be, and they really push for it. Jane nodded. It was a story she'd heard before. Add in Mom's success with Christian and Riley, and she just doesn't think that her theories can possibly be wrong. Jane nodded. She'd heard how Westerly Weaver had simply volunteered her oldest son to work with Riley Zayat's local gifted class. Now the two were married. Jane wouldn't say she'd put all the pieces together, but it was certainly something she'd known in the back of her mind when Charlie had commented that he needed to get out from living with his parents. Back at that time, at least, Jane said, still trying to salvage what was left between her and her best friend. Because Charlie might come and go, but she'd always believed her friendship with Carlisle was forever. Hell, what had she done? He isn't seeing anybody, as far as I know, which means anybody he's screwing is closer to home. Carlisle looked up, her eyes wide as she looked at Jane. It doesn't mean. I don't know what you two have arranged. Jane held her hands up. No offense taken. She was far more concerned that Carlisle would never forgive her than that her friend would offend her. But today you said Joe was late, and I expected you to arrive completely frazzled, and you show up at the other end of the spectrum. Carlisle waved one hand up and down, indicating how calm and put together Jane was. Had that been the mistake? And I didn't put my finger on it at first, but I think you put yourself back together pretty well. Maybe a little too well. Jane couldn't help it, she offered a small curtsy for what it was worth. She hoped like hell her friend still loved her and could appreciate the humor. But you have the FFG. Jane closed her eyes. Hadn't she accused Carlisle of that? The fresh screwed glow. And yeah, she was sure she had it. You retouched your makeup before coming over to work in the garage, Carlisle said. She pointed. Your lipstick is fresh. Shit, Jane thought. Your skirt is not quite straight. Damn. Jane looked down as she smoothed it with her palms. No, wait, it was straight. Yeah, but you failed the test, Carlisle said. Sighing at being fully caught, Jane let it go. Carlisle didn't say anything after that, and the silence fell between them, the only sound the occasional pull of tape from the roll, until Jane couldn't handle it anymore. Are you mad? No, Carlisle replied, but the sound was short and curt. Jane had to press for more. Disappointed? Carlisle laughed at that. At least no, I'm not disappointed. You both seem better for it. I mean, yeah, I'm disappointed because, honestly, if you were screwing anyone else, I would have wanted the details. But dear God, woman, if you give me any details, blood will come out of my ears, and I will run screaming. Do not talk to me about my brother. Jane had to laugh at that, but unfortunately Carlisle wasn't done. Not angry, not disappointed. She sucked in a deep breath, put down the box she was working on and turned to face Jane. Her hands clutched, fingers worrying each other, not a good sign. Afraid. Afraid of what? Jane asked. She and Charlie were both adults. I figured it out first because I know my brother, and I also know you. And I think that's the problem. I know my brother, and I know you. Carlisle didn't quite have to say it, but Jane understood. She nodded. They weren't a good match. At least not out of bed, not beyond the couch or the dining room table. Just as Jane was thinking Carlisle knew enough not to say it, Carlisle said it. In the greatest move of irony, the two of you being together has done him a world of good. And Charlie being better means he's going to leave. I know, Jane replied, though she could hear in her own tone that it didn't have quite the gusto behind it that she wished it did. Charlie's life has always been bigger than everyone else's. Always bigger than Breathless, Carlisle clarified as she went back to packing boxes. As if the movement softened the blow of the words. I know that too, Jane replied, at least this time with some steel under her tone. I know that you know, Carlisle said, her movement stopping once again as she stared at her friend. But do you know? This was why they were best friends. Jane understood what Carlisle was saying. It was one thing to understand it as a cognitive thought, and another to feel it in her heart. And her feelings were definitely getting the best of her. Honestly, Jane said, admitting it out loud and even to herself for the first time, I'm probably already too far gone to fix that. But I am aware. I'll take what I can get, and I know one day he'll get a job and be gone the next, and I'll need to find a new renter. She added the last bit in an almost snarky tone, as if that could hold back the tears pressing at the back of her eyes. Because she didn't want to admit what she needed to admit. Both women turned to the sound of a car, Simon pulling into his own driveway next door. They could see him from the open garage. He'll be here in a minute, Jane said, and Charlie will be back soon. I'd rather not. No worries, Carlisle said, and reached out to hug her friend. Like I said, The thing I'm most mad about is that I actually don't want any details. But when he's gone, I'll still be here. My world is here. Carlisle didn't say it, she didn't have to. Jane's world was here too. And pretty soon she would be here in it without Charlie.
52. Charlie had built the first birdhouse in a flurry of action. After the treehouse, it was almost a non-starter. He considered asking if he could hang it outside the window of his apartment. But what on earth would Jane do with a birdhouse hanging 2 stories up? Instead, he asked to install it in a tree in the front yard. Though she'd readily agreed, she also asked if he would take it with him when he left. "That'll be up to you," he said. At the time, it had seemed like a great answer to a question he was trying hard not to think about. "If the kids like it, if you want to keep refilling it, you can keep it. If not, I'll get it out of your hair." She'd nodded and walked away. It wasn't until hours later that he realized he hadn't said he wasn't going to leave, or even that he wasn't leaving in the foreseeable future. He was past due to admit some cold facts. He had Jane to himself on most weekends, and he appreciated the time. It was almost like being back on her week off. But it wasn't the same. At one point, Joe had pulled a surprise visit, all 4 kids cranky in the car for a video game Tyler had left behind. Jane didn't believe that for a second. Joe was trying to check up. "I wish I hadn't been home." Charlie wondered if he could stare Joe down when the man arrived again to drop off the kids. He could let the ex know that he'd waited all week to get his hands on the woman Joe had wasted. But Joe was often late picking up the kids for his visitation. He was often late or even early dropping them off. And Charlie didn't have a place in her bed when the kids were home. It was tedious having another man running his life, but by the same token, he wouldn't even have the weekends if the kids weren't out. It drove home that he was not in charge of his own schedule, his own love life, or any of it. Nancy's job offer loomed in email. She checked in on him several times, asking if he'd made a decision, reminding him of her drop-dead date. God, it was a dream assignment. Each time, Charlie asked himself the same question he always asked: would he regret it if he went? Would he regret it if he didn't go? For the first time in his life, regrets if he went loomed large. But it didn't change his answer. He rolled over in bed next to her. Jane lay sated next to him, arms out. He couldn't help but grin. It felt good to know they'd done that to each other. It was impossible not to see her grow even more steel in her spine since they'd started, whatever this was. For him, he was sleeping better, letting his past mistakes haunt him less. He was getting the old urges back, finally feeling more like himself. Even as he appreciated all of it, in the back of his head, the irritation niggled like an old wound. He loved spending time with Jane, even when they weren't completely naked and making each other's brains run out their ears a little bit. But it was bothering him more and more each time that he had to schedule it. He had to figure out that Joe was bringing the kids back at 6, that they would already have had dinner, but that Jane would need to get them ready for bed. She'd need to be put back together in case Joe popped up early. Charlie had to calculate for all of it. When should he eat lunch? When should he seduce her, so that she could be done in time to meet up with the ex-husband and reclaim the 4 children marching in the door, chattering about their day? He didn't dislike them. In fact, he actually liked them a lot more than he expected to like any kids. But he couldn't recall ever having had a relationship that was so set by other people's schedules. Him leaving for a job, sure. Her having a 9 to 5 in the city, that had happened to him too. Eventually, those relationships had all faded away. Would he and Jane fade away? Would the irritation get to be too much? "Are you going to Sunday dinner?" she asked him now, still looking up at the ceiling. "I have to." I said yes. Mom's pestering finally wore me down. I'm ready, I think, to stand up to whatever they say, to finally be part of the fold. "The little lost lamb returning," Jane said as she rolled up on one elbow, propping her head up and grinning at him. He loved these moments, but they were getting stolen from him. She was going to basically turn into a pumpkin at 5:30 or before. He rolled over, putting his feet on the floor. He'd partially planned Sunday dinner with his family, maybe, so that he could be the one to leave first this time. "Are you going to do okay with Carlisle there?" Jane asked. She told him, apparently, right after it happened, that Carlisle confronted her about the two of them, though Jane hadn't said exactly what they talked about. Either way, he knew his sister knew. "No, not a problem." Then he turned, wondering if there was more to her question. "We've worked next to her every day. We don't even have to take separate cars anymore." Though they took separate cars all the time. Jane had to drop the kids at camp or pick up someone. It was more just a little thing. It was her daily plan every day. He'd never even held a 9-to-5 job. Jane nodded. "I just meant maybe with the whole family there, they might get pushy." "Oh, they don't all know. She's not one to blab." Jane seemed to agree with that. After all, she probably knew his sister better than even he did. What he wanted to do was roll back into bed and use another condom, but there wasn't enough time. He had plans and she had plans. "Are you taking your camera?" she asked. "I don't know. It's Sunday family dinner. What would he photograph? The chicken parmesan? Then again, he might see something along the way." His fingers curled, as if around the edges of the small digital box. "At least show them the pictures you took." She'd seemed surprised to learn that the birdhouse was less about the building of the project and more about luring things for him to shoot. His mojo was back. Though Charlie was certain he'd still wake up seeing blood on his hands, probably for the rest of his life. He still in part blamed himself for Rima's death. But he could sleep through the night often enough now that he wasn't a complete asshole to be around. Even when he was by himself. He'd come around to Jane's idea that Rima likely would have died exactly the same way, even if he'd never met her. This difference was the teen would have died not as excited about her new camera. She would have died without everyone praising her work and telling her how talented she was. She'd had so much hope for her future. He'd just had the horrible misfortune to meet her at the very wrong time. It was Jane who pointed out later that maybe he'd met her at the right time. Maybe he'd shown up just in time to learn something before Rima was taken. Maybe. He wasn't there yet, but he was trying to find the good in it. He was pulling up his jeans as Jane's voice came from behind him. "Charlie." Something in the tone, something pensive lurking underneath, told him she wasn't going to ask what color t-shirt he was going to wear, or if he was taking his mother flowers for dinner. He turned slowly, buttoning the jeans and zipping the fly, unsure what was coming. He waited. "The very first night we were together," she told him, and he felt the frown. What was she referencing back to? "You said that one of the rules was I couldn't come back 3 days later and say that it had been a mistake." The 3 days was so specific. Was there something about that? Is there a story there? She wanted a story behind it. Then it hit him like a lightning bolt. She had decided it was some past lover who'd done him wrong, or? "No," he told her. "Not like you're thinking. It was because I knew Sunday night was the end of the story. I honestly didn't even know if we would have this going forward." Jane nodded. "I wondered the same. I just didn't want you to hit reality later or something and think it was a mistake." She nodded, seemingly satisfied. Reaching down, he picked up his t-shirt off the floor, found only one sock, and knelt down to look for the other as her voice came to him. "So, can I ask you not to come back in 3 weeks and tell me that you're leaving?" He was looking under the bed for the missing sock when her voice washed over him, and he froze. Thank God she couldn't see his reaction. 53. There was the sock, of course. He found it right after she asked that question. Reaching under the bed, he tried to regulate his breathing that had suddenly gone haywire. Why did she have to ask that now? He stood back up, shirt clutched in one hand, socks in the other, and he could see it on her face. She'd figured it out before he even looked at her. Jane was sitting cross-legged in bed, spine straight, hands folded in her lap, covers pulled up under her arms, as if to deny him even the sight of her. "You got a job," she said, not an accusation that he was leaving, but an understanding of the situation. Charlie wasn't sure why, but that was worse. Every muscle in his face tightened as he nodded. "I mean," Jane said with a forced smile, "you've been getting job offers all along." He nodded again, not sure he could do much else. "So this means that you actually accepted one?" If he hadn't seen her eyes dart quickly to the side before coming back to focus on him, he wouldn't have known anything was wrong. It was stupid because he was going, but he wanted something to be wrong here, wanted her to protest. Maybe it was better that he'd taken the job, if it didn't matter to her anyway. He didn't say anything, didn't know what to say. So she filled the space and asked, "What will you be doing?" as if this were any normal conversation. He told her about the royal couple and their desire to go on a whirlwind tour. It's a combination of recipes and research, charity work and education. They're going to produce a documentary and a book. He listed a couple of the shoots that he remembered right off the top of his head. This time it was Jane that nodded, smiling like that would be really great for him. He found himself saying more, babbling as if more words would elicit more reaction. "There's another photographer going. Her name is Kelsey Hewlett, and I've worked with her a couple of times before." Something shifted subtly in Jane's expression. Why wasn't she more upset by this? But he pushed it down. He was the one who had decided to leave. He didn't get to dictate her response. "She's married," he added. With the words out of his mouth, it seemed a stupid thing to say. He'd said it like a reminder that he didn't have a thing for Kelsey. If he was leaving, what did it really matter? He quickly added, "To J.D. Hewlett in that band Wilder." "Oh, I know them," she said. He felt exposed by this stupid conversation, as they verbally stepped around the fact that he was leaving. He pulled on his shirt and sat down on the edge of the bed to put on his socks, his back to her. "So, you're leaving in 3 weeks?" "4," she asked. Silence hovered between them, and he pushed his feet down into the shoes he'd kicked off, tying them back up as if there was nothing else to do. The clock was telling him it was time to head out. Why had he agreed to Sunday dinner, tonight of all nights? Why had they had this conversation right now? It hadn't even come up before. It wasn't even a thing. Then she'd started asking him why the 3 days. He was irrationally mad about the whole thing since, honestly, it was all his own fault. When nothing more was said, he turned to look back over his shoulder. "I have to go. My family's expecting me for Sunday dinner." He'd tell them about the job. Might as well. If he didn't, Jane would tell Carlisle. Carlisle would tell their mom and dad. He already knew now that when he told them over dinner, his mom and dad and Christian and Riley would all be so happy for him, and Carlisle would be disappointed. "I leave in 2 weeks. Thursday." She didn't respond. "I don't know if it means anything, but I didn't accept the job until yesterday." While that was all true, he was still a liar. He decided he would say yes some time ago. It had just taken him until the last minute to pull the trigger on it. It also meant that he'd spent the weekend with her, all of today at least, without telling her what he already knew. He didn't know if he should try to kiss her goodbye or not. As he looked back, he saw that her spine was too rigid. Her hands, which looked almost casually clasped in her lap, were almost white-knuckled. It shouldn't have made him feel a little bit better, but it did. "I don't really know what to say," he wondered aloud. She only shrugged, her smile a little too tight. He offered his most casual, "I'll be back tonight. I'll see you soon." The kids were coming home. She'd be busy. Being back only meant in his own lonely space above the garage. He tried again, "I've got to get going." Standing, he managed to get his hand on the bedroom doorknob and stepped through the threshold where she couldn't see him anymore, but her voice followed him down the hall. "When are you moving out of the apartment? When do I need to find a new renter?" He didn't answer and just kept walking.
54.
The bells best practiced in verbal art can leave a person knowing they've been insulted, and yet with nothing he can do about it.
Jane sucked in great heaving gulps of air, even as she tried to stop herself from sobbing. It didn't work. It didn't help at all that she knew it was stupid. She'd known this was coming. She'd told herself she would be ready, and she lied to herself about not being too attached. Instead, she reminded herself that she'd needed this interlude with Charlie. That just being with him had done in her world was good. But now, actually staring down the end of it, she had to ask if it had been worth it. She wasn't sure that she could say yes. She'd known. The moment she saw the little birdhouse. She thought it was silly, such a tiny project after having built a whole treehouse, but once it was hanging in her yard, she quickly realized the birdhouse wasn't like the treehouse at all. It wasn't about building it, wasn't about doing something with his hands or accountability or staying busy. This was about photography, about Charlie becoming the famous Charlie Weaver again. A man she'd never really met before. It had been about getting the animals close enough to capture with his camera. It had been foolish to think it was about woodworking. So foolish. When she saw him lying in the grass, extra lens on the camera, aimed up toward the little wooden box waiting, it had all become so clear. Even now, she could feel the arrow of realization that shot through her at that moment. It didn't matter that he'd painted the little house the same shades of blue and cream that she had in her kitchen. That might be touching, but the little house was an obvious signal that the end was getting close. She just told herself that it was all wrong, and that it wasn't actually that close. Surely he needed more time to find himself, to spend with her. Sucking in another deep heaving breath, Jane lifted her hands to her face, wiping away the tears that had fallen. If she'd been wearing a shirt, she would have had to change it. As it was, she tossed the covers aside, telling herself they could dry out before she came back to bed. The kids were going to come home at 6. Maybe even worse, they could be here early if Joe decided to make some point, or just had somewhere else to be. She would not give him the satisfaction of seeing that she was falling apart. Her mistake, she thought, for falling apart in the first place. She was surprised that no one had commented on Charlie being younger than her, but even now she realized that wasn't the problem. The problem was exactly as Carlyle had said. Charlie had never lived a life that could fit here, and Jane had built a life that didn't fit anywhere else. The whole relationship, if it even qualified for that word, was a fantasy she'd built and tended. Her own problem for feeling sad and lonely, and worst of all, foolish. Joe might have been a liar and probably even worse, who knew, she thought, but she owned her own home now. She had real friends. She had shoulders to cry on, people who could support her. The kids were hitting their milestones and honestly becoming excellent people despite the way their father acted, or maybe, Jane thought, because of it. They also were becoming excellent people in part because of Charlie Weaver. The kids would miss him fiercely, and she would have to tend to their broken hearts before her own. The boys were proud of the treehouse that they had built. They continually asked her to invite their friends over, and were now planning a party to show it off. The girls watched her old meets with Charlie on his laptop sometimes. Stella was ready to sign with the Georgia gym dogs already, even if she wasn't even close to an age to do so. These were things that Jane couldn't have accomplished on her own, not with 4 kids and a job and a business. She was juggling a lot. Growing the business helped secure a future for her children, because she wasn't sure about the future in general. Joe paid child support. She hadn't wanted alimony beyond buying out his half of the house. But she realized now there was every possibility that he'd get one of those damn girlfriends pregnant. Then her kids would only get 4/5 of the money he had, or 2/3 or less. And she had Charlie to thank for bringing her up to speed on Joe's extracurricular activities. She needed to be prepared. The business and the rental apartment were her buffer against Joe's future failures. She needed to have her parents over for visits more. The kids loved their grandparents, and it was mutual. She'd have to find another renter. She could do it, she thought. She would do it because she had to, and she would get over Charlie Weaver. She told herself one day she'd be able to look back and be glad that they had this fling. Know that it had done many good things for her. She needed the confidence boost. She needed the last thing she heard not to be Joe telling her that it was her fault he cheated. It hadn't mattered that she knew that wasn't true, that all of it lay squarely at Joe's feet. It helped to have the last words whispered in her ear be that she was beautiful, that a man like Charlie Weaver wanted her. Past due for getting over this, Jane climbed out of bed and headed into the bathroom, where she washed her face, checking her eyes for signs of puffiness. God forbid Joe see anything he could latch onto and use against her. She put on jeans and a t-shirt and left her feet bare before adding a little bit of makeup. No one needed to see the red splotches on her cheeks or nose. She checked the kitchen to see what she had available to feed 4 hungry kids. Even though Joe was supposed to bring the kids home fed, she didn't trust that he would. Turning on the oven to have it ready if they needed to make dinosaur nuggets, she looked in the freezer and found a bag of frozen peas. Tomorrow morning the boys would be off to camp again, the girls with Missy. While she waited to keep herself sane and not crying, Jane walked through her plan. She should start putting out feelers again to find a new renter. The less time she went without someone in there, the better her month would be. Could she charge a little more for the next renter? Maybe she could pick up an extra shift or 2 at the hospital to cover the gap. She had another payment to make on the summer camp, but it was the last one. Then the doorbell was ringing, and Joe was handing off the kids, pointing out that he was exactly on time. "I know," she said. "Thank you so much," and she couldn't help it, but she commented, "You're now at a 5% success rate. Good for you," because she'd calculated it. Maybe she shouldn't show him her hand, but she was ready if it went back to court. "Did you spend the whole weekend screwing your boy toy?" Joe asked as if he had a right to. Jane felt the feral grin forming in response. If there was one thing Charlie had done, he'd lit the fuse on Joe. And she had to admit that was kind of fun. "He's not my boyfriend." At least she could say that honestly now. Standing up straight, she added, "Good night, Joe." Then she closed the door in his face and bolted it just to make sure he could hear it, for good measure. At least he'd actually fed the kids. She got them ready for bed before eating her own serving of Dino nuggets. Then she sat on the couch by herself with her bowl of popcorn and a Coke. Sucking in a quick breath, Jane realized that she was sitting right where it had all started. For the first time, she remembered Charlie had first said that he was in love with someone, and it was her. Not a crush, not someone he was interested in, or simply wanted to ask out or get to know better, that he was actually in love. Jane had declared herself in return, and they'd never said it again. She ate her popcorn and grabbed the remote, picking the saddest romantic drama she could find, because at least then she could blame her tears on the movie. 55. A week and a half later, Jane sat in the car rider line for pickup at summer camp. The 2 little girls were already strapped into their car seats. She'd picked them up from Missy's earlier after the sitter had watched them all day. Missy was sharp enough to call it their summer camp. They were having an animated conversation between the 2 of them that Jane wasn't quite paying enough attention to. Her phone pinged as she sat with the engine idling, keeping the air conditioner running. She was far back in the line, almost the last one. Some of the other parents arrived as much as an hour early to get a prime spot, just like they did at the school pickup line. Jane didn't have a life that allowed for an hour to sit in the car with the engine running, reading romance novels, and waiting for the bell to ring. She shook her head. The phone popped up an incoming text, and of course he texted her back now. Jane had finally, yesterday, messaged him to ask when he was moving out. Charlie hadn't come over all week, and it shouldn't have surprised her. He didn't come over on the weekend though either, and she'd slept alone both nights. After he didn't show or text or reach out at all Friday night, Jane invited Carlisle to a girls' lunch only to find out one was already going on. She was absorbed into a Mayfair and Friends all-afternoon get-together on Saturday at the club again. Bailey Ann Malloy even left her 3-month-old at home. Emma Kate announced she was pregnant, and Harper Rose finally cracked and admitted she and Dane Cotton were a real thing. The Mayfair girls knew how to hang. And Jane had needed that. No one pushed about her and Charlie. It was as if no one even knew. There was a brief mention of his new job, and then the chatter quickly turned to more interesting things like Ever's bridesmaid colors. But at home, Jane returned to her old life, taking care of the kids and working. It just seemed so dull now without Charlie filling in the downtime. She'd seen him coming and going. She had worked with him in the garage at Carlisle's. They took their own cars now, and Jane had stopped for a coffee on the way over each time, partly to console her broken heart with sugar and a kick of caffeine, and partly to have a route that didn't have her simply following him to her best friend's house. They worked fine side by side. If the conversation was a little stilted, it was still okay. The boxes went out on time, and the three of them made sure not to discuss anything other than what they were going to get for lunch and how to get pizza sauce off of packing labels, because it looked really unprofessional. Until yesterday, when she'd finally broken down and sent a text asking when he'd be out of the apartment. She remembered when she first had a cell phone, and it only told her that a text had arrived. The system had evolved to not only tell her now in the pop-up who was texting, but most of what the text was. So she wasn't able to sit here and ignore it, or tell herself she'd think about it later. She opened the chat, because she'd already seen that he was asking if it was necessary to end the lease. She felt her head shaking back and forth. Maybe she needed him to go, to make a clean break, or at least a cleaner one than what they were doing. What he said was that he wanted to keep the lease. Wanted to have a place when he came back. When the hell was he coming back? Could she handle that? But she couldn't say all of that, not even face to face, and certainly not over a text. Her thumbs flew as she wrote back before she thought better of it. I don't need you to keep the lease for me. If that's the reason, I'll just find someone else. She could see that he was replying, and she rolled her eyes, not wanting to have this conversation now. Looking into the rearview mirror, she checked on the girls and watched as the next message popped up. No, I really would like a place to come back to. I need a place to leave my things behind. I don't want to do it in a storage unit. I'm exhausted when I come back from travel. And you could use the renter. You're honestly not charging enough for the space. Well, she was certainly charging enough if no one was going to be in it a good portion of the time. She hated the way just seeing a text from him caused her whole body to flare. She was considering replying when a knock at her car window startled her. Her head jolted back. When did she ever warrant a conversation in the car rider line? She was a good car line citizen, even if she was nearly at the back of the line. Turning, she spotted about the last person she expected to see at her car window. Hey Jane. She was rolling the window down. Harper Rose. Are your kids at this camp too? There's a lot of us. She nodded and motioned up and down the line. Then she waved to the two girls waiting in their car seats. Silly question, but what are y'all doing tonight? Eating dinner and trying not to have any fights or accidents? Suddenly, Jane was surprised to find she was accepting an invitation to Harper Rose's for the evening. I've got movies for the kids. Popcorn, video games. My girls are going to love your two youngest, and Hannah, the oldest, Jane remembered. Hannah is going to challenge your boys to all the video games. If you're up for that. That sounds amazing, Jane said, thrilled at the perfect timing and the relief of a friend and something to do for the evening. She and Harper had talked a bit at the lunch Saturday. Though it wasn't as if they'd become fast friends, she found that she liked the other woman a lot more than she'd expected to. After they each loaded their kids, Jane followed Harper Rose's large black SUV out of the lot, explaining the new plan to some very excited children. While they drove through and ordered Happy Meals for the kids, Harper Rose texted that she would get Indian food delivered for the two of them. The boys were already asking if they could have the Mayfair girls over to see the treehouse. Damn, but that treehouse was going to remind her of Charlie for years to come, wasn't it? When they were all settled in at Harper's house, the girls were in the back, running around and playing dress-up. Tyler and Dylan were getting their butts kicked at some new Mario game by Hannah Lane, and Jane sighed in relief. She felt like the littles were pretty safe, because Harper's girls were enough older and seemed to have themselves together. Like their mother. Harper Rose opened the front door to accept the delivery bag with a smile and a generous tip. She set it on the table, and to Jane it looked like far too much food. Then Harper Rose pulled a beer out of the fridge for herself. You want one? Only one, but hell yes, Jane replied, and watched as Harper pulled a sleek black bottle opener out of the drawer, popping the lid and handing the cold beer over. You just knocked on my door in the car line and had all this ready to go, Jane said. Harper had always been a class act, but this time the other woman laughed. Actually, full confession, I had the date set up with my friend Sarah Jane and her daughter. Of course, Sarah Jane also had two names, Jane thought, but she drank the beer and was listening. And then Sarah Jane's boyfriend proposed yesterday. Harper looked up at the ceiling, tears forming in her eyes. Jane was startled to see them. What's going on? With a deep breath, a swig of the beer and then another deep breath, Harper looked like she was trying again. She put one hand out as if to start the conversation, but even that didn't work. Please don't think less of us, but news travels fast in the Mayfair family. Jane understood. It was sympathy over Charlie. That couldn't be what caused Harper Rose's near tears, but she was saying she understood. They'd all either learned in the few days since Saturday's lunch, or they'd all just been nice enough not to bring it up. So everybody's heard. Everybody's heard about you, about Charlie's job. We all think he's a fool, by the way. Jane laughed a little. Then Harper Rose took another big drink from the beer. Not sure they've heard about me yet. And it's my own fault. Tell me about it, Jane offered by way of sympathy, and Harper offered a sad laugh as she tapped the beer bottles together in a pitying toast. I remember seeing you out with Dane Cotton, Jane said. You said you were together? Not anymore.
56. A week later, Charlie stood at the window in the apartment, looking down on the driveway. He kept stepping over to check, watching for them to get home. He wasn't surprised when he saw Jane's car coming up the street. Moving out of sight, he told himself everything was fine. Not that it really was. When he looked again, he was surprised, however, by the black SUV that followed her down the street. Then it followed her right up the driveway. But when the car doors opened, he recognized his cousin and her daughters getting out. He could see the women talking, and it startled him. Harper Rose and Jane were acting like old friends. That was news to him, and he would have said he knew Jane very well, at least until a few weeks ago. When Harper Rose looked up, she spotted him in the window and waved. Too late, he'd been caught, but Jane didn't do the same. It bothered him that her lack of response bothered him. It was his own fault, and he knew it. His own decision. The right decision, he had to remind himself. The sounds of their voices carried up to him, though not what was being said, at least not until Harper's girls started yelling, "Uncle Charlie! Uncle Charlie!" and waving. He'd stayed too long in the window, and the kids had spotted him. He shouldn't have been surprised when Tyler led a brigade right up the side steps to pound on his apartment door. "Charlie," the kid called out. "I'm coming," he answered. Maybe this was why he so often left the curtains closed in the past. With a steadying breath and a mostly faked smile, he opened the door. He was happy to see the kids, but he was a mix of too many emotions otherwise. Hayden threw herself at him, arms tight around his waist. "I'm going to miss you, Uncle Charlie." He wasn't really their uncle, not technically, but the Mayfair and Weaver kids had grown up practically in each other's pockets, and the kids didn't know him by any other name. Even Harper Rose would have balked at them calling him a first or second cousin. "Wow," Dylan said, walking a lap around the room looking at what he'd packed already. He didn't have sheets over the furniture or anything, and it wasn't like he'd moved much stuff in, but it was clear things were getting put away. He made a point over the last week or so not to buy any food he couldn't finish. But maybe the most obvious sign was the large suitcase he'd packed and left by the door. His carry-on would have everything he needed for overnight, in case the luggage got lost. Though he was assured it was getting a priority tag, his camera stayed on his person. Unless he was flying on a private jet, he didn't trust anyone else to handle it. The kids crowded around, asking him questions as he kept an eye on the door, waiting for their moms to show up. But Jane didn't. He wasn't even sure if she'd climbed the steps at all in the last several weeks, not even checking on him as a landlord. "Where are you going first?" "Malaysia." "Will you send us pictures?" "I don't think I can." "What do you mean? You can't send pictures?" Tyler frowned at him, clearly understanding that Charlie's job was to take pictures. "I'm working for someone else. I'm taking pictures for them. I don't own the pictures, so they're not mine to share." "Bummer," Tyler replied. Hannah just shrugged. She was older than the others, trying to play it cool, but he could tell she was disappointed. She tried another tack, at least. "Can you at least email us and tell us where you're going and what you're doing?" "Yes," Dylan then added, "please." Shit. It would be one thing to email his cousin's kids. Somehow, it seemed another thing to email Jane. Honestly, With the clauses in the contract, he wasn't even sure if he could tell them exactly where he was going and who he met. "I don't know if I can. I'll try." "You won't have email?" asked Dylan, which was funny, Charlie thought, because he knew for a fact Dylan didn't have an email and neither did Tyler. Neither of them was old enough, Jane believed, to run their own accounts. "I'll see what I can do. I promise I will if I can." Though he couldn't imagine writing it out personally for her, or even for her kids. She would open it. She would read it. Why had he promised? Just then, Harper Rose appeared in the open doorway. Too late to save him, Charlie thought, but he smiled at her anyway. "Hey, Charlie," she said, and she didn't miss that he looked just beyond her shoulder. Jane headed inside. Something in her expression chided him, as if to say, "You two really did a number on each other, didn't you? Come on, kids, give Uncle Charlie a hug goodbye. We're probably not going to see him again before he leaves." Less than 48 hours, he thought. One by one, the Mayfair girls hugged him. Then Tyler and Dylan did too, though Stella and Claire had gone in with their mom. He hoped he could say goodbye to them later, and knew Jane wasn't all that comfortable with the toddler climbing the stairs on her own. "You have to come say goodbye before you leave," Dylan tried to make him promise again. Once again, Charlie only offered his best effort, not really sure what that would look like. Changing the subject, he commented to Harper Rose, "I didn't realize you and Jane were friends." She crossed her arms and quirked one brow. "We have more in common than you might think." Though he mentally went through the list, single mothers, a handful of kids each, roughly the same ages, something in her expression told him that wasn't what she meant. Then, like a whirlwind, leaving almost as fast as they had come, they were all gone. A quick hug from Harper Rose and a whispered, "Stay safe." Suddenly, he was by himself again. Just like his old life. Just like he'd always liked it. So why had these last several weeks sucked so bad? He was excited about the trip, itching to try his skills again, and glad that it was more nature and community than conflict. But this time, he hated leaving this world behind. And he hated leaving this way. He had only tomorrow. With everyone gone, he took another look around. Tomorrow, he would take the suitcase and the truck to his parents' house, where his mother insisted on making him dinner. His father would drive him back here, leaving the truck at his parents' house while he was gone. He wasn't going to have it sit in Jane's driveway the whole time he was gone. Plus, it was actually his dad's truck, basically on loan. Then, early Thursday morning, he'd climb on his bike and head back to his parents' house one last time. His dad was getting up early to drive him into Atlanta to catch his flight. It wasn't like he would ask Jane to get him to the airport or anything. This time, looking around the small apartment, he took some consolation that he'd be back. Jane had agreed to let him keep the place. It cost more than just a storage unit, but it was far better than dealing with moving things back and forth, which he'd done in the past. What a pain in the ass. No costs for breaking his rental agreements early, no need to stay with his parents if it was a short turnaround when he came back. And he would have a place to stay, even if he came back early or late. He wouldn't have to keep moving in and out of different places. But could he come back and live above Jane's garage? He'd wait, he thought. Play that by ear. Maybe she was right. Maybe when he came back, he should find a new place of his own. A lease he could keep, if he lived in it all the time or not. He could look back now, on the whole stay here, and find it interesting. The therapist had talked to him about things to do, ways to count down, stress balls to squeeze in rhythm, number games to play to ease his anxiety. But in the end, more of what he had needed was some kind of interaction that didn't treat him like he was broken. Because maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just grieving a horrible, traumatic loss that he'd not been prepared for. He felt like he'd turned several pages while he stayed here, and the more he looked around, the more grateful he was that he had all of this, the apartment, the welcoming family across the driveway, and Jane. Still, he couldn't turn back the clock, and it was almost time to go, so he would keep the unit for now. But maybe the next time he was here for any length of time, he'd move. It wasn't right to take up space in Jane's life when she'd made it clear how she felt about him. And now, it felt as if there wasn't much here for him. Going to Malaysia would be turning the next page. He was ready for it.
57. We can't keep doing this, Jane said, exhausted. Carlyle turned and looked at her. I know. This is terrible. I'm paying a babysitter to be here. I know, Carlyle sighed again, and Jane felt the agreement. It was time for a real change. Charlie had to tap out on the shipping job about a week before. He had too many things to do to get ready for his trip. She and Carlyle had worked with Simon, occasionally helping, but not admitting it wasn't enough. This morning Jane had heard the bike leaving at 6 a.m. Let the neighbors complain, she thought. He was going to the airport and flying overseas. They wouldn't have any bike noises to bitch about for a while, at least. Even with Simon's help, we aren't keeping up, and the speed at which we work with just two of us is not worth me paying the babysitter. Jane sighed. They had to do something. I know. You're so right. Who do we hire, though? No clue, Jane said. Can we hire Harper's daughter? The oldest, Hannah? Carlyle asked. We're only asking somebody to build boxes and tape them. Maybe do some packing. The only reason we got Charlie is because he was home with nothing else to do. And it's the only reason we got him for that level of money, Carlyle added. They were not going to be a career option for anyone or even a prize job. Here's my concern with Hannah. I mean, it's illegal to actually hire her. She's underage. And what happens when she makes cheerleading? Jane asked, realizing the foolishness of the suggestion. She was really spitballing here. What if we get all the older kids and Harper, and we do a little party? We make the kids interns and tell them they can claim it on their resume. It's not a permanent solution, Carlyle said, but it might help us get through the backlog. Exactly. Saturday we all meet here. We get everybody pizza. No, we take them to the zoo afterwards. Or the trampoline park. We can pay them in credits. Hell yeah, Carlyle was catching on. Adding more ideas. Or what about that pizza place with all the video games? Trampolines can cause injuries. True. Done. Not a permanent solution, but honestly, I think if we can get these kids taping boxes, Jane was trying to make it work. Tyler and Dylan could do it. Hannah and Hayden could do it. Holland probably not, and Stella and Claire absolutely not acceptable work. Carlyle laughed. We'll get Holland to entertain Stella and Claire. Maybe even the older girls. Harper, Rose and I can manage to watch over as needed, Jane added. I bet if we can get 3 of them building boxes really well, we won't be able to pack as fast as they can build, you know. But they can keep building boxes, Carlyle pointed out. They can just stockpile them for us, because it makes up for a third person when it's just you and me. Acceptable solution for 1 week maybe, Jane said. Maybe 2? Carlyle offered wishfully, but then we're going to have to hire somebody. Jane agreed. We have to start looking now. It'll take 2 weeks to find the right person and get them started. We mooch off the family kids in the meantime. Jane just realized she'd called the Mayfair girls her own family kids. What a wonderful feeling. Charlie might be gone, but her own roots were still growing deep. It sounds like a plan. You and Harper Rose have hit it off, Carlyle commented. Working single moms, Jane said. Apparently, she was going to have a friend over one night and it didn't work out. She's fantastic. Yeah, I heard about that, Carlyle said. Didn't the one friend get proposed to at the exact same time Harper Rose had discovered Dane Cotton was cheating on her? We had ourselves a right good pity party, Jane said, and Carlyle laughed. All right. Let's give up and go home. Are you calling Harper, or am I? You do it, Carlyle said. I don't want to set up any childcare that people aren't comfortable with. Fair enough, Jane said. She checked out the remaining orders. It was such a great problem, but still a problem. There weren't enough hours in the day for the 2 of them to handle it. I'll close up, Carlyle offered. Thanking her friend, Jane dragged herself home. She was tired along the drive despite the bright moon. In her own living room she paid Missy, grateful the kids were already in bed. Then after the sitter left, she poured herself a glass of wine. Jane figured she'd watch a single TV show, maybe 2, before dragging herself to bed. She woke up at 3 a.m. on the couch. Luckily, she'd set the half-finished glass of wine on the coffee table, but even half of it had been too much and had knocked her out. She could admit that she felt more lonely after she and Charlie had somehow silently agreed to break everything off. He said he was leaving. She was mad that he hadn't told her, even if it had only been for 24 hours. But she felt justified, partly because they'd been together for that 24 hours. They'd been together for most of the weekend, which meant at some point he had turned away and sent an email replying that he was taking the job, and then come back and dragged her into the bedroom for what he knew was at least one of their last times together. It turned out to be the last. She wanted to be angrier about it, but instead, she was mostly hurt. Even with that, the place hadn't felt as empty before he'd come as it did now that he was gone. She was mad too that the kids missed him. Truly, he hadn't been around as much since the treehouse was finished, but they'd seen him out in the yard taking pictures of the birds. At some point each of the kids had joined him, Charlie motioning them to be quiet and watch. Tyler had gotten antsy far too quickly, but Dylan had stayed for a while, and so had Claire of all people. Even though he was in a separate building across the driveway, the fact that he wasn't there now somehow seemed so noticeable. Picking up the half-drunk glass of wine, Jane carried it into the kitchen and poured it down the sink. At least it was her own cheap wine, not the expensive stuff Charlie brought. She might as well sleep the rest of the night in her own bed. In the morning she had to take the kids to camp, convince Harper Rose to spend her Saturday with them as free labor, and find a way to get herself through another day. It was stupid. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, somehow now unable to sleep. Maybe she should have drunk the other half glass of her wine. Staring at the ceiling, she realized she didn't like feeling petty and small. But when Charlie came back, she wanted to ask if he could find a new place. She didn't really want a new renter. What if she didn't like the person? What if they came and went at all hours and they were noisy? Whoever it was could never be what Charlie was, but right now even Charlie wasn't what Charlie had been. Having him there and facing that every time she watched him climb the stairs, or every time she heard his bike pull in, probably wasn't worth it. A tough decision made, she rolled over and finally fell asleep. 58.
A month of Sundays is a very long time. Too long.
The first week rolled by. Though Harper Rose and her kids couldn't make it on Saturday, Jane and Carlisle just shifted to Sunday. They needed the help. They didn't start until after church because church. Then after a long shift of packing boxes, which Harper was happy to help with, they'd gone right into another long shift at pizza and video games. Everyone was exhausted, not just the little ones. Jane was grateful they let her bathe them, and put them right to bed without a fuss. She and Carlisle managed to find a college student who didn't have class Monday, Wednesday or Friday mornings. They hired her immediately, and Jane found herself a new routine. On those days she opened the door for Missy at 7 a.m., packed the two boys off to summer camp, and sometimes waved to Harper Rose if she saw her in the car line. Then she headed right back to Carlisle's, where Carlisle and Elise would already be started. Most of the time Elise would skip out at 12:30 to make her 1 o'clock lab. Jane and Carlisle filled in on the other hours. She took Monday and Wednesday overnight shifts at the hospital, grateful for what remained of her paycheck there. And she and Carlisle started having tentative conversations about hiring yet another college student and maybe needing a bigger space. They were good problems, Jane reminded herself. But she'd learned a long time ago that good problems were still problems, still caused worry, sometimes anxiety, and almost always brought change. On Thursday morning, having returned home from her shift to find Missy had taken the boys to camp and the girls out, and the house was blessedly quiet, Jane sat down and breathed ever so slightly. Not quite ready to pass out from her shift, she put on a TV show and began scrolling through her email. Her breath hitched when she saw that Charlie had written to her. It was titled "The Trip So Far." For a moment she only stared at it, but after shaking her head at herself for reacting so strongly, she clicked it, only to find that it was sent to Carlisle and Christian, to Harper Rose and the other Mayfair girls, to Jax and Lennon, and lastly, her own email address was tacked on at the end. Her heart shouldn't have stuttered over one stupid email of all things. It was nothing. She should have known. The kids had said something before he left, about how Charlie was going to write to them. Scanning it now, she wasn't quite willing to put more effort into it. Jane realized she would have to read it again later to the kids. Malaysia was beautiful. They'd stayed with a rural community. Her eyes skimmed the rest. He'd eaten some of the most amazing food, though he commented that it was likely too spicy for Hayden and Holland, but that Scarlett and Salem would probably enjoy it. Jane hadn't known Jax's daughters liked spicy food. It was a sneak peek into the Mayfair world. Right now, she wasn't sure she wanted it from Charlie. He'd commented on how the community paid attention and practically worshipped their local frogs, so he'd been taking lots of pictures of frogs. Frogs, he had learned, were indicator species. He commented that he knew this from previous photography outings. It made sense that the community had learned to watch the frogs as a way of paying attention to their local ecology. He included a couple of pictures, dropping names of the royal couple and letting everyone know that they'd given him permission to share them with his family. But the family did not have permission to share them with anyone else. Please remember, he added with a laughing face, they have the backing of the entire House of Windsor, so I would not trifle with them but enjoy the frogs. Charlie. She couldn't help herself. She clicked through the pictures. Jane had dissected her fair share of frogs in laboratories. She'd handled the boys finding them. Tyler had quickly ceased to care, but Dylan had wanted to study them. And Stella, despite her chubby little uncoordinated fingers, had handled the babies with care. But she had never seen frogs like this. An amazing and stark reminder, she thought, of the scope and depth of Charlie's talent. Carlyle was right, Charlie Weaver's life could never be contained in Breathless, Georgia. With Claire just about to turn 3, Jane's life most likely would not move much beyond the borders. Charlie had been regrowing his wings. She had been growing roots. Closing the email, she figured she needed to nap now, but she wasn't tired. Though she turned on the TV, it didn't hold her attention, and she thought back to what she and Harper Rose had discussed. Harper said she needed to date a better class of men. She hadn't explicitly put Charlie into the same category as Dane, but she hadn't not done it either. Though Jane had toasted the comment, it had started her thinking. Maybe she didn't want to date at all. Maybe this interlude had been enough. She was good here with the kids. She'd built a good life. She was a business owner and the business was growing fast. She'd had an affair with a hot younger man, and she told herself she'd come through unscathed. That might be a little lie. Still, when Joe had first left, he'd been engaged to marry his secretary. They'd gotten all the way up to the wedding day before the secretary had realized Joe was cheating on her with someone else. There was Danica now, and Jane was confident there had been several others in between. And maybe not so in between, but during. Her face reacted, even though no one was there to see it. And who knew who else Joe was bringing around the kids or just talking about? She didn't need to add to the kids' burdens with her own revolving door of dates. Sure, she'd consider a relationship if the right person came along, but she had a feeling that wasn't going to happen. If Charlie wasn't the right person, then who the hell even could be? Though she didn't belong to Charlie Weaver anymore, she had a feeling he'd be the yardstick she measured everyone else against. And they would all fall far short.
59. Charlie lay on the mushy ground. Despite the gear that was supposed to be waterproof, he could feel wet patches seeping through. It didn't matter if it had holes or not, he wasn't getting up. He waited. The team had moved, no longer in Malaysia. They were off to the Philippines, and this time it wasn't frogs but tiny local wildcats. Despite the fact that his clothing was soggy and his back hurt, he stayed incredibly still, one eye on the landscape in front of him, the other checking what the camera was seeing. He tried not to breathe too loudly at his glee. There it was. At last, the little cat stepped into view. He waited a heartbeat and pressed the shutter. It didn't make noise, digital. It didn't actually move a shutter, and the higher-end cameras allowed him to turn off the sound. Because the last thing he wanted to do was wait this damn long for the cat to show up, and then scare it off with an odd noise. The cat was adorable, despite being full-grown. He watched, though, as the tiny screen in front of him flickered, letting him know that it was getting the shots. People seemed to think that he was talented. Charlie wasn't quite sure. Half the game was that every time he pushed the shutter, it took more than a handful of images over a few seconds. He could routinely capture both an image that he could sell to the Discovery Channel and another that he could enter into the most ridiculous wildlife contest. Had he moved too much? The cat turned to look at him. He twitched his finger again, collecting another whole set of images. They would be good, he knew. They'd been staying on site for 3 days, and while he had certainly camped before, the royals didn't camp like he did. A team swept in before they arrived, creating raised platforms. The tents looked more like pavilions than any tent he'd schlepped anywhere. While he appreciated it, he was grateful that at the end of today, they would all be back on the bus and headed into town to the hotel. The 5-star hotels were apparently on the other side of the country. He guessed the royals were roughing it, but he was ready for some real temperature control, and no soggy ground, and the massages the team had booked for all of them. Even Kelsey Hewlett had looked at him with pity and said, "I don't get down in the dirt and sit like that for hours just waiting. I simply ask the person to turn around and look at me." Charlie had laughed. "Can't do that with frogs or cats or whales." He loved it. He was thrilled to be here and getting great shots most every day. He found himself grateful to the army for sending him home. Grateful to his family for taking him in and feeding him at his worst. And grateful to Jane for providing an apartment, for sitting with him when she'd found him huddled in the corner, unable to escape the memories. She'd been there when he needed her. Even though he hadn't known it then, she'd moved the needle enough that he could move the needle the next step and the next. He was back on his feet, back to living in his own skin. His life was out here. But there was more now he'd learned, more than just this. He liked Kelsey. He liked a lot of the staff that traveled with them. The royal kids now knew him by name, and he wondered what it must be like to be a royal child, traveling the world. But always with wealthy parents, learning from excursions like this, the world their oyster. Charlie hadn't grown up like this. He hadn't really left Breathless much before going off to college. But then he'd taken every job that was offered. With each one, his sphere had expanded and expanded. He loved it. He thrived in it. But Kelsey was going home to her husband. Carlisle had asked him once how they did that with Kelsey out like this and her husband out on tour with his band. Charlie had worked with Kelsey before and had known the answer: they didn't. They traded. If Kelsey was here, Wilder wasn't on tour. It wasn't like he was the only one out here who didn't have a home base or hadn't brought a family along with him, but it was glaring. A constant reminder of what he'd gotten a taste of. Trying not to smile at the cat picking its way through the grass in front of him, he stayed still. Tamping down his wandering thoughts, he watched as a second cat stepped into the frame. This one was smaller. Maybe they were a mother and a kit. He pressed the shutter, capturing another slew of shots, and watched as a third pair of ears popped up in the grass. This was going to be fabulous. He grinned and knew what he needed to do.
60. Jane sat on her knees in the front yard as she leaned over, helping Claire roll backward like her sister. She lifted her toddler's legs until she rolled up into a handstand, then watched Stella and praised her older daughter as she demonstrated how she had done it on her own. "Point your toes," Jane said, immediately wishing she hadn't said it. She didn't need to coach her daughter. If her daughter wanted to be a gymnast, then the coach would coach her. She wanted to be mom. "No," she heard from the other side of the yard. She looked up just in time to miss what had happened, but saw as Dylan jolted away. "Tyler," she called out, pretty damn sure what had gone down. "If you do that again, I'm going to make you do it for 5 straight minutes." If there was one thing she had learned from her college training days, it was that doing anything for 5 minutes hurt. It didn't matter if they were round-offs, just jumping or burpees. Anything for 5 straight minutes wound up being more than enough punishment. Doing the same thing that got him in trouble? Hopefully good parenting. Turning to look at her, Tyler let his hangdog expression show her that he understood. He knew she would get the timer and enforce it. She'd done it before. It seemed an appropriate consequence. Something tickled at the back of her brain, but she ignored it, once again keeping her eyes trained on Stella. This time her daughter did point her toes and asked, "Mom, did I do it right?" That was really good. Jane thought it seemed like Stella wanted her to coach. If her daughter asked, she'd not withhold what she knew. She'd just have to remind herself not to push. What's the next thing to make it better? Yeah, Stella was asking. Okay, try like this. She held Stella's legs up much the way she did Claire, but she helped shape her in the exact right position, talking through the correct form. But then she recognized the sound of the bike coming up the street, so noisy that the other drivers would definitely hear him. Certainly not Charlie. She looked back to her daughters, checked on her sons, now playing better. But her thoughts pulled to when she'd told Charlie they called motorcycles donor cycles in the ER. He'd replied by showing her the reinforced helmet, the biker gear that he had that had steel spines in it. She'd figured it wasn't her decision, but he was being as safe as a biker could be. Having talked herself out of the possibility, Jane found herself stunned as she watched the bike pull up the drive. It was Charlie. In all the gear. In the middle of a Georgia summer. He had to be so hot. She tried not to stare as he took off the helmet and hung it casually from the handlebars. Who was going to steal it here in her driveway? He peeled the jacket and draped it over the seat, looking like a dream come true. She was definitely hallucinating in the Georgia heat. She turned back to her daughter, not really sure what she was seeing. And if it really was Charlie, she didn't need to ogle him. She just about talked herself into thinking she'd imagined the whole thing when she heard Stella squeal and yell, "Charlie?" Jane was even more surprised to find he hadn't turned and headed up the stairs but instead walked toward her. She couldn't move. He was really here. Then he was 3 feet away, her kids piling around him chattering. "You're back. We love the pictures of the frogs and the cats," Stella added. All Jane could find to say was, "I wasn't expecting you for a while." He nodded, offering only, "It's why I wanted to keep the apartment." After a pause, he spoke again. "These things happen. There was a glitch in the travel arrangements, and we got a week off. I wanted to come home." She hated that she heard something under his tone in the word, home. "Hey kids, can you give me a minute with your mom?" He wasn't looking at them. He was looking at her, and her heart skittered in her chest as she reminded herself he probably was telling her he wanted to break the lease anyway. "Why don't you guys go inside and pick out a movie? It's getting a bit warm out here." Or maybe that was just because Charlie was standing 3 feet away. 61. It took a moment for them to do as she had suggested, and even Charlie didn't say anything until they heard the front door close. He looked away and looked back at her, fingers jammed into the pockets of the riding pants. He didn't have any right to look this good. "Sounds like the trip has been successful so far," she offered into the silence, but he shook his head no. It didn't make any sense until he said, "I don't want to do this anymore." She shrugged at him, not quite sure how to interpret that. "Do what? Live in the apartment, take pictures, travel the world?" "I'm sorry." What the hell was he apologizing for? She was about to throw her hands up in the air when he held his own hands out, as if motioning for her to wait. "I told myself that I didn't lie to you, but I know I effectively lied." Interesting, she thought, he wanted to talk about them. Was that what he couldn't do anymore? There was no point. They already weren't doing it. She crossed her arms and stood there waiting. "I knew when I told you, it would be the end of things between us. I think that's why I didn't tell you." "You didn't really tell me. I happened to ask." She was mad about that too. Would he have just disappeared one day, if she hadn't happened to bring it up? He nodded again, looked away again. "I wanted to hold on as long as I could, but you didn't deserve not being told the truth. You taking a job wasn't the end of things, that was because you lied to me, Charlie. I always knew you were going to leave. That you would go back to your job one day. But I don't know, I thought maybe you'd come home in between. That we could have our flings on the weekends." "No, Jane, that's the problem." His tone was harsh, even though he seemed to be at a loss for words. Then when he opened his mouth, all the words came out, even though they didn't all quite make sense. "I love traveling and I love my job. But until I was here, I didn't have anywhere that I really wanted to come back to. I like spending Christmas with my family, but it doesn't bother me if I miss it. But I realized I miss being here. I want to be here." He was jamming one finger down, pointing at her lawn. She felt the tears push behind her eyes. No, he wasn't saying this. I want more, he said. Holy shit. What was he asking? She didn't dare wish. But I need you to want more too. Jane blinked at him. What the hell more could she want? Charlie Weaver was more than enough. But he wasn't finished. I want to come back here, and I do not want to be shut out. Only allowed to be with you on the weekends, whenever Joe has the kids. I can't back-calculate my life in case Joe is early or just doesn't show up. You've hidden me from the kids. She sucked in a sharp breath. Had she? If I come home here, he jabbed his finger again at the lawn and then at the front door. I want to come home to this house. I want to be allowed to be in there, to be allowed to be with you when the kids are home. You want to be a father to 4 kids? She asked, almost incredulously. No. He replied. I'm not their father. Joe is. I want to be Charlie. I want to build tree houses with them. I want to not have to leave and go to a different apartment when the movie is over. Jane blinked at him. She wanted to say something, but she was struggling to process everything he'd thrown at her feet. It hadn't even occurred to her that she'd shut him out like that. But she had. It had seemed safe and the easiest way at the time. When he said the next thing, it hit her like a shot right through the gut. You hid me. It's difficult, she explained, thinking about kids and an ex-husband and her crazy schedule. It's always difficult. Charlie added, his voice rising again. You think I haven't been around enough to understand that everything is difficult? Everyone has something difficult. He was waving his hands as if that would make her understand. Simon's got his sister. Carlisle almost died. Lennon is marrying the guy whose older brother abused her. He paused, but only for a moment. You've got Joe. You have 4 kids. I've got a job that's going to take me out of the picture sometimes for long stretches. I know that doesn't make me real father material, he said. He looked at the ground as if that might be a deal breaker. But they have a father. I'm just. If you want me to, he said when he finally spoke, finally looked at her again, I'll move out. I won't be here. I'll walk away. If it's not something you can do, then it's not. She was opening her mouth to say more, but he was still talking. You know, Carlisle talked about you all the time. Carlisle talked about you all the time too. You're not what I expected. Same, Jane admitted, her heart twisting. Alex talked about you, and I remember that we met at his and Jess's wedding, and I remembered that you were getting divorced and you were pregnant, and I don't think I even looked at anything twice that weekend. So all of this was a surprise, but there's something here, he said, and I'm not willing to let go of it, not without at least asking. She nodded. You're right. And I didn't even realize that I was hiding you. 4 kids is a lot. He nodded. I get that. Joe is a lot. Exes often are. Do you have any exes waiting in the wings? No, he said. Which is why I didn't know what I was doing here. Why I screwed this up so bad, he was waving his hands again now. She apologized, she owed him that much. I didn't realize that I was keeping you hidden, and that wasn't fair to you. He shook his head as if accepting that. But she owed him a lot more. You're right. It'll cause more problems with Joe if I have, what? A boyfriend? He nodded. At least. Then he whispered, maybe even a fiancé soon. I want more. She couldn't help it. The happy laugh that burbled out of her was more than she could handle. How the hell had this happened? Charlie Weaver had driven up her driveway and flipped her world on its head. Again. She launched herself into his arms. Yes. Yes to all of it. I know you'll travel. I know it'll be for long stretches. You know what? I'll be fine here by myself. But I want to know that you're coming home to me. Tears were streaming down her face and she couldn't stop them. The feel of his arms wrapped around her, holding her tight, bending her over, seeped through her. Somehow it set her off-kilter world to rights. His lips brushed hers, sealing their new deal. But the kiss quickly changed, his mouth devoured hers. She was on fire for him, but the buzz of the unknown was gone. Replaced now with a settling in her bones of knowing what was right in front of her. Behind her she heard a noise, and Jane jolted from the kiss as she and Charlie both turned to see the kids lined up across the front porch. Their mouths were open, and she tried to absorb the jolt of terror that this was maybe not the way to let them know. But then they cheered and she laughed, relief swamping her. "Wow. Mom likes Charlie," Tyler said. With her arm still around her boyfriend's maybe soon fiancé's neck, she whispered to him, "Mom has liked Charlie for a long time." Charlie laughed. She guessed they had made their debut, hadn't they? The kids surely wouldn't keep their mouths shut. "My mom will be thrilled to have you all at Sunday dinner," Charlie told her, and she laughed again. What had she done? "Go back inside, watch your movie, I'll be in a minute," she called out to them, and yes, Mom likes Charlie. "We'll be in a minute," Charlie corrected her, and she grinned. It would take some getting used to. It would take a lot of explaining to the people around her. But Charlie was worth it. Jane watched the kids turn to go inside, and felt his grin as he nuzzled against her ear. When they were back in and the door shut behind them, he whispered into her ear. "People always told me that one day I would just know." She understood. She just knew about Charlie. "Do you know when I knew?" he asked. She shook her head. "It had been a really crappy day. I wasn't sleeping much at all. Couldn't get my head on straight. I was out on my bike and I ran my bike out of gas. So I had to walk all the way up the street and then up the driveway." He turned and pointed toward the mailbox at the end. She felt herself frowning. She didn't remember him running his bike out of gas and walking back. "I saw you in the yard with the girls, and I thought you were probably the babysitter, not the Jane that I tried to conjure out of my memory from Alex's wedding. But one of the girls called you Mom, so I held my hand out and I said, 'I'm Charlie.'" Everything in her melted. Nothing about them fit, but he was right, they could make it work. Pulling him back into her arms, she kissed him again. Anything more would be inappropriate on the front lawn. Their life would be unconventional. But she didn't need normal. All she needed was Charlie.
62. Harper Rose smiled as she held up the glass of red wine. She was glad to be at a family dinner, glad to be around people who loved her girls. It seemed Westerly had pulled out all the stops as well. Since both of her parents had passed, Westerly had taken it upon herself to make sure the Mayfair girls were always getting invites for Sunday dinner. Westerly considered it her job to become their surrogate mom, even though they were adults and had their own kids. Thinking she could use a surrogate mom about now, Harper smiled wider and toasted the happy couple. It had been 2 months since Jane had exited their pity party, though she and Jane still got together with the kids. Sometimes when Charlie was out of town, sometimes when he wasn't. He'd integrated into the house pretty seamlessly, and Harper was wondering how much he'd been around the whole family before they'd patched things up. The kids sure loved him. She and Jane still gossiped and talked about the dates Harper went on. Jane tried not to rub in the bliss of having things turn around. Then again, she hadn't caught Charlie in the cookie jar. Charlie was not Dane. The kids played together even more now, and they all had a good time. But it wasn't the same though. Now Jane had a rock on her finger, and Charlie had never looked happier. Harper, on the other hand, felt like her life had unraveled in ways that made Jane's divorce with Joe look like child's play. Her house wasn't as big as Jane's, but she had one less kid, and she'd bought it entirely with her own money. It was older and needed fixing, and she had done a lot of that with her own hands and the help of her sister, Emma Kate. She was proud of the house and more proud of herself. She made a home after being left with almost nothing, after moving back into her parents' house with her older sister, tail tucked between her legs. But that didn't change that she missed being married. She wasn't the kind of woman who was built for running her life alone. The irony that Jane had declared herself wanting to do exactly that before Charlie showed back up and locked her down was not lost on Harper. Instead, she was dating, and none of her recent dates had gone well. She'd even driven into Atlanta on more than one occasion, only to find the men had no manners. They didn't even seem to care that she had 3 daughters. Or worse, they read that she had 3 daughters and seemed to think that was a selling point. Gross. She needed to take a lesson from Jane's book, because where she'd been looking wasn't yielding anything of value. She and Dane had lit up like firecrackers, and maybe that was the problem. Dane was his own firecracker. He'd sure gone off wherever he wanted. Going to his place to surprise him had wound up surprising her, in the worst possible way. Finding rose petals strewn across the floor had initially made her heart flutter. Not Dane's style, but she loved it. She'd seen the clothing and followed the trail, which had been exhilarating. It was equally crushing when she realized that the clothing was feminine and wasn't hers. Caught in a spell, Harper had followed the path into the bedroom where she found Chrissy McIntyre naked. Chrissy had screamed. Harper had uttered some choice swears. And that had been the end of her lying to herself about Dane. Now she gulped down the wine and celebrated someone else's happiness. She told herself that Paul Wilcox had made it clear he'd love to take her out sometime. She remembered him from high school, sweet, nerdy. He'd been in her trigonometry class, and had helped her with the homework a couple of times. He was the exact opposite of Dane Cotton. Maybe it was time she gave a man like Paul a chance.
Get ready to listen to Charmed next. Thank you for listening to Dreamer by Savannah Cade. Please remember to subscribe to this channel to get all the new releases on audiobooks. Please also like and comment on the videos. I'll be releasing my entire catalog here for you in dual narration audio, but I need subscribers to know that it's worth the effort, that people are listening. Thank you so much for being here and listening.